In the kingdom of mages, anyone born without magic is called a Garuda and spends their entire life treated worse than commoners. And our MC, Van, happens to be one of these Garuda. On his first day at the academy, an instructor decides to humiliate him by asking an extremely difficult question, one that not even the noble students know how to answer. However, our MC answers it with total ease, leaving everyone completely shocked, including the professor himself. Shortly after, a senior student discovers he is a Garuda and gets furious that someone like him was accepted into the academy. So she challenges Van to a duel, but he takes her down with just a single strike. That's because Van is no ordinary student. In reality, he is hiding his true identity as the world's most dangerous assassin, and even without possessing a drop of magic, he can defeat powerful mages using nothing but his raw skills. Looking at that senior, our MC recovers memories of his past life. He remembers that, in the future, she will cause countless casualties, and her actions will lead to the destruction of his hometown. Even Van's family will end up being wiped out. And all of this is the fault of the cruel system that rules the kingdom, where nobles and powerful mages exploit those born without magic. The kingdom of mages calls this order, but in reality, it's nothing more than institutionalized discrimination. It all began in the kingdom of Firenze, a land ruled by powerful mages. The long war for the succession to the throne was finally coming to an end. That night, the second prince decides he is going to eliminate his rival, the ninth Prince Heinz. One of his allies smirks and says he was eagerly waiting to hear those words. He praises the wise decision and says no one other than the prince deserves to be the next king. The prince orders them to eliminate all guards and servants in the secluded palace, leaving 0 witnesses. One of the warriors hesitates, and the prince angrily demands he speak up if he has an opinion. The warrior replies it's nothing major, he just has a subtle bad feeling. Apparently, that bad feeling was spot on because he was just defeated by our MC. Van apologizes for crashing the meeting and asks if that guy over there is the second prince. The prince is stunned and demands to know who he is and who would have the nerve to trespass into his lair. One of his swordsmen says it looks like a troublesome rat managed to sneak inside and immediately gets ready to strike our MC. However, as he looks at the MC, the swordsman instantly recognizes a distinct physical trait. He realizes the intruder belongs to the Galda, an inferior group in the kingdom with no magic at all. He confidently warns that surprise attacks won't work on a warrior like him. However, before the swordsman can even make a move, Van delivers a devastating blow right to his face, taking him out in a single hit and leaving the prince in total disbelief, seeing his ally defeated by someone without magic. Seeing his best swordsman on the floor, the prince feels completely backed into a corner. The MC explains that the technique is called a fatal strike, where the nasal bone is driven directly toward the target's brain. He explains that in moments like these, magic doesn't matter because everyone is still just human. Meanwhile, Van senses that someone else is in the room. A mage was actively casting a spell targeting him, and just as he was about to unleash it, the MC lands a direct hit straight to the mage. The name of that move was the Jawbreaker, completely dislocating his opponent's upper jaw structure. After that, Van warns him that it's now impossible to chant spells, so he better just surrender right away. But despite this, the mage thinks furiously to himself not to be looked down upon by a kid like that. Getting back into a fighting stance, the mage thinks he doesn't need to chant anything to fight. However, before he can do anything, Van charges forward, taking him down with ease. Looking down at the defeated enemy, the MC mentions that he had already warned him to back off. The prince can't believe that a warrior and an A-rank mage were wiped out without magic in an instant. The young man asks why he's so shocked, since there are no rules forbidding someone from beating mages without magic. In total panic, the prince draws his sword and asks if he was hired by Heinz. The young man confirms he is an assassin, but explains he is doing this merely as a favor for a friend. The prince finds that ridiculous and laughs at the idea of low-class trash being friends with royalty. He screams in hatred, calling the assassin Galda scum, and reminding him how that group is treated like livestock. Desperate, the prince begs to know the price of his contract, offering to pay double or triple the amount. However, Van simply replies coldly that they are nobody's livestock and prepares to wrap things up. Days later, the second prince's passing is announced as a sudden illness, and a solemn funeral is held. With that, the long political feud and palace power struggles finally come to an end. Prince Heinz is quietly reading in his room when he hears a noise coming from the window. The MC appears sitting on the windowsill and politely asks for permission as he quietly steps inside and notifies him that his mission is complete. The prince thanks him for the outstanding job with his brother and confidently states he will be the next king. The assassin congratulates him and asks how it feels to finally achieve that big dream. Heinz looks at his friend and declares with conviction that right there is where both of their dreams begin. He vows once again that when he ascends the throne, he will eliminate all unfair policies against the Galda people. Van smiles calmly and responds that he fully believes the prince will make it happen. Under the light of a massive full moon, the two shake hands to seal that promise. Heinz asks if his friend will attend the coronation, but Van says a Galda would be kicked out instantly. Heinz laughs and tells him not to worry, since he will be the king and would never allow anyone to do that. Van appreciates the gesture, but advises the prince not to cause trouble right after taking the throne. Heinz understands that changing people's mindsets takes time, and Van is deeply grateful for his friend's consideration. The prince silently agrees with the assassin's words as he gazes out into the night. Heinz then suggests that Van return home for a while to rest, now that the battles are over. Van thinks it's a great idea and accepts the advice to take some time for himself. The prince agrees and says he should take this opportunity to spend time with his family. Back in his quarters, the young man wrings out a wet cloth and warm water from a wooden bucket. Shirtless, he cleans his toned physique, covered in deep scars from past battles. With the towel draped over his shoulders, Van picks up his lantern to light his path through the dark room. He enters a dusty room filled with training dummies and various stacks of ancient books. Looking at a diagram of human anatomy on the wall, Van reflects that the war is finally over. He recalls explaining before that lacking magic kept him from being detected, giving him a massive advantage. The prince had looked at him with concern, pondering the next opponents they would have to face. The enemies would be high mages of the kingdom, magic swordsmen, and extremely powerful warriors. Heinz had asked how he would defeat masters of magic, and the boy replied that he would simply learn magic, too. The prince was confused and reminded his friend that he simply didn't possess any magical energy. Ben said he would understand magic better than anyone else in the world in order to counter it. On top of that, he promised to hone his martial arts to the absolute limit to overcome any magical barrier. The boy finished by simply stating that this was all he intended to do. Heinz smiled at the response and muttered that such stubborn determination was just like his friend. Back in the present, Ben opens one of his old grimoires to flip through pages worn down by time. He lets out a relieved sigh and thinks to himself that it was indeed a very long journey. The next day, the city wakes up, bustling with merchants calling out their goods from market stalls. A fruit vendor shouts out, inviting people to take a look at his fresh produce. The vendor announces they are fresh fruits from the south, and Van thinks that's quite rare to see around there. He remembers that his sister loved that fruit and decides to buy some as a homecoming gift. The young man hides a subtle smile under his hood, thinking about his sister's happy reaction. Van asks for one of the fruits, and the friendly vendor says the price is just 1 copper coin. But the vendor's expression suddenly changes, and he aggressively orders the young man to get lost. He points to a sign and asks if Van can't read, stating they don't sell to people of the Galda race. Offering a much higher price, Van pulls 2 shiny silver coins from his pocket and displays them to the man. He dangles the valuable coins right before the greedy merchant's wide eyes. The boy coldly asks whether he's going to make the sale or not, demanding an immediate decision. People in the street start noticing Van's presence and whisper in surprise upon seeing a member of the Galda race. They ask in outrage how a filthy Galda race dares to walk with his head held high through the royal capital. Others warn people to stay away, claiming they might catch a curse and lose all their magic. The young man ignores the ridiculous rumors about his people being cursed and continues on his way. In the distant past, ancient kings made a cruel decision that would alter the fate of those people. They decided to subjugate the Galda race and divided society based on each person's amount of magic. Ever since, those possessing magical abilities began brutally exploiting the Galda race. They were used for dangerous labor and as frontline troops in wars, on top of paying exorbitant taxes. Whenever social crises hit the kingdom, violent raids against the Galda race were organized while the government turned a blind eye. Blaming the Galda race for every disaster was a convenient way for the monarchy to divert the public's rage. Thinking about all the injustices people face daily makes Van feel deeply disgusted. But anxiety still consumes the young man's mind, wondering if one day everyone in the village will be able to live with a smile. Suddenly, a little boy runs past him, shouting for others to wait for him. The boy ends up tripping and falling face first onto the stone ground while the others keep running. With a scraped nose and crying from the sting, the little boy begins shedding tears of frustration. Van approaches the little guy, kneels gently beside him, and asks with concern if he's all right. Looking up at the young man, the boy notices his red eyes and gets quite surprised. But instead of fear, the boy gets fascinated and says his eyes look insanely cool. The boy bids farewell, happily running off while thanking the white-haired young man for his kindness. Van smiles back and thinks to himself that, in the end, Everyone there is just equal human beings. He believes the two groups will unite one day and that he and Heinz will definitely change the country's destiny. Night soon falls over the forest, and the young man hurries up upon realizing he's running very late to get back. It has been 10 years since he was last home, and he wonders if his family will be happy to see him again. He remembered when he left, living in a humble cabin with his mother and younger sister. His mother was cooking and jokingly told him to bring back a wife whenever he decided to return home. Little Lena enthusiastically agreed and demanded that her older brother introduce her before getting married. His mother served the warm meal and encouraged him to give his best at the new job he had chosen. Everyone sat happily around the table, enjoying a warm family moment together. With a sweet look, she tenderly said he could always come back home if things ever got tough. Lena smiled, promising to prepare that delicious mushroom soup her brother loved so much. Saying goodbye, the three hugged tightly, wishing him a safe and smooth journey. Back in the present, the young man tightly holds the same red charm he received from his beloved family. With a serene look filled with nostalgia, he presses the object against his chest as he walks. However, upon reaching the top of the hill, Van freezes, seeing his entire village destroyed by fire. His eyes widen in pure shock as he witnesses that desperate scene of devastation. He runs desperately through the flames, calling out and searching for any survivors. Suddenly, he spots a villager stretched out motionless on the ground covered in ash and embers. Van rushes to the injured man, cradles him in his arms, and frantically asks if he's still alive. The deep wound in his stomach is bleeding heavily, showing the severity of the violent attack. The young man looks to the side in horror upon realizing another horrifying scene right before his eyes. He comes across several lifeless bodies of his neighbors cowardly hanging from the branches of a tree. In total shock, the young man cries out in agony, wondering what kind of atrocity and bandit raid this could be. He notices his mother and his sister Lena are not among the victims there, making him panic even more. He keeps running frantically through the burning village, mentally begging for them to survive. He shouts with all his strength that he endured every battle and kept fighting solely to protect them. His only desire was to change that country and create a safe place for his mother and sister to live happily. Running a bit further, the young man suddenly stops upon spotting another body hanging from a rope. Van's world collapses as he instantly recognizes the clothes and figure of his beloved mother. Her eyes are closed and she is completely unresponding, confirming his worst and most painful nightmare. The shock of the loss tears Van's mind apart, and he lets out a choked scream of utter despair. Suddenly, amidst that indescribable tragedy, a weak and trembling voice calls out for her older brother. Van turns around quickly and sees his little sister Lena lying on the grassy ground, severely injured and covered in blood. The young man rushes to hold her in his arms, desperately begging her to hold on tight through the injury. Lena uses her remaining strength to ask him to run away, revealing that the invaders were hunting him. Shocked, Van wonders if this was a cruel act of revenge orchestrated by the second prince's allies. He tells his sister to stop talking and rest while he quickly takes her to a safe place. However, her bleeding is too severe and Lena begins coughing up more blood in a terrifying manner. She starts drifting, remembering how she had become a great cook during her brother's absence. With a sad and sweet smile, the girl says she really wanted her brother to try her food. Lena reaches out her bloody little hand and touches Van's face one last time before her strength fades completely. The little girl's red eyes lose their shine, and Lena's life finally slips away in her brother's arms. Before passing, she gently asks her brother not to blame himself for anything that happened. The little girl repeats that it's not his fault, and her bloody hand falls limply to the ground. Ben holds his sister's lifeless body in his lap and cries desperately over her tragic end. However, in a treacherous ambush, a sharp sword pierces through the young man's chest from behind. The royal knights celebrate the direct hit and praise the efficiency of their own military order. They shout victoriously, announcing that they finally managed to eliminate Van, the leader of the rebel forces. The knight responsible for the blow cautiously notes that the young man is still somehow standing. The armored warrior approaches and says he wishes to ask the young man one final question. He asks if Van noticed the strike and intentionally decided not to dodge the fatal attack. Van only reflects in silence that no one else he so desperately wanted to protect remains alive in this world. Feeling pity for the young man's state, the knight decides he will grant him a quick and painless ending. But before his end, the wounded young man asks to pose one last question to his executioners. He demands to know why his people had to perish like that, and who gave the order for the massacre. The knight begins to answer that it was on orders of his highness, but quickly corrects himself with an ironic smirk. He reveals it was a decree from Heinz, but Van spits blood and shouts that it's a lie. At that moment, Calm footsteps approach through the greenery, and a voice asks if the job is finished. To the young man's utter despair, Prince Heinz himself appears before him amidst the burning scenery, then stares at him with wide eyes, paralyzed by profound shock and the pain of betrayal. Heinz walks coldly past the kneeling soldiers and complains that his friend took a long time to arrive. He remarks sarcastically that he remembers the young man was buying gifts since he hadn't been back in a while. With his strength rapidly fading, Van stammers, trying to understand the reason behind all of this. The prince glares at him coldly and states without hesitation that this entire tragedy is Van's own fault. He explains that assassins capable of bypassing magic detection and beating mages with raw physical strength are dangerous, and that the exact same danger applies to the entire race that gave birth to such relentless warriors. He states that both were threats to the kingdom's peace and, for that reason, needed to be eradicated. Clutching his sister's body, the young man realizes with bitterness that he was manipulated from the very beginning. The prince says he will fulfill his promise to end prejudice by wiping their entire race off the map. Furious at the cruelty, the surviving warrior ignites with rage and attempts to land a sword strike. But Van reacts with fury and catches the sharp sword blade directly with his bare hands. The knight is completely shocked to see the wounded young man demonstrate such sudden, raw, physical power. With a monstrous look full of hatred, Van spits blood and swears he will take Heinz's life. The soldier shouts in fear and lands another brutal attack to try and stop the young man once and for all. Heinz summons a massive orb of glowing energy and remarks that his friend really did turn into a monster. The surrounding knights observe the display of overwhelming power from their leader with deep reverence. One of the soldiers shouts to protect the king as the devastating attack is finally launched at the spot. The shockwave is so strong that it blasts the armored guards away with extreme violence. However, the young man uses secret shadow arts to unleash one final strike with the last of his strength. He charges relentlessly at the traitor, aiming his most lethal technique right at him. Heinz responds by summoning his magical bow of light to fire an immensely powerful arrow. The two attacks collide violently, generating a massive explosion of force and blood through the air. When the smoke clears, a massive, deep fissure is revealed in the stone ground. The prince observes the abyss with a somber gaze, thinking about how things ended up that way. He murmurs that, even on the brink of demise, the young man kept fighting just to protect a corpse. The traitor thinks it was just like Van to refuse to bow down to his enemies until the very end, in a cold tone. He calls him a stubborn fool for having resisted so pointlessly. The prince bids farewell to his former partner as Van's body begins to lose consciousness for good. He turns his back and walks away, silently admitting that his friend was simply too strong to be left alive. Sometime later, the young man awakens from a deep slumber and finds the giant paw of a massive creature beside him. A mystical creature appears before the wounded young man and says it won't allow that story to end there. The giant wolf reveals it has no other choice but to help the young man in his pursuit of justice. The mysterious creature promises to grant him one more chance to fix everything. It says that next time, it will make things much more interesting for the young man. Suddenly, Van wakes up in a familiar place with sunlight hitting his face directly. He moves his fingers with difficulty, asking himself in confusion if he's still alive. He looks around the rustic room, trying to figure out where exactly he is. He looks at the stone fireplace and realizes that place feels strangely familiar. Suddenly, Lena opens the door and cheerfully mentions that her brother is finally awake. Van is shocked to see her alive and asks if this is real, but she just thinks he's daydreaming. Van wonders if he's dreaming while his sister tells him to wash his face because their mother is preparing a celebration feast. She smiles and reminds him that this special day is none other than his birthday. His mother also enters the room and tells him to get up already, reminding him that he's turning 15 years old today. Looking at himself, he realizes in total disbelief that he somehow traveled back in time exactly 10 years. Outside, under the bright blue sky, his mother and sister happily lay out a blanket on the grass. She serves the food, commenting that the weather is perfect and it would be a waste to stay indoors. The young man is still trying to process the situation, wondering if all of this is actually real. He looks at the peaceful village down below and wonders if his entire previous life was just a bad dream. A strong gust of wind blows suddenly, sending leaves flying around them on the hill. The young man reaches out his hand to the wind, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his skin. He notices he's holding a small, glowing blue fragment between his fingers. Van admires the mysterious object with curiosity while his sister watches him from a distance. He realizes that everything was real upon noticing he can still feel every martial arts technique within his body. He can still perfectly recall the terrible burning smell of his destroyed village. His sister's final words before passing continue to echo with absolute clarity in his mind. The excruciating pain in his chest, where Heinz treacherously struck him, still feels overwhelmingly real. His heart cries out with certainty that that terrible betrayal truly happened in the future. Noticing her brother lost in thought, little Lena comes closer and asks if something happened. Van hides his worry behind a gentle smile and softly replies that it's nothing major. His mother calls them both, saying the food is almost ready, as a delicious aroma fills the air. Sitting on the grass, Lena joyfully wishes her older brother a happy birthday. Meanwhile, armored knights ride at full speed through the dense forest. The leader of the group seriously regrets the fact that they ran into a heresy haunt. The soldier apologizes and explains they couldn't find any other high-level A-rank mage. She questions the knights' conduct and fears their negligence might end up hurting local citizens. But the soldier tells her not to worry, since the area ahead is merely the Garuda Autonomous District. Hearing that cold response, the green-eyed warrior focuses her gaze with suspicion and seriousness. The knight smirks with contempt and claims the Garuda aren't real citizens, just livestock. The woman remains in absolute silence, showing deep displeasure with his words. Not wanting to prolong the topic, she curtly orders everyone to pick up the pace on their journey. Back on the hill, the young man enjoys the warm soup his family prepared with so much care. With a thoughtful look, he comments that the flavor brings back a very nostalgic feeling. His mother gets confused and laughs, reminding him she had made that exact same soup just a few days ago. Lena happily hugs him from behind and proudly says she also helped prepare the dish. Van jokes that that's why the pieces are all different sizes, making his little sister pout. His mother watches the fun interaction between the siblings with a gentle smile, while Lena pouts. Van looks out at the horizon and questions himself again if he really regressed 10 years in time. He wonders if fate truly granted him a valuable second chance to start life over. But soon a big question arises in his mind about what course of action he should take from here on. His mother notices his distraction and tenderly asks if he's still worried about the future. She reminds him that young Garuda must choose their path in society when they turn 15. For those without a family inheritance, the only options would be low-paying manual labor in the village. The second option would be leaving town to do brutal and dangerous physical work while facing constant humiliation. And the third and final alternative for the youth of their kind would be to become a mercenary. Although the Garuda possess no magic, many of them are blessed with incredible physical strength. And since they cannot be detected by magic, they make excellent scouts for the military. When the kingdom goes to war, Garuda mercenaries are always the first ones sent to the front lines. In the end, they serve merely as human shields for the regular mage army. But if they happen to survive, the promise is that they will receive a massive monetary reward. He remembers when he hugged his mother warmly after making the decision to leave home. She wept and tenderly said she didn't think the mercenary life was entirely bad. She explained they ate thanks to his father's fortune, but she feared for him as her only son. The casualty rate for mercenaries is sky high, but many choose that life just to survive. In his past life, Van disobeyed his mother and decided to follow the dangerous path of a mercenary. And it was right on the battlefield that he met Prince Heinz for the very first time. Heinz looked at him with a calm and imposing gaze that Van would never forget. Suddenly, a deafening bell sound interrupts the family's pleasant picnic. The village's main bell starts ringing frantically, warning everyone of an incoming threat. Van looks toward the village and panics as he instantly remembers what that meant. He furiously scolds himself for completely forgetting the tragic event that was supposed to occur on this day. He starts sprinting toward the village, shouting for his mother and sister to stay where they are. He tells them to move away from the town for a while as he runs desperately down the hill. In the village, a group of religious zealots holds up lit torches and gives fiery speeches. The leader fanatically shouts that impurity is a sin and that their sacred bloodline must be protected. He continues his speech saying their kingdom cannot tolerate any form of heresy and accuses the kingdom of harboring that despicable filth they called the Garuda race. He claims with hatred that impurity comes from darkness and attracts shadow into their lives. Watching from afar amidst the crowd, Van recognizes that fanatic group as the Purifiers. The Purifiers were an extremist, fundamentalist faction within the main religion of the mages. Their ideology was so unhinged that even the official church of the kingdom considered them heretics. One of the group's core beliefs was that the Garuda were demons and had to be eradicated. Van remembers with fury that it was on his 15th birthday that all of this happened. Banished from the capital, the Purifiers fled specifically to seek refuge in Garuda territory. With zero security in the district, those zealots committed all sorts of atrocities in the name of purification. In his past life, he remembers that all he could do back then was hide with his family. He was weak and helpless, leaving him with no choice but to hide and tremble in terror alongside his mother and sister. But with all the resolve of his new chance, he vows that things will be completely different this time. The young man sneaks silently behind two armed zealots near the perimeter walls. With swift and precise movements, he advances without making a sound to neutralize the first enemy. The leader of the purifiers raises his flaming torch and screams that he will cleanse that town with fire. He burns a terrified resident, cruelly claiming that the flames will wash away all her sins. Van gets into position and focuses on the basic tactic he learned in the future to fight magic users. The main rule consists of executing a blitzing surprise attack outside the enemy's field of perception. The primary targets are the brain or spine, eliminating the mage before they can even chant anything. He lands softly on the ground while the struck zealot drops dead without making a single sound. The other members of the group look back and freeze in shock, seeing their comrade suddenly taken down. They stare at the white-haired youth with deep disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. One of the warriors flies into a rage, draws his flaming magic sword, and charges forward screaming in hatred. But Van is far faster, dodges the strike, and disarms his opponent in the blink of an eye. The young man knows full well that only weapons infused with magical energy can pierce a mage's defense, and since he doesn't possess magic himself, he decides he will simply use his enemy's own weapons. However, another purifier begins chanting a powerful lightning spell to try and stop him. The purifier gets completely shocked upon realizing his spell chant was interrupted so fast, but Van manages to dodge swiftly, slipping right under the strike the enemy tried to land. With his red eyes glowing, he surges forward determined to end this battle once and for all. He lands a precise strike right on the mage's face, sending him flying to fall completely defeated. Now, only 3 opponents remain, staring at the boy in terror at the ease with which he fights. Suddenly, a shout commands him to freeze immediately, making Van look toward the entrance of the area. The man orders the demon boy to get on his knees, threatening to end the woman's life if he doesn't comply right away. Van gets frustrated, realizing there were still more enemies hiding outside the square. The young man knows full well that if he simply obeys that demand, he will end up finished off either way. Seeing the hesitation, the captor cruelly pities the hostage, while the woman desperately begs for her life. He says she should blame the boy for this and prepares to slice the poor woman's throat. Seeing the imminent cruelty, Van shouts in panic for the man to wait and not do it. He raises his hands in surrender and asks if that's enough to calm him down. The zealot lets out a sarcastic smirk and says he should have done exactly that from the start. As his accomplices approach, the captor shouts to draw their attention. Taking advantage of Van's dropped guard, one of the zealots strikes him violently with a heavy blow. The boy falls to the ground feeling the impact of the blow, remaining motionless under the enemy's gaze. The attacker shouts furiously, calling the young man a cursed brat for everything he caused. They start beating him on the ground, complaining with hatred about the losses they suffered because of him. The captor tells them to stop messing around and finish the boy off, but the other wants to make him suffer for taking out their allies. Feeling a chill down his spine, the captor rejects the idea because he has a terrible bad feeling about that young man. He insists they need to end him immediately, sensing the dark danger emanating from the boy. He gets annoyed and decides he will finish the job himself, but ends up suddenly interrupted. At that moment, a powerful freezing spell called Ice Prison is activated in the area. The captor gets confused as he feels extreme cold and realizes he's starting to be frozen solid. He starts screaming in pure terror and desperation, not understanding what's happening to his own body. A female mage appears with her guards and warns him not to move, because if he shatters, there's no fixing him. She announces that the chaos is over and declares that all those heretical zealots are under arrest in the name of justice. One of the extremists recognizes in horror that those soldiers are pursuers straight from the royal capital. Van gets intrigued because in his past life, reinforcements from the capital took much longer to arrive there. Even partially frozen, the zealots' leader bellows, ordering the others to take the hostage out once and for all. The mage glares at him with an extremely cold look and firmly repeats that their little game is over. She orders her soldiers not to waste time and immediately confiscate all weapons from those invaders. With the enemies completely frozen and disarmed, the terrible threat to the village is finally contained. Still on the ground, Van observes the entire situation in silence, trying to process what just happened. The mage remarks in awe that it's impressive for a youngster to take down 3 mages from that sect all by himself. The two stare at each other for a few moments in tense silence while she assesses the white-haired youth. Suddenly, the woman's serious expression breaks, and she gives him a light, friendly chuckle. She says that she should actually thank him, leaving the young man quite confused by that sudden reaction. She points to the fallen fire mage and explains he had enough power to burn down the entire town. The mage confesses she was deeply worried and wasn't quite sure how she would handle such a dangerous opponent. She explains she wanted to avoid casualties in the town and that his surprise attack was of immense help to the mission. Van realizes that by taking out that leader earlier, the kingdom's response ended up being accelerated. Showing gratitude, the woman asks if there's anything he would like to receive as a reward. The young man humbly says he doesn't need anything and thanks her for saving everyone there. She finds it interesting to see such a peculiar Garuda boy and asks for the young survivor's name. After hesitating for a brief moment, he calmly answers that his name is Van. She smiles gently and officially introduces herself to the young man, saying her name is Helene. Suddenly, Helene makes an unexpected proposal and invites him to join the prestigious Magic Academy. Van is completely stunned upon hearing the invitation to enter the famous mage's institution of all places. Van looks at Helene in surprise at the unexpected invitation he just received from her. He repeats the name of the Magic Academy out loud, still trying to wrap his head around the idea of going there. Helene explains that the place operates as a boarding school jointly founded by 3 different nations. She says the goal is to recruit talent, allowing entry to anyone who passes the entrance exam. Van reflects that he was already familiar with the place's reputation, having heard a lot about it in his past life. He remembers that legendary warriors considered war heroes came from that famous institution. On top of that, the vast majority of the world's most powerful mages also graduated there. Given all of this, the boy gets thoughtful and questions why she chose him of all people to invite. Noticing the soldiers working in the background, Helene seriously suggests they talk in a more private spot. Without waiting for a response, the woman firmly grabs Van's hand to lead him away. The young man gets quite surprised by the gesture and asks in confusion where exactly she is taking him. With a casual smile, she says he should guide her since it's her first time in that village. They begin walking, and she agrees with the route while they take in the beautiful natural scenery of the region. Van guides her to a very quiet spot near a waterfall where he guarantees no one will be able to overhear their conversation. With a somber look, she remarks that this would be the ideal place for someone to perish without anyone noticing. In the blink of an eye, Helene manifests a glowing magic circle and creates a bow made purely of ice. She fires a freezing arrow spell at high speed straight toward the young man. The mage freezes in shock, seeing that the boy dodged without using teleportation magic. She realizes in surprise that he evaded the attack using purely his incredible physical ability. Van broke Helene's line of sight and stealthily moved right into her blind spot. The young man relaxes his combat stance and calmly asks her to stop that. Act once and for all. She asks why he thought it was an act, and Van explains he didn't feel any actual malice coming from her. She laughs and remarks that he talks like a seasoned warrior, asking what kind of life he led to be so mature. Without answering her question, Van simply asks if that whole sudden attack was actually a test. Helene admits she likes to confirm things for herself and praises Van's ability to take on mages using only physical strength. The young man looks at her seriously and asks what would happen if he truly possessed all that combat power. She sincerely explains she thought he might be capable of changing the difficult situation of his people, the Garuda. Hearing those profound words about his people, the young man's eyes widen in absolute shock. She reinforces that this would be very possible if he accepted going to the Magic Academy. He gets suspicious and asks if she's referring to the institution's own knighthood system. Helene is impressed he knows about it and confirms that with his skills he would be eligible for the title. It's an honor granted to reward students who achieve remarkable results during their school period. Those granted this title win the right to found a new noble house in the kingdom, regardless of their origin. She adds that the land granted to the new noble usually comes from a region with a personal connection to them. As such, the young man would certainly receive official control and ownership of the entire Garuda territory. That revelation deeply moves the boy, who realizes the scale of the opportunity standing right before him. He admits to himself he had already considered that option, since in this new life he is still young enough to take the exam. With a determined posture, Van tells the mage he needs to ask 3 questions before making a decision. Helene gives a friendly smile and says she's fully ready to hear his questions. Sitting on a tree log, he asks his first question, recalling that the test requires a noble's recommendation. She lets out a light chuckle and guarantees with full certainty that she will personally handle that recommendation. The mage appears very happy with his interest in the matter and immediately asks what his second question is. He points out the fact that it would be extremely weird for someone without a single drop of magic to receive a knight title in a magic school. Van concludes that would be a bizarre story and asks directly for her honest opinion on the matter. Helene lets out a quiet chuckle and agrees that indeed the situation would sound extremely unusual to anyone. However, she explains that everyone who achieved that knight title in the past shared one important thing in common. They all managed to transcend old traditions and ended up reaching what was called a new principle of magic, whether through developing innovative magical remedies or creating entirely new casting circles. She asserts that defeating mages without using magic is also a great principle, which is why his fighting style is fully worthy of the honor. For it to work, he just needs to make everyone at the school recognize that incredible combat capacity he possesses. Ben says he doesn't fully get it but accepts that it depends on him and quickly gets ready to ask his final question. He stares at her firmly and asks directly what her true goal with all of this actually is. The young man wants to know what she plans to make him do since she's using noble status as bait for him. Helene goes quiet for a brief moment and then asks with a smile if he doesn't trust her. He says he just wants to know what benefit she would gain if he became the lord and ruler of the Gerudo territory. The mage admits there is indeed a benefit, but makes it clear she has zero intention of revealing what it is. As the two talk, a distant shout calling his name interrupts their private moment. His younger sister Lena comes running up and worryingly asks what he's doing in such an isolated place. Van tries to calm her down, saying it's nothing, but she fires back saying she heard talk about him fighting bad people. He smiles tenderly, apologizes for making her worry, and assures her he feels perfectly fine. Relieved to see he's safe, the little girl runs up and gives her brother a tight, warm hug. She gently complains that he always says he's fine, but ends up doing extremely dangerous things right after. Crying softly, she confesses how terrified she and their mother were with that whole situation. Van hugs her tenderly in silence, feeling the weight of the responsibility to protect his beloved family in this new life. Watching the scene from a distance, Helene speaks up, saying he really doesn't need to place his total trust in her, but she highlights that the knighthood title would give him the legitimate right to protect his sister and his entire family. She states that this is an undeniable fact and solemnly vows that promise in the name of Helene Steinhartz. While Van strokes his sister's head, the following days in the village begin to pass extremely fast. Upon finding out her son fought against the dangerous fanatic sect, his mother became deeply sad and worried. However, the mood in town shifts completely when the villagers begin showing immense gratitude to the boy. The people he saved from tragedy make a point to personally thank the young warrior for his heroic act. Emotionally moved, his mother places her hand on his head and proudly says he really took after his late father and did a great job. She expresses all her motherly pride with a warm smile that deeply comforts Van's heart. Later at home, he decides to tell his family about the proposal to go study at the royal capital's prestigious school. He explains in detail that even a Garuda can enter thanks to the recommendation and the knighthood system. His mother accepts his decision, but shows some concern over the fact that he'll be surrounded exclusively by magic users. Van replies that this is precisely why he wants to go, to prove something very important to all those mages. He says with determination that he will show that the Garuda people do not fall behind any other group in terms of strength. He knows he thought about this for days and concluded it's the only existing way to save everyone in the future. Even while suspicious of Helene, he knows accepting the invite will open a new path and keep him from aligning with the crown prince. Since he has already passed away once, no matter how dangerous this journey is, he is set on moving forward without hesitation. The young man states with full conviction that his ultimate goal is to completely eradicate all prejudice against his people. Seeing such determination in her son's eyes, his mother realizes it would be completely useless to try to stop him from leaving. The boy looks at her in surprise and timidly asks if she could forgive him for taking such a bold decision. She lets out a light sigh and jokes that he wouldn't listen anyway, even if she begged him to stay in the village. She lovingly jokes that being stubborn is a strong trait that clearly runs in their family, relieved by the sincere blessing he received. The young man expresses his immense gratitude to her with a gentle smile. Suddenly, she adopts a serious tone and asks if he already has the money to pay for the expensive application and tuition fees. She stares at him firmly and reminds the young man that the renowned elite magic school isn't free. Ben falls into absolute despair upon realizing he hadn't thought about the financial aspect for a single moment. Letting out a long sigh of resignation, she says she'll find a way to get the necessary amount somehow. Lena immediately offers to work and help with expenses, but her panicked brother says he can't allow that under any circumstances. He wonders if he should get the money on his own, knowing that in their village there are no jobs that pay that well. To everyone's major surprise, the massive financial issue ends up being resolved much faster than they imagined. Upon receiving the pouch of coins, he asks why, and Helene explains that it's the official reward for defeating the zealots. On the day of departure, His mother calls him aside outside the house to have a very important talk before he leaves. She advises him to keep his head held high in the big city, warning that there will be prejudice, but that he must always live with dignity. Looking at her son with deep affection, she says with all her love that he is the greatest pride and joy of her life. Moved by her warm words of encouragement, Van smiles back and promises he will try his absolute best for all of them. Lena joyfully shouts that she'll prepare the delicious mushroom soup he loves so much when he returns, and he thanks her. Van gently strokes his little sister's head and says with a smile that he can't wait to come back and eat the soup. He bids his family a loving farewell, adjusts his backpack, and finally begins his journey. His mother and Lena wave happily with smiles on their faces, wishing the young man a safe trip as they watch him leave. Van returns the wave from afar and silently vows to himself that this time he will keep his promise and protect them. The young man keeps walking with determination over the beautiful green hills under the bright sun of that new day. After a long journey, he finally spots the monumental and grand structure of the prestigious Magic Academy. Van observes the place jaw-dropped, completely blown away as he realizes he actually made it to the famous institution. Near the entrance, there's massive activity, with several young students chatting nervously about the exams they're about to take. One of the noble applicants proudly presents himself to the gate guard, handing over the recommendation letter signed by his father. The guard inspects the document respectfully, offers a polite bow, and immediately authorizes the young noble's entry. Another young lady from an influential family also hands over her referral paper and receives a respectful welcome from the gate guard. Watching the line move, Van realizes the next applicant to be evaluated by the gate guard will be none other than himself. Suddenly, the gate guard shouts harshly at him, demanding to know what a guy like him thinks he's doing there. Around him, the other students start whispering maliciously about his striking red eyes, characteristic of the Garuda race. They make prejudice-filled comments about a Garuda being present there, while Van regrets already having to deal with that hostility. Keeping his cool, the boy politely explains he's doing nothing wrong and is just another applicant for the exam. The guard reacts with deep indignation and mockery, asking if the young man has the slightest clue where he's actually stepping. Van looks at him firmly and fires back, saying he heard that anyone can take the test, regardless of their social class. Irritated by the boy's nerve, the man points his spear and shouts that a Garuda shouldn't act above his humble place. With the sharp tip of the weapon almost touching his neck, Van just sighs, thinking about how annoying that situation is. He knows it would be easy to take them down, but fears making a big scene there at the gate might ruin his chance at the exam. Another more experienced guard places a hand on his colleague's shoulder and orders him to stop that unnecessary aggression immediately. Van lets out a temporary sigh of relief, thinking a sensible official finally showed up to de-escalate the situation at the gate. However, the newcomer just mockingly sighs, saying that every year deluded types show up thinking they're capable of getting in there. Van narrows his eyes with deep boredom and annoyance, realizing the second guard is just as prejudiced as the first. The man approaches and arrogantly explains that the school indeed doesn't discriminate based on social class. He highlights that the test requires a referral letter signed by a kingdom noble, and Van simply answers saying he has won. The arrogant guard's eyes widen in total shock and doubt upon hearing the calm and confident reply from the young Garuda. He extends the rolled-up document toward the man and reinforces that the referral is complete, even containing the official royal seal. The officer steps in close to analyze the paper and completely panics upon recognizing the wax emblem stamped on the document. The first guard, still utterly clueless, screams furiously, calling the boy a fraud and demanding an end to this farce. He shouts that no noble would refer a Garuda and tries to snatch the document, claiming that forging a royal seal is a severe crime. But in the blink of an eye, Van dodges the man's frantic rush with total ease and executes a slick sidestep. The attacker loses his balance embarrassingly and slams face first onto the ground, not understanding how he got taken down so fast. The other officer and the applicants watching the scene are completely stunned by the young man's impressive agility. The fellow guard asks why he fell on his own out of nowhere, and the fallen guard tries to justify himself, saying the kid did something weird. Suddenly, an imposing figure with purple hair approaches down the hallway, asking the reason for all that commotion at the gate. Recognizing the man, the guards tremble in fear and stammer as they try to greet the respected chief examiner of the venue. The guard tries to cover up the mess, saying there's nothing wrong and placing all the blame on the nuisance of that Garuda's presence. The examiner ignores his excuse, focuses his gaze on Van, and calmly asks the young man who exactly he is. He hands over the scroll and introduces himself respectfully as applicant Van Kruger, personally recommended by Helene Steinartz. Upon hearing that highly important and influential nobility surname, an absolute silence takes over the entire entrance. The examiner carefully analyzes the scroll with his own hands to verify the authenticity of every detail on the seal. He surprisingly concludes that both the wax seal and the crest legitimately belong to the prestigious and powerful Steinart's family. Promptly, the man offers sincere apologies for the rudeness committed by the guards and invites the white-haired young man into the foyer. The noble students around stand in shock, unable to believe that a Garuda has the backing of one of the richest families in the empire. The very guards who mistreated him stare at the young man in fear, silently wondering who that mysterious boy really is. Van walks into the interior of the building, feeling the weight of all those curious and shocked stares directed right at him. Seeing the examiner's reverent attitude, the young man realizes Helene truly possesses much greater influence than he had imagined. Thus, with his head held high and firm steps, he enters the luxurious main hall of the academy to begin his big test. Van walks through the academy corridors and notices the place is packed with the true elites of the kingdom. He recognizes in the crowd the legendary sword master Dietrich, an extremely powerful and influential figure. Van reflects that even being so young back then, Dietrich already possessed an imposing warrior's presence. At that moment, the young man's eyes turn toward another massive legendary talent present in the room. It's Shale, the Grand Mage of Flames, who is widely known in the kingdom for his destructive talent. Shale possesses devastating fire magic, and his combat reputation is feared by many across the continent. Next, he sees Linares, the Saint of Divine Power, a priestess famous for her incredible sacred magic. Observing all those legends gathered together, Van finally understands that all of them were also students there. In Van's past life, these prodigies turned into relentless warriors who left a trail of blood behind. He remembers that, unlike him, those people were considered true national heroes on the battlefield. But in the bloody clash for the throne, every single one of them ended up becoming corrupted henchmen under the prince's orders. In that dark era, the situation spiraled completely out of control, and things ended in the worst possible way. With a somber gaze, Van recalls that it was he himself who had to eliminate each of those heroes in the past. But now, in this new opportunity, he intends to compete on equal footing against these geniuses under the spotlight. The young man knows it won't be easy, but if he manages to win, he will have the power to change the entire fate of that cruel kingdom. Suddenly, an arrogant youth points his finger toward Van and rudely shouts, calling him the red-eyed kid. Van asks if he's talking to him, and the boy replies yes, demanding to know how he dares stand there so calmly. The white-haired young man just stares at him bored, and replies he has complete freedom to stand wherever he pleases. The arrogant boy shakes with anger and screams in hatred, calling Van an obnoxious, insolent brat for that calm reply. He yells asking if Van knows who he is, and complains about seeing a Garuda there, while Van regrets having to deal with that again. The young man thinks that maybe it would be much simpler and faster to just lower his head to avoid trouble in the area, but in that exact instant he recalls the loving advice from his mother, reminding him to never feel inferior and to live with dignity. He remembers that in his past life, another very important person said those exact same words of dignity to him. The blonde prince had told him to act with dignity, reinforcing the importance of always keeping his head held high. While Van is lost in his thoughts, the irritated boy shouts again to grab his attention. Completely out of patience, the attacker rushes toward Van and aggressively grabs him by the collar of his clothes. Van stares at his rival with an icy gaze and coldly whispers that his opponent was the one who initiated physical violence. With a subtle smirk, he firmly grabs the attacker's wrists and prepares to counterattack at that very instant. Utilizing a fluid martial technique of harmony, the young man uses his rival's own strength to completely off-balance him. He mentally explains that instead of clashing head-on, the technique harmonizes and redirects the enemy's own movements and weight. The surrounding students watch everything completely stunned by the ease of that dodge encounter. The attacker falls to his knees on the floor completely dizzy, and Van ironically asks if he's feeling a bit lightheaded. With a sarcastic smile stamped on his face, the young Garuda extends his hand, offering help in a very mocking manner. Feeling humiliated, the boy gets even angrier and begins casting a glowing wind spell to attack him. However, a calm and firm voice echoes through the hall, ordering them to stop that chaos immediately. Van quickly looks back with wide eyes, surprised to recognize that striking presence. It's Prince Heinz who approaches, saying in a noble manner that the Garuda are comrades of the kingdom and everyone should help each other. The attacker quickly bows, apologizing for the ugly scene, but Heinz asks him not to be so formal there. He displays a friendly and gentle smile, politely asking everyone to treat him like a normal person today. Next, The blonde prince walks calmly toward Van and kindly says the same applies to him. Van stands frozen in shock upon realizing Heinz was also one of the students who graduated from the prestigious academy. The young man stares at the ninth prince with conflicting emotions, remembering all the tragic history that united them in the future. In the background, the other youths praise the prince for his fair attitude and for deciding to take the test as a regular applicant. They are impressed by the tremendous tolerance and kindness the heir demonstrated even toward a member of the Garuda race. Van remembers that indeed, Heinz's benevolent personality always captivated everyone in a very natural way. He recalls a conversation from his past life, where the prince himself mentioned he used to attend that institution. The young man tries to organize his hazy memories, realizing that piece of information had indeed been mentioned before. Returning to the present, Heinz notices the boy's silence, approaches with warmth, and comments that he seems quite nervous. The prince genuinely confesses he's nervous too, since the academy entrance exam is known for being extremely difficult. He extends a hand amicably and says with enthusiasm that there's no reason to be afraid, proposing they both give their absolute best on the test. Van looks at the prince's extended arm and fixes his attention on that warm, friendly smile. He thinks any ordinary person would feel comfortable and open their heart to such a warm smile. However, the young man knows perfectly well he cannot let himself be carried away by that friendly appearance. Van knows very well the true cold and ruthless nature hiding behind all that friendliness. He knows what the prince's true character is like, having experienced firsthand all the betrayal in his past life. The young man reflects that, if he wanted to, he had the ability to eliminate Heinz right there at that exact moment. But he soon questions the severe consequences that would happen in the kingdom if he committed that act now. He clenches his fist tightly and tells himself not to lose focus on the real reason why he came to study there. Noticing the sudden tension and silence from Van, Heinz's expression shifts, and he worryingly asks if something is wrong with him. Van simply turns his back, waves as he walks away, and coldly tells the prince not to pry and that he isn't looking for friends. The prince watches the white-haired young man leave, intrigued by such a harsh and distant attitude. The other noble students whisper angrily, criticizing the lack of courtesy and comparing the Garuda to wild animals. Suddenly, the examiner demands total silence and announces out loud that applications for this year's test are officially closed. He warns he will guide all applicants to the official venue where the first phase will be held, called the Shadow Forest. Van repeats the name of the place in his mind, trying to remember if he has any useful information about that mysterious region. A massive crowd of applicants gathers before the immense entrance of the dense forest, which emanates a glowing blue energy. A built examiner takes the floor and officially welcomes all competitors to that feared forest. The man explains that this entire massive forest area will serve as the test setting for this year's entrance exam. He reinforces that the academy only trains elite leaders and that they have no time to teach basics to those who aren't prepared. As such, the official makes it clear that all applicants must demonstrate a minimum level of raw strength to pass. He reveals that the goal is to venture into the magic forest and harvest a rare flower infused with energy, called Tears of Heaven. However, he warns that the dangerous beasts inhabiting the area also use magic, requiring everyone to enter with total resolve. Van reflects that he already knew it would be a practical test, but finds it interesting to face magic. The examiner warns that interfering with other applicants is strictly forbidden, but cooperation among them is allowed. However, if they decide to form groups, they will need to bring one magic flower for each member so everyone can pass. He gives a subtle smirk and warns that attempting to form oversized groups will bring a host of severe complications for them. Finally, the man warns that the time limit to complete the objective and return from the forest will be strictly until sunset. The purple-haired examiner shows a badge and explains they must crush that rescue charm if they end up in danger. However, the official makes it crystal clear that any request for help will result in the applicant's immediate disqualification. With all rules explained, he announces the official start of the test and orders them to start entering the forest whenever they like. In the courtyard, several applicants start forming alliances, and a young noble gallantly offers protection to a girl. Other competitors join in laughing, confident they will have nothing to fear if they work in pairs during the run. While everyone organizes into groups, Van remains completely alone and thinks he already expected things to be this way. He doesn't mind the solitude and reflects that it's actually much easier and more practical to carry out the mission acting solo. Without wasting time, the young man passes the guards monitoring the camp boundaries and quietly enters the dense woods. Already surrounded by trees, Van inspects the safety charm in his hand with close attention before tucking it away. He holds the golden object firmly, aware that he must avoid using it at all costs during the dangerous trial. He continues his quiet trek, venturing deeper into the darker and more mysterious parts of that magical forest. Suddenly, a massive bear with glowing blue stripes leaps out from the bushes, appearing as the first obstacle in his path. The young man quickly assumes a defensive stance and assesses that it's a medium-sized magical beast. In that world, wild animals that accumulate a large amount of magical energy are known as demonic beasts. These monsters possess strength superior to humans, and being reinforced by magic, are sometimes more dangerous than mages themselves. Van nimbly dodges the beast's claws and recalls that after becoming a professional assassin, he only fought against human beings. With quick and precise movements, he advances against the beast and delivers a powerful direct blow right to the monster's jaw. He activates a hand-to-hand combat skill specialized against monsters called the Crushing Strike. The attack doesn't focus on surface impact, but rather on sending internal shock waves that destroy the opponent's internal organs. Although extremely powerful, this is a difficult technique to land against an alert human enemy. However, it proves absolutely lethal and perfect to use against wild beasts acting on impulse. Under the devastating impact of Van's punch, the giant monster collapses lifeless onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The young man wipes off the dust and thinks that during his days as a mercenary, he learned perfectly how to defeat low-level monsters like that. Van observes his opponent with disdain and thinks this is pretty bad for them. Without paying it any mind, the young man simply turns around and starts walking away through the dense woods. The two noble competitors watching everything from afar stand perplexed and ask each other what he just did. The green-haired boy scoffs and says the Galda must have used some dirty poison, but warns that won't work against his magic. The other opponent looks visibly worried and asks his partner if he's really going to do that, since cheating is forbidden. He replies that the non-interference rule is total nonsense, and that the examiners don't want to see a Galda pass the test. The boy adds that this applies even more to someone who dared to be extremely rude to Prince Heinz. With a malicious smile on his face, he guarantees nobody will blame them even if they end up taking the kid out during the exam. While the test takes place in the forest, two men walk with a lantern down a dark underground hallway. The guard respectfully asks the cloaked man to follow him down that dark corridor, arriving before a massive gate sealed by a magical symbol. The man approves of the situation and orders them to hand him the key. The guard asks in fear if he's really serious, but the man assures him there's nothing to fear since the beast is under control. The examiner explains with a wicked look that the monster was programmed to target only one specific individual in the forest. He refers to the Galda boy who dared to register for the glorious entrance exam of the Grand Academy. The man explains that the rules prevent them from rejecting recommended candidates, but says his passing would ruin the school's honor. Because of that, he states with a dark smile that unwanted applicants like that are destined to suffer fatal accidents. The guard breaks into a cold sweat and asks what if the other candidates run into danger, but the examiner coldly replies, that's not a problem. He ponders that the Galda is acting completely solo in the Shadow Forest. The man concludes that no other participant in their right mind would try to get close to a Galda on purpose. Without any hesitation, the man inserts the large metal key into the lock of the massive gate and turns it forcefully. The gate opens, releasing red smoke, and he orders the cursed beast to go out and eliminate the filthy Galda once and for all. He shouts for the monster to charge with everything and protect the pride and sovereignty of the Grand Academy. In another part of the forest, a young purple-haired applicant walks calmly amidst the rustling leaves. He looks up with a serious expression and mutters that he has a terrible bad feeling about this year's exam. His partner appears right behind, announcing he's back, asking if everything went well and where he had been. The bearded man just gives a subtle smirk and replies he was merely preparing for what's to come. He gives a sinister smile and cryptically says that this quiet won't last much longer. Back at the test, Ben suddenly stops walking upon sensing a suspicious presence approaching from behind. He looks to the side and finds a glowing bush, noting that it matches the description he received perfectly. The young man steps closer to inspect the beautiful blue flowers glowing intensely like tears of heaven. He thinks all he has to do is pick that flower and head back to pass, but knows he needs to handle another matter before that. Van turns toward the shadows and says out loud that it's long past time for the two of them to come out of hiding. The green-haired noble appears with a smug smile and mocks, saying the Galda really do have a keen sense of smell like dogs. Van replies ironically that it's just experience, as he knows full well that cowards always try to attack from behind. Internally, he admits he doesn't have much right to talk about that, since in his past life, he worked as an assassin. The opponent gets annoyed by his composure and warns he won't be playing tough for long, as they'll prove he doesn't belong. Van asks him to stop making silly excuses and asks if the real reason isn't just revenge for being humiliated in front of everyone. He stretches calmly and says he'll have to knock that pathetic pride out of his opponent the hard way. Facing the provocation, the noble duo begins furiously channeling their magic energy to start the clash. Van analyzes the two quickly and realizes he's facing a magic blade swordsman and a spellcasting mage. In that world, magic combat styles are divided into 3 types, the most common being the mage who fires long-range spells. The second style belongs to the magic blade swordsman, who focuses on channeling magical power directly into their combat weapons. Meanwhile, the third style belongs to the martial artist who concentrates mana purely inside their own body to enhance their physical traits. Van knows that forming a duo mixing these different styles is an excellent strategy to cover each other's weaknesses. He observes the tense face of the green-haired enemy and realizes he clearly has zero real experience in taking a life. The young man acknowledges they at least have the nerve to try to take his life, but concludes he shouldn't take theirs right there. Van reflects that if he died, everything would be treated as a mere exam accident, but the demise of a noble would cause a massive issue. He knows a young noble's family would mobilize every resource possible to hunt down the culprit and seek brutal revenge. On top of that, Van remembers local nobles are still very violent, and he already decided that in this life, he wants to walk in the light. As such, the young man decides he won't use his lethal assassin techniques, but will break their spirit until they admit defeat. He glares at Van and says he really hates the coldness in those red eyes. Irritated, he casts his wind magic, called Zerwin Blade Dance, to slice through the air toward Van. The powerful slashing attack rushes forward violently, but Van manages to dodge swiftly at the very last second. However, Van is surprised to notice he suffered a tiny cut on his sleeve during the quick dodge. The opponent gives a smug smile and comments that he was fast enough to manage to evade a fatal blow. He boasts that the wind blade is invisible to any ordinary person unable to sense magic. The boy asks if Van is scared and tells him to beg for mercy. But Van just says the breeze is nice for cooling off in the summer. Van provokes him further by asking if his family's job is just blowing gentle winds for the royal court. Seemingly infuriated by the young man's mockery, the young noble loses control and screams he's going to eliminate him no matter what. He activates an even stronger magic called Zerwin Tempest to create a true gale of invisible slashes. Van runs at high speed through the chaotic environment, managing to dodge every single slashing attack with precision. The opponent falls into utter panic upon realizing the young man seems to actually see the trajectory of the wind blades. Van looks at him seriously and explains he can predict everything because the guy's intense intent to strike is leaking out so obviously. At that moment, his partner draws his energized sword and rushes at the young man to defend his wounded friend. Van analyzes the opponent's weapon and notes that it's merely a simple magical enchantment applied to the blade. He reflects that as long as he avoids touching the magical blade directly, it will remain just an ordinary sword in combat. The swordsman attempts to strike, thinking the speed of a sword tip is far superior to any physical punch. Using his extremely fast footwork, Van manages to maneuver with mastery to dodge the danger. Instead of focusing on the blade itself, Van surges forward with speed and firmly grabs the opponent's wrist to disarm him. Using his force redirection technique, the young man off-balances the noble swordsman and slams him violently onto the ground. With his red eyes glowing intensely, Van turns rapidly toward the green-haired boy to finish the fight. With a quick, precise blow, he drops the noble to the ground, who lets out a cry of pain upon realizing he was completely bested. Down on the ground with no chance to react, the young noble curses his own weakness for being overcome so easily. Van approaches with total composure and coldly asks if they still intend to continue with that fight. The young man seriously warns that if they insist on fighting, he won't be able to hold back his next strikes. Facing the immense pressure and Van's intimidating gaze, the green-haired boy starts shaking in terror. Completely broken by fear, he begins crying desperately, apologizing and begging Van to spare him. Suddenly, Van changes his expression and tells his opponent to shut up and wait a second in absolute silence. The young man stares intently at the dense woods, feeling an extremely dangerous presence approaching the location. Realizing the severity of the situation, Van immediately commands both nobles to get up and run away from there as fast as possible. At that instant, a giant demonic boar wrapped in red flames comes charging in, destroying everything in its path. The terrifying beast roars violently and attacks at high speed, generating a wave of overwhelming destruction through the forest. Under the terrible monster's impact, the two nobles are blasted away, crying out in pain as they crash injured onto the ground. Van lands on his feet and asks himself in surprise, what on earth is happening for a creature like that to show up there? He observes the colossal size of the monster, with heavy concern upon noting the dreadful energy it emanates. The young man identifies the monster as a hell boar, a feared beast with demonic tusks, extremely powerful. The wounded nobles freeze in shock, asking themselves what a high-level magical creature is doing in that exam area. The giant beast snorts furiously with its glowing red eyes, focusing all its aggression toward the group. Van realizes the monster is about to launch another fatal and destructive charge against them. He knows the impact force of this demonic boar is immense, directly rivaling powerful siege magic. Van turns to the two injured guys and tells them to run away immediately if they can still move. However, the brown-haired boy is in total shock and can only cry in terror before the giant monster. The green-haired boy looks down with a defeated expression and mutters that there's no point in trying to run from the beast. He reveals he ended up suffering a severe injury to his ribs due to the impact of the monster's previous strike. The young man explains with difficulty that his waist area is likely fractured from that violent collision. He bites his lip in anger and confesses that just managing to stand right now is the absolute limit of his strength. Van looks at the two injured applicants and at the raging beast, wondering what he must do to get them out safely. He ponders carrying them, but knows losing speed means certain demise against a beast that hunts its prey relentlessly. He thinks about breaking the rescue badge, but wonders if the rescue team could arrive before they're all devoured. Finally, the wounded noble tells his comrade not to worry about him and to run away alone to save his own skin. He proudly says he's still a mage of House Waltrake and can perfectly handle a situation like this on his own. His friend tells him not to be stupid because running away and abandoning a battle partner would bring terrible dishonor to House Eisenbach. Van observes the two, surprised by that unexpected display of comradeship and loyalty amid extreme danger. The young man proposes they break the rescue badge to call for help while he buys time, taking on the giant monster alone. The noble replies that failing the exam acting so cowardly is what would truly bring disgrace to their family name. He adds that it's much better to fight and try than to tarnish their family's reputation with a shameful retreat. Determined, the two gather their magical energy and shout that they will fight to the end even if they perish trying to defeat the beast. Van mutters that such pride is very cheap, leaving the green-haired opponent extremely furious at his comment. He shouts back saying that if they decided to fight, they must fight to win because that should be the true pride of nobles. The green-haired boy bites his lip in annoyance, but mentally admits that Gal the Kid has a very bold attitude. At that moment, the giant demonic boar roars furiously and launches a devastating charge toward the three young men. Far away, the corrupt examiner looks intently at the sky and mutters with a sinister smile that it's time for things to go down. The other purple-haired examiner accompanying him in the forest gets quite confused and asks what he's talking about. The man brushes it off, saying he was just thinking out loud, and asks if any candidate has used the badge to request help yet. The purple-haired assistant replies no, and that everything has been quite peaceful in the forest so far. Hearing that calm response, the examiner gives a malicious smile of satisfaction and remarks that this is excellent. He recalls that he collected everyone's belongings before the test and secretly took Van's bags to use in his evil plan. He reveals he used the boy's belongings to make the terrible, tusked beast memorize. Van sent perfectly. The man concludes with certainty that by now, the monster has already eliminated the boy, leaving only good news to await. He starts laughing quietly in a sadistic and mysterious manner, leaving the other examiner beside him quite intrigued by his behavior. In the forest, the colossal boar charges in total rage, trampling the ground and rushing straight at the trio of students. Van observes the relentless and destructive advance of the creature and warns his two companions that the attack is about to hit them. He states he will stop the monster and orders the two to prepare their strongest strikes for when he opens a gap in its defense. The green-haired noble gets indignant at Van's tone and asks who he thinks he is to be barking orders like that. Paying no mind to the complaints, Van focuses his attention on the boar approaching at high speed with its massive flaming tusks. The young man narrows his glowing red eye with total focus, concentrating all his attention on the exact moment of the incoming impact. Showing zero hesitation or fear, Van runs at top speed to meet that monstrous beast charging toward him. He decides to combine his two most powerful physical techniques, executing a mix of counterattack with his crushing strike. With surreal precision, the young man lands a devastating punch right on the massive animal's snout to halt its momentum. Witnessing Van's absurd physical strength up close, the two nobles stand completely speechless and jaw-dropped. The counterattack is a refined technique that consists of predicting the opponent's strike and forcefully hitting the point of origin of their movement. Since any quadruped moves its head first when attacking, Van used that logic to apply his penetrating crushing strike right there. However, the young man makes a tense expression and immediately realizes something went wrong upon feeling the absurd resistance of the monster's skull. He notices with frustration that the impact of the punch wasn't strong enough to pierce the thick hide and stop the boar's destructive charge. Having regressed 10 years in time, Van's current body lost muscle mass, making his strikes insufficient to knock out the giant beast. Knowing he won't be able to hold the creature for long, Van shouts with all his might for the nobles to attack at that exact second. The green-haired boy reacts instantly to the command and unleashes his powerful wind magic against the boar's head. The whirlwind hits the monster full-on, creating a major distraction and temporarily slowing its violent charge. Right after, the brown-haired swordsman lets out a loud war cry and leaps with everything to deliver a physical strike with his blade. He strikes the monster with his magic sword, attempting to cut the boar's tough hide with all the energy he has left in his body. However, he falls into utter despair upon realizing the creature's hide is way too hard and his sword didn't leave the slightest scratch. Van notices the terrible danger his ally is in and frantically yells for him to duck and dodge as fast as he can. The demonic boar roars with immense fury, emanating red flames and focusing all its aggression toward the helpless group. With overwhelming force, the monster strikes and hurls the young nobles far away amidst a violent explosion of dust and rocks. Van drops to his knees on the ground, completely exhausted, and lets out a groan of pain due to the massive physical strain suffered during the clash. The young man quickly turns back with heavy concern upon hearing the crash of his companions hitting the soil. The two nobles appear sprawled on the grass, quite wounded, groaning in pain from being hit directly by the boar's attack. Analyzing the physical state of his two allies from a distance, Van sighs in relief upon confirming both are still conscious and alive. The green-haired boy explains he managed to soften the impact with his wind magic, but warns they won't survive another attack. The swordsman despairs, asking himself if this will be their end, since their attacks were completely useless against the beast. Van looks at the two nobles on the ground and firmly says they're going to try one more time. The green-haired boy gets extremely confused, unable to understand the young man's proposal. With a fixed, determined gaze, Van guarantees that on the next attempt they will manage to take down the monster. He points toward the massive demonic beast and reiterates that they're going to finish it off once and for all. The noble shouts, asking if he wasn't paying attention, because they don't have the strength to pierce the beast's magical defense. Van instructs him to mix rocks into his wind magic to create visible blades, but with a much higher impact force. Next, he advises the swordsman to deliver a precise thrust with the flat blade, concentrating his magic into a single point between the ribs. The green-haired boy looks at him seriously and asks what on earth he's plotting with those instructions. He adds, there are no chances of victory, but since Van is barely injured, he suggests using himself as bait so Van can escape. The noble tells Van not to hold back or hesitate to use him, reminding him that he himself tried to eliminate the young man moments ago. Van simply turns his back and calmly replies he has zero interest in petty revenge. He explains that his one true goal in life is to protect his family and fight for the pride of the Galda race. He adds that he wants his people to be recognized by the kingdom, which is why he could never abandon comrades from the same country. The young green-haired noble recalls the moments of prejudice and his own arrogance before that immensely determined youth. Completely ashamed and moved by Van's heroic attitude, he just bites his lips and lets out a frustrated grumble. At that instant, the terrifying demonic boar resumes its furious rush and charges toward them with everything it has. Van notices the beast's rapid approach and yells for his companions to attack immediately. The green-haired boy stands up with resolve and casts his wind blade technique once more. He creates a massive magical wind circle, but this time adds several heavy rocks into the air whirlwind. The powerful attack of dark dust and boulders collides violently against the demonic boar's face, dragging the monster back. Van gives a smile of satisfaction seeing the strategy succeed, noting the attack completely blocked the creature's vision. Taking advantage of the perfect opening with the monster disoriented, Van leaps with speed toward the beast. He approaches the creature's flank and mentally notes that now it's his turn to deliver the decisive blow. Landing on top of the monster, Van recalls that the shoulder blade structure of quadrupeds is completely different from humans. He knows perfectly well that this part of the animal's skeleton doesn't possess a direct connection to the spine. While this guarantees flexibility of movement for the front legs, it also drastically reduces stability against unexpected forces. Keeping that in mind, Van masterfully executes his harmony technique called rotation to unbalance the boar. Under the impact of the spinning strike, the giant animal loses its footing and crashes onto its side, while Van shouts for his partner to land the thrust. He calls out loud that the ideal weak point and the location of the beast's heart are right at the base of the front leg. The brown-haired swordsman lets out a massive yell of determination and leaps with his fully energized blade. With extreme precision, he drives his magic sword directly into the gap indicated by Van below the beast's leg. However, the instant the blade penetrates, the young swordsman's eyes widen as he senses something terrible happening. The demonic boar begins emanating chaotic energy and thrashes violently, flinging the boy far away with a roar of pain. Unaware of the danger, the green-haired boy cheers happily, thinking they managed to win the clash. However, Van instantly senses the alarming situation and screams in panic to warn that the fight isn't over yet. The demonic boar's heart begins pulsing with an even more intense and violent reddish energy. The beast gets up enraged and lets out a piercing roar that releases a massive destructive shockwave around it. That is the destructive roar, a rare ability that generates a violent magical impact wave capable of devastating everything nearby. Under the overwhelming impact of that sonic shockwave, Van drops and notices his hand started bleeding from the pressure. The brown-haired swordsman lies sprawled on the ground, unable to move and fearing he suffered severe internal damage to his organs. The giant demonic boar stands back up, consumed by blind rage and emanating an absurd amount of magic energy. Completely paralyzed in terror, seeing the monster approach, the boy starts crying desperately, thinking he's going to perish right there. In the final split second, Van surges into the path and uses his entire body to directly block the beast's colossal tusks. He activates his harmony technique called Spiral, which consists of not taking the impact head-on, but dispersing the force in a spiral into the ground. The giant monster forces all its weight against the young man, making the ground beneath his feet start to crack. However, Van grits his teeth hard upon realizing in panic he won't be able to redirect all that monstrous force. He questions mentally if he should use that forbidden technique, aware that his young body might not take it, but knows it's better than dying. Using what's left of his strength to hold back the beast's charge, Van desperately screams for the injured noble to run away. The boy on the ground can only let out murmurs of terror, paralyzed with fear before that whole brutal scene. With a piercing roar, the colossal demonic beast presses Van against the ground with an absolutely crushing and terrifying force. The giant demonic boar presses Van with total fury, trying to crush him at all costs. Van is violently thrown backward by the impact, leaving a trail of destruction on the lawn. Hitting the ground hard, the young man lets out a loud groan of pain and coughs with difficulty. The green-haired youth panics seeing the scene and runs in his direction, shouting Van's name. Even injured, Van glares at him seriously and yells for him not to come closer under any circumstances. Relentless, the colossal beast immediately launches another furious charge toward the fallen young man. However, in the final split second, a massive magic barrier appears to contain the monster's attack. A mysterious voice echoes through the forest, reciting a spell to calm emotions and focus mana. Van senses that an absurdly powerful and overwhelming magic presence just unleashed nearby. A powerful torrent of ice magic hits the giant creature directly on the head, blocking its path. Feeling the frigid impact of the magic, the demonic boar roars in pain as its body is pushed back. Under the power of the freezing spell, the colossal beast falls defeated and is dragged far across the grass. Van observes the remaining ice completely perplexed and instantly recognizes the signature of that magic. At that moment, Prince Heinz appears, walking calmly, and warmly comments that something terrible almost happened. The two injured nobles open their eyes wide in total shock upon recognizing His Highness's presence there. They desperately say the place is dangerous and ask the prince to stay back while Van watches him, well aware of who he truly is. Heinz gives a warm smile and replies he would never run away since protecting the kingdom's citizens is royalty's sacred duty. Hearing those noble and inspiring words, the two boys are deeply moved and grateful. Van fixes his cold glare on the prince and silently thinks that gentle attitude is his exact trademark. He recalls with bitterness that Heinz always won people over with beautiful words only to send them straight to their demise later. The prince turns to the group and amicably proposes that they all join forces to defeat that terrible beast together. Cutting through the friendly mood, Van stands up and curtly directly states that he flat out rejects his proposal. The boy's immediate and harsh refusal leaves everyone present in a complete state of silence and shock. Heinz temporarily loses his friendly composure and confusedly asks what he just said. Showing zero hesitation, Van patiently repeats out loud that he is refusing the prince's help. The young man looks at him with disdain and asserts with total coldness that his power isn't needed there in the slightest. The green-haired noble gets annoyed and demands Van show respect when talking to the prince, reminding him that Heinz just saved them. Van sarcastically shrugs and replies they actually would have already defeated the monster if the prince hadn't gotten in the way. With a slightly tense expression beneath his smile, Heinz asks once more if he really doesn't need help. Van simply walks right past him and confirms with disdain that indeed he doesn't want to receive a thing from him. He adds insolently, telling the prince to just shut up and watch everything from there, like royalty usually does. At that moment, the giant demonic boar breaks the magical ice blocks and stands up enraged once more. Van assumes his combat stance again and shouts to alert the group that the monster is attacking. The colossal beast rushes forward with speed, making the ground shake as it runs straight at the three young men. The two injured nobles swallow hard, but assume combat positions with renewed resolve on their faces. The swordsman grits his teeth and tells himself that this time, he'll manage to land at least one solid blow on the monster. Van grabs him by the shoulder and calmly warns him not to rush, because attacking now would just be a waste of life. The green-haired boy warns he also only has energy left for one more magic attack, and Van replies that's more than enough. The silver-haired boy takes strategic command of the battle and commands both to wait patiently for his signal. Science observes Van's decisive and imposing attitude from afar and gives a silent, enigmatic smile. With total resolve, Van shouts to start the final attack and rushes toward the terrifying demonic beast. Motivated by the silver-haired boy's leadership, the two nobles shout back in agreement. He advances with surreal agility across the grass, rapidly closing the distance between himself and the colossal boar. Van reflects that he rushed too much on the previous attempt and decides he will finish without needing to resort to that dangerous technique. Having failed in his previous direct charges, Van decides to focus on a much more strategic approach this time. Realizing the group is strong, the demonic boar changes its pattern and attempts to land a much more careful and dangerous sideswipe. Van masterfully dodges the creature's sweeping blow and celebrates mentally upon noticing the plan is working. He notices the opening left by the monster is smaller now, but knows it's enough for his young body to act. With fast and precise movements, the young man scales the giant creature's massive body without giving it time to react. The two nobles watch the scene completely amazed by Van's unbelievable speed, even without him using any magic. Heinz observes the young man and realizes in surprise that what he's demonstrating isn't just ordinary speed. He notes that by moving while manipulating his center of gravity without pushing off the ground, Van completely eliminated wind-up movements. The prince recognizes that this is a high-level technique he had only ever seen before in demonstrations by master martial artists. Heinz becomes completely intrigued by the silver-haired boy's skill and wonders who he really is. With clean movements, Van leaps off the giant boar's back and positions himself perfectly in midair. He descends in freefall directly over the monster's head with a fully focused and aggressive posture. The two injured nobles comment impressed that this is incredible, though they still have their doubts about the outcome. Heinz analyzes that although Van's attack is fierce as blazing flames, there's a crucial detail to consider. The prince thinks that strikes lacking magical power are nothing more than gentle caresses to a tusked demonic beast. He bites his lip tensely, convinced that the silver-haired boy's effort will still be completely useless against the creature. However, Van gives a confident smile in midair upon realizing the situation is exactly as he planned. The young man mentally reveals that the true objective of his previous attacks was merely to irritate the colossal boar to the absolute limit. He focuses his sharp gaze and notices the monster finally started the wind-up movement to unleash its destructive roar. The boar opens its massive mouth, building up a large amount of magical energy to fire the shockwave. At that exact instant, Van shouts for the wind mage to use his special air-slicing magic against the monster. The wind spell mixed with sand is fired and penetrates directly into the giant creature's respiratory system. Swallowing the dust and slicing air, the demonic boar chokes and roars in pain, suffering severe internal damage to its throat. Seeing the absolute success of the team strategy, Van praises the wind mage's performance as he comes down for the attack. He activates his advanced technique called double crushing strike, building up immense physical energy in both fists. With overwhelming power, Van delivers a simultaneous double punch directly to the sides of the beast's head. Shockwaves applied to both sides converge into a single point inside the skull, amplifying internal damage destructively. Unable to withstand the devastating impact that shattered its brain from the inside, the giant demonic boar collapses lifeless onto the ground. Van gives a friendly smile and announces that the creature's magic barrier is gone, telling the swordsman to land the final blow. Ralph gathers all his remaining strength and runs toward the fallen monster, letting out a massive war cry. With total precision, the boy drives his energized sword deep into the beast's chest, ensuring the monster's elimination. He falls sitting on the grass out of breath and mutters in disbelief that they actually managed to defeat a hell boar together. Seeing Van walk calmly toward the defeated monster, Ralph gets confused and asks what he's doing. Heinz observes the young man from afar with wide eyes, completely perplexed and in silence before that impossible outcome. Van approaches Ralph with a calm demeanor, extends his hand, and amicably asks if he can get up. The boy accepts the help and relievedly comments that for a moment, he really thought his internal organs had been destroyed. Van explains that the monster's attack used sound waves to throw off balance, and that simply covering one's ears would be enough to resist. The swordsman gives a genuine smile and says he'll remember that advice, though he hopes never to have to fight another beast like that again. Van steps back a bit and comments that now they need to resolve the actual objective of the entrance exam. However, the silver-haired boy opens his eyes wide and lets out a surprised sigh as he looks at the location of the flowers. He realizes that due to the destruction caused by the battle against the boar, only 2 intact flowers remained there in the bush. Heinz approaches the group and comments out loud that unfortunately only 2 whole tiers of heaven flowers were left at the site. The boy recalls that the examiner had warned that forming large groups would bring serious complications for applicants. He finally understands the real meaning of that warning and wonders what they should do since the exam time is running out. The 2 noble friends look at each other in silence for a moment, seeming to reach an important decision regarding the flowers. The wind mage picks the last 2 glowing blue flowers very carefully and holds them firmly in his hands. He extends one of the flowers toward Heinz, stating that one naturally belongs to His Royal Highness, who warmly thanks him. Ralph angrily questions why hand the flower to someone who just watched, but Falk fires back saying that is the natural duty of a vassal. Next, the green-haired youth turns to Van and extends the last remaining flower toward the silver-haired boy. Van gets surprised and asks if he's sure about that, and Falk proudly replies he's doing it just so he doesn't owe him anything. The noble boy adds seriously that his name isn't Wind User, but rather Falk, demanding that he remember it. The young brown-haired swordsman also gives a friendly smile and introduces himself as Ralph, asking Van to memorize his name. Van gives a genuine smile for the first time, extends his hand in a handshake, and amicably introduces himself to his 2 new friends. He jokes that if they fail they won't see each other anymore, and Falk angrily shouts telling him to shut up and suggesting they search for more flowers. Heinz interrupts the conversation with a gentle smile and softly warns they don't need to worry about that problem. With a serene, mysterious gaze, the prince extends his hand and reveals he already has a magical flower stashed with him from the start. Falk and Ralph are completely amazed and surprised by what they just saw. Van notices its light magic while the prince explains the flower blooms when bathed in sunlight. Heinz offers the flowers to the 2 nobles who accept the gift and deeply thank His Highness's generosity. Van observes the scene from afar in silence while the 3 talk under the sun rays cutting through the trees. The sun is already starting to set on the horizon, indicating that the end of the day and the exam is drawing closer and closer. Van says they should leave the forest quickly, but one of the nobles gets annoyed at him giving orders while ignoring the prince's presence, who tries to smooth things over. As they walk, the prince gets the young man's attention and says he'd like to speak about a specific detail. Van looks sideways, a bit confused, not understanding the reason for that sudden approach. Heinz directly asks if Van wasn't covering his footprints with dirt a bit earlier in the forest. The young man stares back at him calmly and simply asks what would be wrong with that. Heinz explains he has heard about that footprint hiding technique before, known as assassin etiquette. Falk and Ralph stand completely shocked by that unexpected revelation regarding the method Van used. The prince adds, saying that the martial art and that suspicious habit reveal something and questions what the young man is really hiding. Heinz asks directly if Van is a professional assassin, leaving the young man in complete silence. This question echoes through the forest, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension among everyone present. The prince explains with a serious look that he has many enemies eyeing him due to his royal position. He reveals that the king used to strengthen the kingdom's domain by marrying princesses from conquered lands. However, Heinz's mother was the 5th queen and the first noble originally born inside the kingdom of Firenze itself. Because of that legitimate bloodline, all his half-siblings and the other queens fear he might be the chosen one for the throne. Heinz reveals he never knows when or where an attack will come from, which was why he decided to take the test alone. The prince starts seriously suspecting that Van might be an agent sent by his rivals to take his life. Heinz mentally concludes he needs to handle this threat immediately if the suspicion is real. Van realizes he slipped up and let his old assassin habits leak right after taking down the giant boar. Even though he truly is a former assassin, he knows he can't admit it and decides the best move is to play dumb. So the young man feigns surprise, laughing awkwardly, and pretends he had never heard of this so-called assassin etiquette. Heinz stares at him with a sharp look and asks if the silver-haired boy is just trying to play fool in front of him. Van shifts his posture and replies that if the prince wants to think that way, fine by him. The atmosphere between the two gets extremely tense, making the wind pressure blow hard around them in the field. Falk notices the rapidly rising hostility and tries to step in, shouting for the two to stop that. The prince fixes his sharp gaze on Van, showing he doesn't intend to brush that situation aside so easily. Suddenly, Van breaks the tension by reaching out and giving a friendly pat directly on the noble's shoulder. The young man laughs casually and says he was just kidding, asking the prince not to make such a terrifying face. Falk and Ralph stand completely lost and confused, not understanding a single thing about that sudden change in mood. Van apologizes by putting his hands together and jokes that he comes from the countryside, which is why he doesn't have the best manners in the world. The prince realizes he left an opening on purpose to test the boy's reaction, but he didn't fall for the provocation. Van tries to maintain a calm posture and tells himself he needs to compose himself so as not to blow his whole cover. The prince recognizes the test and restrains himself so as not to lose the chance to become a knight, demanding a final answer. He points to the act of concealing footprints from earlier and asks once more if Van really isn't an assassin. Van makes up that he learned that trick from Helene Steinartz, the noble who recommended him, and said those who fight unarmed must conceal their movements. He smiles awkwardly and mentally apologizes for using Helene's name so conveniently to get out of trouble. The prince's eyes widen in extreme surprise upon hearing that the young man received a direct recommendation from the prestigious Steinartz family. Falk is also stunned and comments that the ducal house of Steinartz is one of the most important and respected in the entire kingdom. Van casually comments that he thought she was pretty stuck up, but Ralph corrects him, saying she's actually extremely powerful. Ralph adds that the Lady of Ice Flowers is among the top 5 at the Academy in intelligence and combat ability. He also remembers that family would never assist in an assassination plot against the prince, ruling out any suspicion. Falk wonders why the noble lady would recommend Van, and the young man explains she just told him to take the exam very directly. The mage assumes the Steinartz family must have seen Van's talent up close and wants to train him to serve their prestigious house. Heinz agrees with his peer's theory and warmly comments he would probably do the exact same thing if he had met Van earlier. The silver-haired boy simply thanks him modestly for the compliment, feeling relieved to have managed to derail their suspicions. However, the prince silently reflects that if an actual conspiracy against his life existed, the enemy would act differently. Heinz looks at the defeated beast and admits he doesn't know what would have happened to him if he had encountered it alone, calling them saviors. The prince makes a polite gesture of gratitude and expresses his sincere thanks for everyone's crucial help. Falk and Ralph get extremely embarrassed and stammer, saying it was nothing, asserting it was an honor to help. Van cuts through the polite atmosphere completely by saying openly that he didn't fight to save the prince's life on purpose. The two nobles fall into complete panic and pinch Van's cheek, frantically warning he could get arrested for disrespect. The prince observes Van's behavior and notes intriguingly that instead of seeking reward or flattery, he displays pure boldness. The prince reaches out and touches Van's face, muttering the young man's name in a deeply thoughtful manner. Heinz mentally concludes that the silver-haired youth is a genuinely mysterious man full of secrets. The group finally exits the Shadow Forest and reaches the location where the other applicants and examiners were waiting. At the camp, some students chat proudly showing off their blue flowers and commenting that passing the test was the bare minimum expected. Meanwhile, other youths appear completely heartbroken and crying, not knowing what to tell their parents about failing. The chief examiner asks how many applicants are still left to return, and his assistant replies only 4 remain, including the prince. The examiner gets extremely tense and worried, finding all that delay strange and wondering what happened in the forest. He recalls the location was supposed to have only easy beasts for the prince to pass, and fears royal failure or the giant boar going missing. The man starts sweating cold from nervousness, fearing that something completely unexpected and outside his plans happened to the wild beast. Suddenly, one of the students waiting outside points to the forest path and excitedly calls out that someone is coming out. The chief examiner turns quickly with wide eyes, eagerly hoping it's the prince who finally returned. However, the first to emerge from the woods is Van, who casually asks if everyone gathered there just to welcome him. Seeing the silver-haired boy safe and sound, the examiner screams in terror and stands completely shocked by the scene. Van maintains a totally calm and neutral expression, staring at the man's exaggerated reaction of astonishment in front of him. The young man walks forward with his hands in his pockets in a very relaxed manner, while leaves gently fall around him. The assistant asks if the boy got injured, but the chief examiner interrupts him screaming, asking why he's still alive. Van feigns innocence before the reaction and asks mockingly if it would somehow be a bad thing that he survived the test. The examiner stammers, trying to cover his mistake, and lies, saying he was just impressed that he survived on his own. Van gives a side smirk, points behind him, and informs the man that he wasn't actually alone in the middle of the forest. Behind him, the other two nobles emerge dragging the beast's giant head and complaining that the object is extremely heavy. Seeing the size of that massive trophy being dragged by the boys, the chief examiner screams in terror once again. Falk explains that the beast attacked them by surprise, and since it seemed to target, they decided to bring the head as evidence. Both examiners think horrified that it's impossible for that colossal creature to have failed to finish off the boys. A dead silence takes over the entire camp, while the examiners try to process what they just saw. The assistant questions the chief's reaction, who covers his nervousness by praising the impressive feat of taking down the giant beast. At that moment, Heinz calmly emerges from the woods with open arms, praising and calling the clash a magnificent battle. Seeing that the prince is perfectly safe and uninjured, the chief examiner screams in relief at His Highness's return. The assistant asks if the prince also fought against the monster, but he denies it and says he just ended up witnessing it up close. Even so, the chief examiner starts shaking in terror upon realizing the gravity of the situation he placed himself in. He realizes in panic that he sent a terrifying beast that almost attacked royalty itself, and knows his career will be over if they find out. With a warm smile, the prince approaches and asks if the examiner is all right, commenting that he looks awful. The examiner tries to hide the panic by denying it, and begins kissing up to Heinz, praising his alleged victory against the cursed beast. The man starts celebrating exaggeratedly, leaving Van and Falk extremely suspicious of that ridiculous behavior. The prince corrects the flattery and clearly reaffirms that defeating the monster was exclusively the trio of young men's achievement. He fixes his gaze on Van and seriously adds that without the silver-haired boy's skills, everyone could have perishing. The prince's words leave both the assistant and the chief examiner completely frozen and terrified by the revelation. Among the other applicants, chatter starts arising about the fact that a simple slum dweller accomplished such a feat. Falk proudly places a hand on his friend's shoulder and comments to the others that despite being a Garuda, he understands magic very well. Falk also takes the floor and seriously confirms that all of them fought strictly following Van's orders and command. The chief examiner stands in disbelief hearing that, refusing to accept that a Garuda youth could have led nobles. Heinz breaks the surprise by recalling that Van has the backing of Hostine Arts, asking the boy directly if that isn't true. Van reluctantly agrees, silently thinking the noble lady actually didn't teach him a thing, but decides to keep up the lie to save trouble. The crowd of applicants around starts gossiping in surprise, seeing the crown prince praise a boy of such low class so much. The other students start whispering impressed that, faced with so much evidence, there really are very capable individuals among the Garuda. The examiner's assistant offers a polite bow and thanks Van directly. He says that, as a subject of the kingdom, he is extremely grateful to the boy for protecting the prince's life in the forest. Van fires back saying he didn't protect anyone, explaining the beast attacked them and they merely reacted to defend themselves. Not wanting to give much weight to the matter, he reaches out and hands over his blue flower to make his passing official. Right after, Falk, Ralph, and the prince also present their glowing blue flowers to confirm they passed the exam. The assistant accepts the flowers immediately and confirms that all of them are officially passed on the exam. The first name confirmed on the list of past applicants is Prince Heinz Ferrania. Right after, the young mage Falk Waltrish is also officially announced as passed. The next applicant to have his name confirmed on the list of passed is the swordsman Ralph Eisenbach. The chief examiner looks visibly tense and shakes in anger, having to announce the last name on the list. He glares at the silver-haired boy, swallowing his own pride before pronouncing his name out loud. With great reluctance, the man finally calls for Van Kruger, who promptly responds confirming his presence. The examiner declares that the four officially passed the test, leaving the group extremely excited about the achievement. And so, overcoming all prejudice and danger, Van finally becomes an official student of the Magic Academy. After it wrapped up, The examiners promised the prince they would conduct a deep investigation into the unexplained appearance of that beast. The following day, everyone gathers in a massive, luxurious academy hall for the official welcoming ceremony. The academy headmaster begins his speech saying the institution doesn't just seek to evaluate the raw magic talent of students. He highlights that the main objective is to shape the character of the youth so they become the true nobility of the kingdom. The headmaster adds that they must prepare to act as the sword and shield that will protect the entire empire in the future. Van reflects that in his past life, he never imagined wearing that uniform and taking part in a ceremony alongside nobles. He feels this is just a small step, but knows the world is changing and decides to move forward with all his strength. The young man promises himself he will fight until the day all prejudice and discrimination against the Gerudo race ends for good. On the upper floor of the hall, Helene Steinartz watches the ceremony from afar with a very attentive gaze focused on the boy. A bit later, one of the students walks alone down the immense golden corridors of the luxury building. She opens the door to a meeting room where the brightest and most powerful minds of the academy are gathered around a table. The other 4 members notice the girl's arrival and prepare to start the conversation they planned for that day. Helene enters calmly into the room and warmly comments that it seems everyone finally managed to gather there. The pink-haired youth, Karina Ludier, mockingly complains about Helene showing up last and still acting with such attitude. Strategist Amelia Rodenwald interrupts the provocation and asks directly what the real reason for that emergency meeting is. Arnulf Clavius, the young man with dark glasses, comments that there's only one topic important enough to gather the 5 bright crowns. The 8th prince, Onis Ferrania, takes the floor with an arrogant smile and reveals the topic is how to deal with the outsider element. Helene just listens in silence with a serious look, mentally repeating that derogatory term used by the noble prince. Arnulf comments that an extremely unusual and bizarre event just took place during the entrance exam. He explains that for the first time in history since the Academy's foundation, a student of the Garuda race was officially accepted. Karina complains angrily that the school is being way too soft, and that treating a magicless savage as an equal is an extremely severe issue. The 8th prince narrows his eyes with disdain and adds that there's an even more concerning detail regarding this whole situation. He points out that the person responsible for giving the recommendation letter to the Garuda is part of the 5 Bright Crowns group itself. He fixes his challenging gaze on the table and harshly demands that the responsible party give a clear and convincing explanation for this action. The prince calls out directly the name of Helene Steinhartz, putting all the room's attention on the dark-haired girl. The academy is known for gathering children of the most noble families, youths blessed with powerful magic and giant pride. Since their pride usually clashes, small misunderstandings often end up turning into serious duels in the prestigious school's courtyards. To maintain internal order, the 5 Bright Crowns group was created, formed by the 5 most powerful students at the top of the academy. With a smug, authoritative smile on his face, Prince Onis again demands the girl start explaining herself right there. He questions what the prestigious Steinhartz family was thinking by granting a formal recommendation to a mere citizen of the Garuda race. Helene answers with complete calm and coldness, saying only that she recognized the boy's extraordinary physical strength and nothing beyond that. Karina lets out a sarcastic laugh of mockery and asks if her tablemate somehow completely lost her mind saying something like that. She adds, saying the Garuda are accursed people and that it would be impossible for them to possess any kind of real power. Strategist Amelia also agrees with her peer's prejudiced opinion and expresses that she thinks the exact same way. She argues that the academy serves to train the future defenders of the kingdom, questioning how someone without magic could protect the people. Prince Onis fully agrees and concludes arrogantly that for those lacking magic, God doesn't even exist at all. Helene sports a side smile and mocks the mention of common sense, calling it a very convenient excuse. She says that term is just the perfect excuse people use to stop thinking and justify the bad customs of the kingdom. The 8th prince gets deeply annoyed by the girl's bold answer, glaring at her with intense hatred in his eyes. Arnulf tries to smooth things over and pragmatically suggests the group simply conduct a practical test with Van. He proposes testing if the young man really possesses physical strength worthy of attending the renowned academy. Onis completely changes his demeanor, finding the idea excellent, and ironically asks if Helene agrees with the proposal. The Crown Prince says that if Van fails, Helene's judgment and prestige will also be harshly questioned in the group. Without showing any sign of hesitation or fear, the young woman accepts the challenge, arms crossed, in a very serene manner. She adds that she doesn't care who they choose to face him, but warns them not to underestimate the boy under any circumstances. Onis gives a sarcastic smile, heavily doubting the warning and the supposed potential of the young commoner she defends. Karina volunteers with a sadistic smile to conduct the test, and the prince grants permission, telling her to go all out on him. Onis watches the girl walk away from the meeting table, eager for the imminent humiliation he plans to cause Helene's protege. In the hallway, Helene catches up with Karina and asks provocatively if the silver-haired boy has already sparked so much interest in her. Karina lets out a sigh of disdain and coldly replies that her sole and true desire is to crush Helene's cherished protege. She adds, saying she will also destroy along with it the absurd arrogance Helene carries because of her own skills. Meanwhile, in the bustling main lobby, Van walks calmly wearing his official academy student uniform. Along the way, some students talk excitedly about the afternoon writing classes and the official release of the new rankings. Other female students talk worryingly about the basic magic theory homework they still need to turn in to the professors. Van reflects to himself that after a week of classes, his new student life at the academy has been surprisingly peaceful. He recalls that although he received some taunts and petty challenges along the way, nothing too serious ended up happening. A flashback shows the young man in a theoretical magic classroom, attentively following the old professor's explanations. The professor with glasses and a mustache taps on the desk to grab everyone's attention and start a pop quiz in class. The master points directly at the silver-haired boy and demands he explain the complex theory of the 4 magical elements. The young man remains silent for a few moments, leaving the entire room in anticipation of his answer to the difficult question. Ralph and Falk whisper panicked, admitting they have no clue about the answer and that the level of that question is way too advanced. The professor mockingly sneers, saying it's silly to ask that of a Garuda who barely knows how to read or write. Van surprises everyone by calmly answering that the theory serves to stabilize flow, density, resonance, and fixation factors. The professor's eyes pop open stunned as the young man adds that the theory prevents stagnation and reflux of magic energy. The boy gives an ironic smile and asks very politely if the master would like an even more detailed explanation of the subject. Completely embarrassed and speechless before Van's knowledge, the professor merely tells the boy to sit down immediately. Van remembers with satisfaction that after that day, all direct harassment and prejudice jokes in the classroom stopped for good. Back in the present, the young swordsman Ralph suddenly appears in the hallway and gives a friendly slap to Van's back to greet him. Van greets him calmly and Ralph asks the reason for his serious face before enthusiastically inviting him to go grab lunch together. The silver-haired boy smiles and comments that his peaceful routine is probably thanks to the help and influence of his 2 noble friends. Ralph gets up, a bit confused, and asks what exactly he's talking about. Van just laughs casually and suggests they run to the cafeteria before the food runs out completely. The 2 walk side by side down the massive corridor, with Ralph joking and complaining about his friend's sappy attitude. Suddenly, a senior female student appears in their path and orders the 2 sophomores to stop walking right there immediately. Van turns his head a bit intrigued and calmly asks what the girl wants with that sudden interruption. The senior stares at them very arrogantly and complains angrily that the 2 freshmen simply walked right past her without greeting. Ralph immediately bows, offering sincere apologies, while Van merely apologizes in a very simple, unceremonious way. However, in a flash-like movement, the girl draws her sharp sword and points it directly at Van's neck. Ralph falls into complete panic at the scene and shouts desperately, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing with that weapon. The senior says commoners must kneel before nobles and demands that, as a Garuda, he press his forehead to the floor to beg forgiveness. Van isn't shaken by the blade at his throat and replies, there's no reason for all that, because at the academy everyone is just equal students. The girl narrows her eyes in extreme rage and asks in a threatening tone if the silver-haired boy even understands the danger he's in. She applies light pressure with the sharp blade tip against the skin of Van's neck, making it clear she isn't playing around with the threat. Ralph ignores the fear and furiously yells that even if she's a senior at the school, that violent attitude has crossed all lines. The senior promises she won't spill blood if he's obedient and accepts his submissive status so he can live in peace from then on. Van glares at her with a cold, piercing gaze while Ralph watches him sweating cold from nervousness and whispers his friend's name in panic. Van says he respects hierarchy, but when people try to force him using power, he feels a strong urge to do the exact opposite. The purple-haired girl gets furious and quickly pulls her sword back, afraid the boy might manage to snatch it from her hands. However, Van acts extremely fast, twisting the blade and forcefully pushing it directly against the senior. The girl's balance is completely broken, and out of pure defensive reflex, she grips the hilt of the weapon even tighter. The girl's entire body weight ends up concentrating on the thin blade, generating massive physical pressure on the metal of the weapon. Van takes advantage of the gap and applies a precise technique on the blade's pressure points to force maximum stress on the metal. With a sharp, destructive snap, the senior's sword shatters into several pieces that fly across the hallway floor. Seeing that only the hilt of her weapon remained, the senior stands completely frozen and in a state of shock at that surreal strength. Van mockingly comments that the weapon was way too flimsy and says pointing an unmagic-infused blade at him is asking for it to be broken. Training swords usually have zinc mixed in because they're cheaper, but their resistance is too low to withstand actual combat. The girl huffs in anger and complains that real weapons are forbidden inside, justifying that she isn't part of the 5 bright crowns. Van mentally repeats the term 5 bright crowns, showing that title caught his attention quite a bit at that moment. Suddenly, the senior steps back a bit and comments that she has already done her part, looking toward the entrance of the luxury corridor. Karina appears at the scene and warns that as a member of the 5 crowns, she cannot ignore that rebellion and will handle punishing him herself. Ralph recognizes the pink-haired girl and falls into total panic upon realizing he's standing before the Academy's legendary sword princess. Hearing her name, Van opens his eyes wide, extremely shocked upon recognizing the legendary and feared warrior known as Karina of the Bloodblade. The young man recalls that she is the terrifying woman who reaped thousands of lives on the kingdom's battlefields in a cruel, relentless manner. Van feels cold sweat dripping down his face and asks himself in total shock what a war assassin of that level is doing at the Academy. He recalls that in his first life as a professional assassin, several violent, bloody rebellions almost destroyed the entire empire. Behind all that hidden destruction acted the extremist remnant faction of the sect known as the Circle of White Annihilation. The most feared warrior of that entire rebel faction was none other than Karina, a demonic swordswoman who assassinated several royal heroes. She was so powerful and relentless that not even the strongest generals of the kingdom could face her and survive the engagement. Although the rebel faction was destroyed at a very high cost, the chaos they generated ended up sparking the bloody fight for the throne. Van swallows hard and thinks to himself that he only saw her once on the battlefield in the past, but has zero doubt about her identity. He questions himself intriguingly about the reason one of the greatest and most dangerous enemies of the kingdom is freely attending the Academy. With a cold, focused gaze, Karina comments with a cruel smile that the boy's attitude is another charge for her list of punishments. Van glares back at her with seriousness and simply asks what she means by that senseless accusation in front of everyone. She points out that just staring at a senior in silence without saying anything at all is a massive lack of manners and respect. The young man offers a subtle bow and calmly apologizes, genuinely admitting that she indeed doesn't look at all like a senior. The pink-haired girl's eyes glow with hostility as she asks in a challenging tone if he really thinks that way. Ralph panics again, forcefully pulling his friend's arm and whispering pleas for him to stop those dangerous provocations. Van asks confusedly what these 5 crowns are, leaving his friend Ralph completely desperate over such ignorance. Ralph takes a deep breath and quickly starts explaining what that important title means and its significance at the Academy. He says the title refers to the top 5 students at the school, youths with absurd magic power and massive family influence. Ralph adds that Karina is a true combat prodigy, having managed to enter the renowned academy at just 13 years old. With a mocking air, the girl warmly thanks him for the detailed introduction the freshman just gave regarding her reputation. Van reflects in silence that the feared warrior from his past life actually belonged to the high nobility of the kingdom the whole time. He deduces her noble status was kept absolute secret after turning rebel, finding it unbelievable to run into her again at school. The silver-haired boy mentally concludes he never imagined crossing paths with such a dangerous legend inside an educational institution. Suddenly, he perceives a major opportunity and ponders whether he should eliminate her right there to prevent that terrible rebellion from happening. Van analyzes that taking out Karina now would prevent the violent succession war before it even started, ruining Prince Heinz's plans. However, he catches himself to keep focus and notices Karina is already preparing to attack him with her actual sword. She gets deeply irritated noticing the boy is distracted and says being lost in thought in front of her is a grave offense. With a very sadistic look, Karina draws her real katana and warns the freshman she has official permission to carry a real weapon. Van opens his eyes wide and goes on high alert upon instantly recognizing the offensive combat stance the warrior just took up. He remembers that this is her quick lethal draw movement, a technique so fast that enemies usually perish without even seeing the blade. Seeing the imminent mortal danger, Ralph frantically screams to his friend, asking him to simply apologize and beg for her forgiveness. Van ignores the panic and coldly tells his friend to move out of the way, leaving the young swordsman completely perplexed and terrified. The silver-haired boy assumes his martial arts defense stance and thinks he needs to use that opportunity to confirm an important doubt. Karina looks at him with deep disdain, finding that attitude foolish, while Van fixes his composed gaze ready to react to her attack. In a fraction of a second, Karina moves with absurd speed and rushes at Van to deliver her lethal strike. She delivers an extremely fast, lethal slash that slices through the air with an intense red glow toward the young man's neck. Van lets out a groan of pain as he gets grazed on the shoulder, with the impact tearing part of his school uniform. Ralph runs frantically toward his friend fallen on the hallway floor to see the severity of the injury he suffered. Karina silently sheaths her sword, while the other senior watches her without understanding the reason she stopped the attack. The sword princess coldly warns she will spare Van from punishment for now, promising to settle that matter another time. She gives a sadistic smile and thinks to herself that it would be a massive waste to end such an interesting opponent in the blink of an eye. On the hallway floor, Ralph helps Van get up, while the two seniors calmly walk away from the site. The purple-haired girl follows Karina and asks, confused, what the real reason was for her deciding to spare the commoner boy's life. Suddenly, Karina loses her balance and leans against the wall, revealing that the situation wasn't quite as the other had imagined. She drops to her knees with an expression of intense pain and lets out a low groan, leaving her companion completely terrified. Karina pulls back the collar of her outfit and observes, surprised, a purple punch mark on an extremely precise vital point of her chest. The purple-haired senior looks horrified seeing that strike mark, unable to understand when and how Van managed to hit her. The pink-haired girl tells her companion to be quiet and dryly states she doesn't want to offer any further comments on what happened. However, the other senior remains in shock, staring fixedly at that perfect bruise caused by a strike of pure physical precision. She recalls reading in ancient martial arts scrolls about pressure points, spots on the body where several vital nerves concentrate. Karina realizes the intense pain caused by Van's punch is blocking her movements, making it almost impossible to move properly. The purple-haired senior worryingly asks if the two ended up landing a simultaneous mutual blow in that quick exchange earlier. Karina narrows her eyes annoyed and fires back at the comment, asserting with conviction that the fight's result wasn't anywhere near a draw. She recalls that at that exact moment of the clash in the hallway, her real intention was to deliver a lethal cut directly to Van's neck. However, the silver-haired boy showed no fear and charged fearlessly at the glowing blade with his red eyes fixed on her. Van took a step forward without any hesitation to dodge and counter, aiming with pinpoint millimeter accuracy at the girl's vital point. To avoid being hit severely in the chest, she was forced to lean her body back out of pure survival instinct. Due to that drastic shift in posture, the trajectory of her sword ended up distorted and missed the primary target completely. While Karina's strike failed, Van's firm fist hit with absolute perfection the exact pressure point on his opponent's chest. She realizes he used the combined strike technique, which defends and attacks at the same time, and furiously asks herself how a commoner knows that. In the present, the other senior tries to calm her down, saying that either way it was Karina who remained standing after the quick exchange of blows. She insists her lady's victory is more than obvious, and Karina agrees out loud just so as not to show weakness there. Deep down, though, the pink-haired girl knows very well that the reality of that clash was completely different. She realizes Van hit her in a spot that causes only extreme pain rather than unaliving her, deducing in shock that he tried to defeat her without causing permanent harm. Karina trembles as she realizes that if it had been a real life or death battle, she definitely would have been taken out with zero chance to defend herself, with her pride wounded and lost in thought. The young woman admits to herself that she completely underestimated the mysterious guy's combat skills. She bites her lip in frustration and vows that next time they meet, she will bring a legendary blade capable of tearing out the kid's fangs. At the same time, out in the academy hallway, the other students who witnessed the scene whisper among themselves in absolute disbelief. Ralph walks alongside Van and curiously asks what he wanted to confirm in that test, but the guy brushes it off, telling him not to worry. His friend complains in annoyance, saying they were worried sick, and demands a clear explanation out of pure curiosity about what went down. Van reflects that Karina's sword seemed real, but actually wasn't, and notes that the magical energy radiating from her was also strange. He realizes she didn't use her famous unique magic, and concludes that, despite talking about punishment, Karina held back out of consideration. The silver-haired guy chuckles and mentions he thinks the upperclassman has a gentle side, making Ralph yell out in alarm, asking where he got that idea. He realizes the present-day Karina is still very young and hasn't yet turned into the merciless, terrifying assassin he knew in his past life. Armed with this crucial discovery, Van fills with hope, thinking he might actually be able to change the future without having to unalive the girl. Ralph jokes anxiously that his friend must have hit his head way too hard on the ground and suggests taking him to the infirmary right away. The following day, Van arrives early at the Magic Academy and opens his classroom door to start another ordinary study routine. The moment he steps inside, he notices the other students gathered in small huddles, whispering suspiciously around the room. Van walks calmly toward his desk in the back, feeling the tense gazes of all his classmates locked onto him. The guys gossip that the commoner made the mistake of challenging one of the 5 shining crowns and will soon face a terrible punishment. The silver-haired guy simply ignores his classmates' silly rumors with ease until he hears Ralph calling his name right behind him. Ralph tells his friend to ignore the gossip, saying those people are like weather vanes, replies that he doesn't care. Ralph offers to go along to apologize to the upperclassmen, and Fox suggests asking his father to step in with the influential Luthier family. Van smiles, rubbing the back of his neck, and comments that the two of them are way too nosy, and Ralph asks confusedly if they really are while the guy confirms it. Ralph remarks that it's hard to imagine their friendship considering how they met, but Van asks his friend not to bring that topic up again. Van sincerely thanks his friends for their concern, but makes it clear that he will handle the situation with Karina on his own. The two friends stand completely stunned and speechless upon hearing the guy's bold and resolute declaration. Van reflects that, to prevent a horrific tragedy from happening in the future, he needs to confront Karina as soon as possible. He tries to reassure them, saying the 5 crowns are just student inspectors, but his friends ask if he even grasps the danger. Suddenly, the classroom door opens, and Helene appears, asking for Van Kruger to speak with her in private. The room falls completely silent as the guy stands up from his desk under the watchful eyes of all his classmates. The silver-haired guy calmly asks what this is about, reminding the young woman that his class will start very soon. Helene simply says she'd like to talk and asks him to come with her, assuring him it won't take long at all. The two walk together down the hallway and step out of the classroom under the surprised stares of the other students watching the scene. His classmates gossip in shock as they realize the commoner actually knows the Lady of the Frost Flower and speaks to her so casually. Helene opens the conversation in a beautiful garden filled with blue butterflies where the two take a seat around a stone table. She reveals with a gentle smile that, as one of the 5 crowns, she was given the important task of testing his skills. Van is quite surprised by the unexpected revelation and complains that she should have warned him about it much earlier. The Ice Mage offers a sincere apology and confesses she never expected Karina to act against him so quickly. The silver-haired guy listens closely to the warning and asks if she is specifically referring to young Karina Luthier. Helene confirms it and explains that the girl is the next head of the Luthier house, considered the absolute pinnacle among all the kingdom's nobility. He reflects on her young age, but admits the combat skills she showed in the hallway are indeed very convincing. Van adds in his thoughts that the young swordswoman doesn't seem like just an ordinary prodigy blessed by fate. Helene asks why he thinks that, and the guy explains that it seems like she threw absolutely everything in life away except her sword. The Ice Mage praises the guy's keen insight and confirms that Karina truly isn't just an ordinary child prodigy. She begins telling the story, revealing that the girl was actually an illegitimate child within the influential Luthier family. Helene adds that, under normal societal circumstances, the little girl would never have had the right to be treated as a noble. However, everything changed drastically when she was only 10 years old during what was supposed to be just a casual sparring match. In that simple training session, the girl completely defeated her 17-year-old older brother, who was the rightful heir to the family. Because of her talent, she was adopted as the legitimate heir, but she grew up surrounded by jealousy and hatred, never receiving love from her family. Van asks curiously how she knows so much about her rival's life, and Helene replies casually that nobles simply love gossip. The Ice Mage looks away slightly and remarks thoughtfully that, besides all these rumors around the nobility, long before the pink-haired girl enrolled in the elite Magic Academy, where they both currently study, Helene happened to spot the little girl from afar during a lavish party held in the kingdom's past. The girl stood completely isolated from the crowd, just staring intently at her own father's back from a distance. The mage recalls with sadness that, back then, the little girl's eyes conveyed a profound and immense loneliness. Curious about his opponent's sad backstory, Van asks if she didn't try to approach and talk to the girl at that party. Helene sighs and admits with a tone of regret that, unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to help her at that time. She explains that the main reason was that they both belonged to prominent and important noble houses in the kingdom. Because of that, any sign of sympathy from her could be seen as a disrespectful intrusion into another family's internal affairs. The silver-haired guy remarks that noble life is truly full of annoying problems, and Helene agrees with a sad sigh. She opens up, saying she lived bound by those rules, but fears Karina might stray from the right path if things continue like this. Helene shares her strong bad feeling that something terrible is going to happen, while the guy listens to her attentively in complete silence. Van tilts his head back and asks what she would do if that tragic fate really came to pass for the girl. She resolves with determination that she would try to stop her, as the regret of ignoring the girl in the past haunts her to this day. Hearing his companion's honest confession, the silver-haired guy finally understands everything she went through. Van remembers that Helene's power was equal to that of great heroes in his past life, although he never knew her name back then. He reflects that she probably tried to stop Karina in the past after the young girl became the feared swordswoman of the Bloodblade. Van deduces that, as a direct result of that desperate attempt to stop her, the Ice Mage ended up losing her life in battle. Due to that tragic early end, she never got the real chance to become world-famous for her incredible skills. Helene alerts him not to let sympathy cloud his judgment, because Karina's talent is real, and she could end him if he drops his guard. Van gives a confident grin and replies that he knows very well, and that her tragic story has only made him even more motivated. The silver-haired guy locks his determined gaze and promises he will completely destroy all the regret she carries in her heart. He thinks that in his past life, no one managed to stop Karina, but assures himself that this time fate will be totally different. Van asserts with resolve that he will shatter Karina's twisted power and stop her from continuing down that path. Helene just stares at him in absolute silence, amazed by the massive conviction shown by the young commoner. She closes her eyes with a smile and admits those are very welcome words, or rather that deep down she was hoping to hear exactly that from him. She asks if he has any strategy against her swordsmanship, and the guy answers with total confidence that of course he does. With a smile on his face, Van says the timing is perfect and asks her to join him after class for some practical training. After class end, friends Ralph and Falk walk down a forest trail, wondering where Van could have gone. Ralph shows concern and questions if it isn't a bit much for them to be secretly spying on their friend like this. Falk counters by asking if he isn't curious, given that Van disappeared alongside the famous lady of the Frost Flower right after class. Hearing his buddy's point, Ralph agrees that it really is a huge mystery. Suddenly, the two spot Van standing in the middle of a forest clearing, radiating intense energy all around him. Ralph points happily upon realizing they finally managed to track down the duo's location. But the guys get a massive shock when they see Helene firing a powerful barrage of ice shards directly at Van. Completely terrified, the two collapse to the ground and yell out, asking what on earth she is doing to their friend. With an intimidating glare and surrounded by her magic, Helene shouts, asking where he thinks he's looking during combat. She casts the Thousand Thorns of the Ice Garden spell, summoning a massive array of frozen spears around the field. Falk and Ralph scream in terror as they witness the terrifying scale of magical power being unleashed right before their eyes. With glowing red eyes, Van charges forward with extreme agility through the middle of the deadly ice storm. He plants himself firmly in front of his friends and destroys the frozen spikes with a single precise motion of his hand. Van calmly turns to the two frightened spies on the ground and catches them off guard by calling out to them, leaving Ralph and Falk speechless. He flashes a friendly smile and says the timing is perfect for them to jump into training and help with the next attack. Meanwhile, firm footsteps echo through the luxurious corridors of the elite Magic Academy. Karina walks in an imposing, solitary manner beneath the sunlight streaming through the large windows. Out of nowhere, the 8th Prince, Onis Ferrania, appears in the hallway and greets her in a rather informal manner. She turns around with a cold, serious glare, asking if His Highness needs something from her right now. Oni smiles and says he doesn't want to rush her, but asks when she plans to deal with that Garuda they discussed earlier. Karina replies coldly that it will be very soon, as the item she requested from her family has finally arrived. The prince becomes quite intrigued by the girl's answer and lets out a look of extreme curiosity. A female student appears, struggling greatly to carry a massive ancient chest reinforced with heavy metal chains. Exhausted by the ridiculous weight, the assistant respectfully asks where the box should be taken. Karina commands that the chest be brought straight to her bedroom and demands it be handled with extreme care. Looking at the mysterious object, Onis widens his eyes in shock as he immediately recognizes what it is. He remarks in awe that he had already heard terrible ancient rumors involving that item in the past. The prince questions if all this isn't overkill just to face a simple Garuda, but the girl counters that it absolutely isn't. She asserts coldly that, for someone like Van, who is practically a living sword in human form, no caution is too much. Onis gives a sadistic smile and agrees there couldn't be a more fitting combat stage than this for their clash. The next day, a large crowd of students gathers around the announcement board of the Elite Magic Academy. The official notice states that Karina Ludier formally challenges freshman Van Kruger to an official duel as punishment for disrupting order. The chosen location is the Royal Academy's grand training grounds, known to all as the legendary White Ring Arena. In the center of the imposing sacred grounds, Van stretches in total composure under the bright sunlight. In the luxurious bleachers, Onis Ferrania observes the commotion with folded arms beside other influential nobles. A bit further away, Helene, Falk, and Ralph sit together in the stands packed with curious spectators. Falk shows immense nervousness regarding his friend's situation and starts breaking into a cold sweat from sheer worry. Ralph notes that the mood in the entire arena is extremely heavy and tense, with gossip and whispers everywhere. Falk explains that actually no one there believes this fight will be an even matchup, leaving Ralph confused. Helene steps into the conversation directly and states bluntly that this isn't a duel, but a severe punishment. She adds that everyone there assumes a battle between a shining crown and a Garuda can only end in a one-sided beatdown. Ralph gives a confident smirk and says that might be standard logic for anyone who doesn't know his skills. Falk also cracks an excited smile and guarantees they know full well the true power their friend possesses. The guys state with total certainty that Van isn't the type of person who can be measured by common sense. Hearing his friend's faithful declaration, Helene smiles and notices that Prince Oni seems to think the exact same thing. High up in the bleachers, leaning against one of the large stone pillars, Prince Heinz silently observes the movement. He wears a cold, focused look with his striking blue eyes, entirely locked onto the arena floor below. Onis Ferrania catches Heinz's presence and keeps watching his half-brother with an expression of total suspicion. The eighth prince wonders to himself why Heinz came to personally watch a low-level duel. Noticing his brother's gaze, Heinz simply closes his eyes and offers a serene smile, acting with complete composure. Suddenly, a loud boom echoes through the grand arena as the main gates begin to slowly open. Helene, Falk, and Ralph immediately shift their focus to the arena entrance, feeling the heavy atmosphere in the air shift. Karina Ludier walks calmly toward the center of the field, holding firmly onto a metal chain dragging along the floor. Attached to that heavy chain is the mysterious, imposing iron coffin, scraping the stone ground in a threatening manner. Ralph gets completely freaked out by the unusual sight and wonders out loud what that metal coffin could be. Helene widens her eyes in worry, asking herself in disbelief if Karina actually had the nerve to bring that legendary relic. The young swordswoman stops in the center of the arena, keeping the massive coffin positioned right behind her under everyone's gaze. Van watches his opponent's entrance seriously, sensing this clash will be far more dangerous than he imagined. Without wasting time, Karina yanks and swings the heavy metal chains with impressive ease and physical strength. With a deafening crash, the metal coffin gets slammed vertically into the stone ground right in front of the silver-haired guy. Karina tries to keep his stance and jokes that she was very thoughtful to bring a coffin specially prepared for him. Karina glares at him with utter contempt and coldly demands that he stop the ill-timed jokes immediately. She warns ruthlessly that the coffin is actually way too good to be wasted on someone insignificant like him. The guy swallows hard and grows even more alert as he senses an extremely dense killer aura beginning to radiate from her. Karina then activates her magic and reveals the name of that scary legendary weapon known as the Coffin of Swords. Helene explains that the relic is a portable arsenal passed down through generations in the family, leaving Van's friends stunned by the revelation. The pink-haired girl extends her hand toward the glowing coffin and wields one of the legendary swords stored inside. She swears she will make Van deeply regret that a Garuda had the audacity to set foot in that prestigious academy. Van claps back, telling her not to be the only one regretting things and promises to that precious coffin of hers into 1,000 pieces. With a provocative smile on his face, the silver-haired guy asks how they will receive the signal to start the fight. Karina simply answers coldly that the match has already begun, charging straight at him with all her speed. She unleashes an extremely fast vertical slash, but Van manages an agile backward jump, dodging the blow by a hair. Using the momentum from the attack, the girl leaps gracefully into the air while manipulating the floating sword coffin. At unbelievable speed, Van suddenly lunges at his opponent, leaving Karina completely shocked. He charges fearlessly and delivers a powerful punch straight against her sword blade, blocking the attack with sheer physical force. The silver-haired guy gives a smirk and praises the excellent quick reflexes shown by his opponent. Karina's eyes widen in total shock, unable to process the superhuman speed the young commoner just used. Without wasting time on the surprise, the two fighters exchange swift blows in the center of the arena in an intense physical clash. In the bleachers, students talk in fear about his speed, even thinking it might be teleportation magic. Falk admits while breaking into a cold sweat that no matter how many times he sees that technique, it really looks way too much like real magic. Helene reveals that his mysterious movement technique is called the Phantom Step, making Ralph and Falk very curious about it. She explains in detail that normally people need to push off the ground to run, which creates a predictable setup movement. However, Van doesn't push off. Instead, he glides his body by manipulating his center of gravity and pelvic rotation, hiding his advance. The two admit they didn't understand a single thing from the technical explanation, but know it's a step impossible to predict from afar. Helene agrees and says that, with Karina facing this up close, his rapid movement must feel like pure teleportation. The Ice Mage remembers having that exact same terrifying impression when she first faced the guy in the test forest. In the arena, Van continues dodging masterfully and delivers precise strikes to neutralize his opponent's powerful blade. Ralph and Falk cheer enthusiastically as they realize Van holds a massive advantage in close-quarters combat. They comment that a longsword loses almost all its effectiveness when the opponent manages to stay glued to the swordsman's body. The entire crowd of students in the stands lets out a collective gasp of surprise at the unexpected turn the fight is taking. Suddenly, Van grits his teeth and lets out a grunt of exertion as he is forced to hold the guard of her sword with both hands. To the guy's surprise, Karina spins her body masterfully and executes an incredible sequence of lightning-fast circular slashes. Van lets out a quiet grunt of pain as he gets caught by grazing cuts, causing his arm to bleed lightly. The silver-haired guy is forced to take an agile leap backward to gain distance, while Karina quickly resets her combat stance. He displays an expression of absolute superiority and asks ironically if he really thought he'd be safe by sticking close to her. Van puts on a challenging smile and remarks to himself that now the matchup has finally gotten interesting. Ralph watches it all terrified and yells in shock upon realizing the upperclassman is using an advanced swordsmanship technique. The breakdown details that long swords have an unsharpened section near the hilt, known worldwide as the ricasso. This technique consists of gripping the ricasso with one hand to gain much greater, more precise control of the blade at close range. Ralph remarks that this is by no means a typical battlefield technique for a noble, proving that the rumors about her being a prodigy are real. However, Helene watches in silence and thinks that using that kind of technique against Van's skills is a terrible move. Karina advances, delivering a fast strike with her adapted stance, but Van reacts quickly to block the charge. He lands a precise punch directly against the metal of her blade, completely neutralizing the force of his opponent's attack. The silver-haired guy seizes the opening and unleashes a barrage of rapid strikes, forcing the young swordswoman into a clumsy retreat. Karina grits her teeth in deep frustration as she realizes she is being pushed back by the sheer pressure of his physical blows. Van shows a confident grin and advances to land another heavy punch, fully focused on breaking her defensive guard. The impact of the guy's physical blow pushes Karina even further back in the arena, while he warns resolutely that he isn't done yet. In the stands, one Esphirania watches the fight with folded arms and comments in disappointment that Karina is just taking hits. The prince explains that, for magic swordsmen like them, attacks that contain no magical energy are extremely difficult to predict and dodge. This happens because Van's strikes carry zero traces of mana, making them movements completely invisible to their magic perception. However, even after taking a hit, Karina disdainfully questions what any of that matters as she activates her strong protective mana barrier. She claims arrogantly that it's impossible for strikes of raw physical force to penetrate her absolute magic defense. But suddenly, the girl's eyes go wide in total shock as she feels something horribly wrong happening to her body. Karina freezes in the middle of the arena, unable to comprehend why her body suddenly stopped responding to her commands. She clutches her head with an expression of intense agony and pain, asking desperately what on earth the silver-haired guy did to her. Van just gives a sarcastic smirk and replies cynically that maybe her concentration of magical energy is simply sloppy. The girl flies into a rage at his taunt and grits her teeth as she desperately tries to regain control of her movements. The breakdown reveals that Van utilized the secret empty hall technique, which harnesses the intense wind pressure generated by his palm impact. This focused air burst sends a shock wave straight into the semicircular canals inside Karina's ear. This internal hit causes immediate disorientation, severely messing up the opponent's motor coordination and physical balance in the arena. The students in the stands comment in shock and confusion, unable to wrap their heads around how powerful Karina Ludier is getting pressed like that. Onis Farania stands up furious from his seat and shouts, demanding she fight back and honor her title as noble heir to a great house. The young swordswoman hides her face, displaying intense shame and irritation at undergoing such a public humiliation. Van takes a firm stance and questions seriously if they shouldn't just wrap up this arena duel once and for all. The purple-haired assistant screams in desperation from the stands upon seeing her lady's extremely critical situation in combat. The silver-haired guy dashes at high speed straight toward Karina, determined to land the finishing blow to end the fight. However, Karina raises her head with a totally sadistic smile and eyes glowing in a psychotic pink shade of pure hatred. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of pink magical energy erupts from the coffin of swords and slices through the sky with destructive power. The girl braces herself on the ground while wielding a massive new sword, surrounded by an absurd amount of lightning and reddish mana. The massive shockwave completely shatters the stone floor of the arena, tearing open a huge crater and knocking Van back with the impact. Hulk and Ralph are left in absolute horror as they witness the colossal devastation that just took place right before them. Dust rises across the entire stadium, while the crowd of students screams in shock at the display of power far beyond the norm. Van observes the destruction in shock, realizing she only unleashed a simple slash imbued with a monstrous amount of mana. He notes that, even without taking a direct hit, the impact shook his whole body, understanding why the sword saints used the coffin. The blade of Karina's sword glows intensely, radiating such a massive amount of energy that the weapon's actual structure vibrates. She reveals the name of the Skyfall blade technique, but admits the drawback is that an ordinary sword cannot withstand so much energy. Onus remarks that Karina was holding back until now, and the assistant confirms, saying anyone hit by that would turn to dust. Even facing such danger, Van gives a slight defiant smile and sarcastically remarks that she ought to treat her weapons better. She agrees with a wicked grin on her face and promises she will put a final end to this fight with her next sword attack. The pink-haired girl raises her colossal weapon to the heavens, channeling an even greater amount of destructive mana through it. Van observes the absurd power gathered before him, while his friends wonder in desperation if she genuinely intends to unalive him. Some noble students chuckle maliciously, saying that death would be nothing more than the natural punishment for a Garuda who dared challenge nobility. Ralph falls into utter despair and screams in panic that his friend will certainly perish if he gets hit by that monstrous amount of power. Falk tries to rationalize it, saying that as long as the strike doesn't land directly and Van can use his phantom step, they'll have a chance. Helene observes the entire situation with intensely glowing eyes, coldly analyzing if his maneuvers will be enough to save him. Helene assesses that Van's quick lunges are indeed landing, but aren't enough to defeat Karina with a single strike. On the other hand, Karina's terrifying Skyfall blade possesses the overwhelming power to annihilate Van completely with just one hit. This means she can intentionally take his hits just to get the chance to fire her maximum power point blank. Even if the silver-haired guy manages to dodge the direct cut, the violent shockwave generated at such close range alone would be completely fatal for someone like him, who possesses zero magical defense to protect himself from an impact of that scale. While his friends wonder what he will do, Karina glares at her opponent and coldly warns that she will speak to him for the last time. She orders him to accept his humble birth status and stop fighting, promising to spare the guy's life if he complies. Van remains completely calm and scoffs, saying she seems to have a truly unhealthy obsession with this nobility status thing. She proudly states that their magic power is defined by bloodline, which forms the foundation of the kingdom's entire social order. Hearing his opponent's argument, the guy lets out a quiet, sarcastic chuckle and remarks that it's a typical textbook answer for nobles. However, he questions her directly, asking if she genuinely believes that acting arrogant will turn her into a true noble. Karina stands in utter shock at his bold words and asks through gritted teeth what on earth he just said. He puts on a taunting smile and reveals he already knows the whole truth, openly stating that she is half commoner. Van adds that this is why she pushes herself so hard to be a perfect noble, so that her own father will finally acknowledge her. Hearing her biggest and most painful secret from the past exposed in the middle of the pink-haired girl freezes completely. She loses total control of her emotions, her eyes widening in a state of pure, murderous madness as she roars in hatred against him. An overwhelming burst of lightning and pink mana erupts from the young swordswoman, making the entire stone ground of the arena shake violently. In the stands, Ralph gets extremely confused and asks Falk what on earth the two fighters were talking about down there. Colleen simply watches in silence and explains that the silver-haired guy is provoking Karina on purpose, so she releases her maximum attack. Ralph screams in absolute panic upon hearing the explanation, unable to comprehend why his friend would bait such a dangerous and fatal strike. Falk's eyes widen as realization clicks, deducing that the guy is planning to use that devastating technique against her. In her deep, painful thoughts, Karina remembers always being treated as an unwanted outsider in the middle of high society. She recalls the tough times when she was completely despised and ignored by all her family members inside the massive mansion. The girl thinks that, because they shared that same pain of rejection, she felt a certain sympathy for the silver-haired guy for being a Garuda. For that reason, she had personally volunteered to test the young man with the initial intention of resolving everything without taking his life. However, seeing that he didn't appreciate her kindness and even dared to insult her pride, her fury reaches a completely insane level. She raises her colossal weapon, glowing with pure destructive energy, and roars, declaring she will end him right there, just as he wished. Showing not a single drop of fear, Ven sprints at top speed toward her, accepting the challenge to face the supreme technique head-on. The young swordswoman comes down from above, unleashing the powerful slash imbued with all her mana, while Van charges with an open chest beneath her. The Skyfall Blade technique is unleashed with all its devastating fury, covering the center of the arena in intense pink light and lightning. However, in the middle of that colossal explosion of mana, the pink-haired girl's eyes widen in absolute amazement. To everyone's utter disbelief, Ven manages to stop the descent of the colossal blade by catching it firmly with his bare palms. The nobles in the stands yell out in disbelief, commenting that it is humanly impossible to stop a downward sword strike like that. The secret is that the guy first matched his palm's speed with the downward trajectory of her sword with millimeter precision. Then, from the exact moment he made contact with the metal, he began applying heavy progressive braking to the blade. In the split second before the cut hit the ground, Ven perfectly dispersed and absorbed all the kinetic energy from the terrible impact. This legendary and complex bodily defensive technique of Van's is known in the combat world as the zero-style catch. It functions in the exact same manner as the secret technique he used to take down all of Helene's frozen stakes in the forest. Van smiles and remarks that the Skyfall Blade is a formidable technique, but that its excess power ended up being its own downfall. Completely out of breath and terrified by that display of insane skill, Karina screams in desperation that it's impossible. The silver-haired guy capitalizes on his opponent's complete imbalance to land a powerful, precise punch straight to Karina's abdomen. With a focused gaze, he channels all his physical strength and delivers his famous, devastating crushing blow technique. The brutal impact generates an overwhelming shockwave that launches the young swordswoman high into the air, sending her weapon flying across the arena. Karina is sent airborne, coughing up blood from sheer pain, crashing violently against the ruined stone floor of the combat arena. The entire audience of noble students in the bleachers is left in a state of absolute shock and silence at that unbelievable outcome. Silence takes over the whole grand arena, as Van remains standing calmly, and Karina lies fallen on her knees on the ground. The girl lets out a groan of pure pain and deep frustration, wiping the blood slowly trickling from the corner of her mouth. The spectators stammer in utter bewilderment, seeing the famous princess of 1,000 blades defeated so humiliatingly by a mere Garuda. Oni's Ferrania bites his lip in rage over his ally's defeat, while Karina's assistant cries anxiously looking down at the arena. Ralph and Fox celebrate, shouting with joy and telling their friend not to lower his guard under any circumstances, demanding he stay on the offensive. Van just observes her from afar in complete silence, keeping his red eyes fixed on his fallen opponent. On her knees and heavily battered, Karina asks bitterly why he isn't delivering the final strike to finish her off. She leans tremblingly against the coffin and asks irritably if he happens to be feeling pity or showing mercy. He answers calmly that he isn't, but makes it clear he has zero interest in bullying an incomplete noble like her. The girl's eyes go wide upon hearing the direct insult, feeling her pride deeply wounded once again. The guy provokes her, saying he knows she still hasn't shown her full power and challenges her to reveal her true strength. Wiping the blood from her lips in fury, the girl snarls in hatred upon hearing her adversary's extremely pretentious words. Without hesitating, she channels all her remaining mana to activate the maximum hidden power of her grand coffin of swords. The entire audience of students in the stands watches in absolute panic upon realizing she is drawing that legendary weapon. Oni's Ferrania watches fascinated and confesses that this is the very first time he will see her true, full power in action. Ralph and Falk grow terrified, and the Wind Mage notes that even without being a swordsman, he's already heard terrible rumors about the weapon. Helene confirms seriously that it's one of the most famous swords in the kingdom, being the personal signature weapon of the Sword Saint himself. It is the mystical Sternkreis, better known in high society among elite mages as the legendary Star Ring sword. The breakdown reveals the weapon is a spring sword made from an extremely thin, flexible special metal from the kingdom. In his mind, Van recalls that in his past life that terrifying weapon of blood was known to everyone as the Blood Chain of Massacre. With an insane look, Karina vows she will show him everything she had to sacrifice just to reach that position. The silver-haired guy agrees with a composed look, keeping his body completely relaxed, yet ready to react in a millisecond. He fearlessly warns that he is ready to witness with his own eyes the girl's full power and fury in the duel. The young swordswoman positions herself in the center of large pink magic circles, declaring she will use all her life force. She hurls a defiant slash and yells for him to try to survive and withstand the devastating impact of her mana attack. A massive tornado of pink mana and destructive lightning begins to spin violently in the arena, surging forward to shred Van. Van herself screams in utter desperation, asking what that thing is, while Falk asks in horror if that can even be called swordsmanship. The text reveals it to be the legendary national magic art, known to all as the Circle Requiem. Helene explains that this supreme technique amplifies the metal's flexibility with magical energy, raising the sword tip's speed to supersonic levels. Van observes the overwhelming technique through gritted teeth, knowing full well that the smallest mistake here will result in instant death. She adds that the legendary circle dance spares no one, destroying both fire and electricity with the same absolute ease. The devastating field of supersonic slashes expands every second with the clear intention of swallowing the entire length of the combat arena. She warns that if he wants to run and admit defeat, she will allow it, but guarantees that if he stays put, not even his bones will remain. The silver-haired guy simply displays a fearless grin and calmly replies that she doesn't need to go through the trouble of expanding that technique. Instead of running or defending, Van decides to walk casually straight toward the center of that massive tornado of destructive mana. He plants himself open-chested right on the border of the hurricane of blades, shredding everything it touches nearby. The silver-haired guy focuses his entire perception on the extremely fast, chaotic movements of the mystical Star Ring sword slashes. However, even facing all that incredible, deadly speed, he simply closes his bright red eyes. Van realizes that, despite looking like a chaotic whirlwind, that sequence of supersonic slashes isn't completely invisible to him. He then activates his advanced skill known in the underworld of Mortal Kombat as tachypsyche. It is a biological survival phenomenon where the brain's processing speed is extremely accelerated under extreme stress. While ordinary people experience this only by mere accident, Van has completely mastered the rare ability to trigger this mental state whenever he wants, with his mind focused and time seeming to move in slow motion around him. He declares it's time to put a final end to the fight. He steps forward with firm strides directly into the whirlwind of deadly pink slashes, tearing up the arena's stone floor. With unbelievable precision, the guy dodges every single fast blade by mere millimeters, without sustaining even a single scratch. The entire crowd of students in the stands falls into complete silence and shock as they witness that extraordinary defensive feat. 8th Prince Onus widens his eyes and starts breaking into a cold sweat, asking himself in disbelief if the commoner actually managed to dodge that. Even Prince Heinz loses his calm composure and remarks in awe that Van is precisely parrying only the tip of her blade. The silver-haired guy knows full well that the center of gravity of that complex spring sword always stays located at the tip of the blade. For this reason, he knows he must under no circumstances let himself be confused by the chaotic, wavy trajectories the weapon's body makes. He understands that all he really needs to do to neutralize its destructive power is firmly strike only the tip of his rival's sword. Karina starts losing her breath and shows massive nervousness as she sees her opponent easily neutralize her most secret technique. She screams amidst her rage that she finally understands the guy is also a true monster in combat skills just like her. However, Van bluntly disagrees and replies that actually he just pushed himself and trained way harder than anyone else. He glares at her with deep seriousness with his glowing red eyes and roars back that he just trained hard, just like she did. She grows extremely irritated and asks out loud through gritted teeth what he meant by that audacious statement. Van explains that the spring sword severely punishes anyone who fails to master it, and that mere noble blood isn't enough to tame that weapon. The silver-haired guy intensely asks how many years of her life she had to sacrifice in training to master that weapon with such brilliance. Hearing his sincere question, Karina freezes and realizes she had never stopped to think about all the time she dedicated to the sword. She begins to remember her lonely childhood, recalling a single special moment she held deep in her heart. Back in those distant days, her father set aside a moment amidst his duties to personally teach her how to handle a sword. After the soft light streaming through the beautiful flower garden, the man gently held little Karina's hands to guide her movements. Although she knows that teaching might have been the result of a mere passing whim from her father, that moment was deeply meaningful. In that instant, the little girl felt a real deep connection with her father, but unfortunately that closeness was never repeated. Far too busy with the kingdom's political matters, her father simply had no time to give attention to an illegitimate daughter like her. Seeing painful family contempt, the little girl made the firm decision to train tirelessly until she perfected her swordsmanship to the absolute limit. She believed with blind faith that if she became stronger than anyone else, her father and her entire family would finally acknowledge her. She began subjecting herself day after day to a hellish, extremely painful training routine for her small child's body. As a result of that effort, she ended up becoming way too strong, making all the contemptuous looks vanish once and for all. She initially felt immense joy upon conquering that victory, but discovered there would be a terrible price to pay. In exchange for her immense, precocious power, she began living under a constant atmosphere of hatred and dread from everyone around her. She recalls with deep sadness that all the warmth and kindness that existed in her beloved father's eyes completely vanished. The man officially recognized her as his legitimate heir only out of obligation, and that seemed to be the absolute limit of what he could do. To keep the peace and appease the other legitimate relatives, turning his back on his illegitimate daughter was seen as the correct decision to make. It was at that exact moment of painful solitude that she understood the only real thing she had left in life was her own sword. She decided to prove her own value of existence before everyone through unquestionable strength that no one there could dispute. That was the only desperate alternative she possessed to finally be recognized by her father and her entire family. In the present, she roars in fury at Van, asking with tears in her eyes what a simple commoner like him could possibly know about that pain. With her heart overflowing with rage, she delivers a furious barrage of attacks to slice Van with all the power of her star ring. Van lets out a grunt of effort as he takes small, deep grazing cuts on his arm and face, sending blood trickling down his skin. Even while being hit by the overwhelming fury of supersonic magic cuts, the silver-haired guy stands firm and refuses to take a single step back. Despite bleeding, Van displays an extremely focused and determined expression while Karina watches him with eyes full of dread. In the stands, Ralph and Falk get scared seeing the guy continue advancing fearlessly through the middle of that terrible storm. Karina screams in utter desperation, unable to understand why he goes so far since all her past opponents always ran away in fear. She screams indignantly, asking why he, a mere Garuda devoid of any mana, simply refuses to yield in that battle. Van thinks about the terrible tragedy of the future, seeing that hard-won power end up being cruelly used by evil people. He recalls the widespread destruction that will happen and how in the end there will be absolutely nothing left for her except pure emptiness. Van remembers with sorrow all the mutual suffering they experienced and how she ended her journey lost on the path of darkness. He grits his teeth and thinks to himself that he understands all that immense pain and suffering of hers much better than anyone else. He realizes that deep inside that storm there is only a frightened little girl crying and decides he simply cannot ignore her. Karina tries to shoot back, yelling that she isn't crying at all, but the guy asserts with absolute certainty that she definitely is crying. He adds firmly that the very sword in her hands is crying out and screaming in desperation in her place at this exact moment. Van shouts in a defiant tone toward her, giving voice to the girl's bottled-up despair of always asking herself if all her effort isn't enough. The guy states that her blade is screaming to know why her beloved father simply refuses to accept and acknowledge her. The young woman grits her teeth in pure denial and pain, screaming with all her strength to know what he could possibly understand about her. She bellows in complete emotional despair that mystical sword and her flawless strength are the only real things she possesses in the world. She declares she trained to be the best, and make her whole family bow before her power, unleashing a new, desperate charge. Van guards his body with his arms and admits he doesn't know everything about her life, but asks her to pay close attention to his words. He offers a warm smile and affectionately assures her that her personal worth can never be defined by anyone else's opinions. The guy says all the sweat and tears she shed in secret during her childhood carry immense value that no one can ever erase. He stares at her with deep conviction and asserts with complete certainty that even if no one in the whole world has the courage to admit it, to him at least, she will always be considered the greatest and most spectacular magic swordswoman he has ever had the privilege to know. Hearing her opponent's sincere, comforting praise, Karina freezes completely, her eyes widening as she feels her heart soften. In that emotional moment, memories of her beloved father's advice during childhood training echo powerfully in the young woman's mind. She recalls her father telling her that even in front of her worst enemies, she should never wield or swing her sword with hatred or anger. She recalls her father saying to always remain noble and hold pride firmly in her heart, even in the midst of the worst battle. He explained that was the stance and spirit of the true sword passed down for generations within the prestigious luthier house. Back in the arena, all the dust and destruction generated by the terrible impact begin to slowly clear through the air under everyone's eyes. A single tear streams down Karina's face as she finally understands the true meaning behind her father's ancient lesson. She realizes pride wasn't about seeking recognition from others, but staying true to herself, something she had thrown away. The mystical spring sword slips from her hands and falls silently onto the stone ground, signaling the definitive end of that grand duel. The two young fighters remain standing and stare at each other amid the debris, feeling that all the murderous tension present before has completely vanished. The pink-haired girl cracks a faint smile and offers sincere thanks to Van Kruger for the match and the unforgettable work. She begins walking back toward her iron coffin, saying the guy helped her remember what was truly important. Karina reflects with relief that she finally rediscovered the path to wielding the sword she truly desired since her childhood. She looks at him seriously and asks if, in their next duel, the silver-haired guy will be ready to face her swordsmanship at full strength. Van shows a friendly smile and answers with all the goodwill in the world that he will happily accept the challenge when the time comes. The two bid each other a cordial farewell, officially wrapping up that epic fight that brought the entire elite Royal Magic Academy to a standstill. The noble spectators remained seated in the stands in absolute shock, unable to believe what they just witnessed. In truth, the final blow Karina used was just a simple downward slash, but executed with body technique honed to perfection. She raised her sword with outstretched arms toward the heavens, channeling her energy cleanly and without any trace of hatred. It was a refined movement, executed with such precision that it perfectly hit the peak of swordsmanship's purity. The breakdown highlights that simple downward slash was the only precious, real technique her father taught her in childhood. Van realizes that clean, focused slash represented Karina's true essence, free of any resentment or desire to prove anything. In that last millisecond of the duel, the guy used all his defensive strength to intercept his adversary's clean strike. At the end of the rapid exchange of forces, Van managed to dodge the impact and stayed standing while Karina fell to her knees in the arena. With her sword on the ground and lacking the strength to keep fighting, the young swordswoman genuinely admitted her total defeat in that duel. She looked back with an extremely gentle, sweet smile on her face and thanked Van from the bottom of her heart for opening her eyes. The guy extended his hand in a gesture of deep, mutual respect and replied that the feeling of gratitude was completely mutual. With a beautiful smile under the bright blue sky, he praised her swordsmanship, saying that was a wonderful fight. In the stands packed with noble students, total silence reigns as everyone tries to process that unbelievable result. The students start gossiping in shock, remarking that a member of the legendary Five Crowns was defeated by a freshman who was also a Garuda. High in the bleachers, Prince Hines begins clapping slowly and ironically, breaking that tense collective silence. Seeing the prince's gesture of applause, the other noble students begin clapping for the guy rather timidly and reluctantly. Under the rain of applause coming from all sides of the stands, Van helps the young swordswoman up in a very friendly manner. The day after the grand arena duel, the friends walk through the flowery courtyard and Ralph asks anxiously if his wounds have already healed. Van replies happily and confirms the Academy's healing mage took care of all his injuries without leaving behind a single scar. Ralph gestures super enthusiastically and remarks that the duel yesterday was simply an awesome thing to watch. The friend with the quiff sincerely confesses that deep down, he still can't believe the silver-haired guy actually came out victorious in that fight. Falk agrees, saying that fight will go down in school history, but Van brushes it off with a laugh, saying it was just an ordinary duel. Falk grabs his friend's collar in outrage and shouts that it was by no means an ordinary duel, given that a freshman beat one of the 5 crowns. Ralph abruptly cuts off the argument by pointing in surprise toward the courtyard, telling his friends to look in a direction immediately. Among the trees in the lovely sunny courtyard, the guys spot the princess of 1,000 blades leaning silently against a large trunk. Ralph and Falk start stammering in dread as they sense the imposing presence of the feared pink-haired upperclassman watching the group from afar. The silver-haired guy just smiles casually and remarks quite lightly that she also seems to be doing very well health-wise today. His friends freeze in fear and wonder in terror what the mystical, powerful, noble warrior wants to do with them now. Falk breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, asking if she's already come to seek payback for the defeat, while Ralph desperately tries to calm him down. The two friends whisper that yesterday's duel was completely official and sanctioned, so she couldn't just attack them out of nowhere. Unbothered by his friend's nervousness, Van raises his hand very cheerfully and greets his dear swordsmanship upperclassman. Karina complains that he took way too long to greet her and notes with a scowl that the guy's attitude still needs work. Van apologizes with a laugh and asks if she came to give him another punishment, and the girl hesitatingly replies that she wouldn't want to do that. Suddenly, she points her index finger dramatically in Van Kruger's direction and loudly announces that she is making him her knight. The whole crew of friends gets a look of absolute shock and confusion in the courtyard upon hearing that completely unexpected declaration. The breakdown details that historically, a squire or knight served a more experienced warrior to learn the noble rules of chivalry. However, at the Royal Elite Academy, this title functions as a system where strong upperclassmen guide and supervise freshmen of interest. In other words, she announces that, on behalf of the 5 Shining Crowns, she will personally guide and correct Van's conduct starting today. Van grows quite concerned upon realizing this means he will be under her constant watch from now on. In the distance, Falk quietly remarks that this isn't actually a bad deal, leaving Ralph confused about why he thinks that. Falk tells his friend to think carefully, since no one else would dare mess with Van while the princess of 1,000 blades was looking out for him. Ralph finally grasps the situation while Van overhears his friend's conversation and starts to understand the real plan behind it. The guy sincerely thanks her for the good intentions and consideration of his upperclassmen, but indicates he has other plans in mind. She says he should feel extremely honored, as she is personally taking him under her complete protection. Right after, she orders him to kneel immediately right then and there and swear his loyalty as her squire. Van gives a respectful bow and says he is deeply grateful for the consideration of his class upperclassmen. However, he respectfully declines the offer and takes off running, shouting that he can't stand the idea of being monitored by anyone. Karina is left completely in shock and furious at the guy's audacity, screaming for him to stop immediately. She chases after him in outrage, loudly asking if he is seriously running away from the guidance of one of the 5 crowns. Ralph and Falk watch that unbelievable scene totally paralyzed, completely unable to say a single word. The guys wonder if that person running so desperately could really be the legendary princess of 1,000 blades. They keep doubting their own eyes, thinking it's simply impossible for that to actually be the feared warrior. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, a clenched fist slams with extreme force against the arm of a wooden chair. Prince Onis says in irritation that it is an absolute embarrassment for a member of the 5 Shining Crowns to lose to a mere Garuda. The scene reveals they are gathered around a large round table inside an exclusive room at the prestigious academy. In the room, a man silently looks out the window, while a red-haired young woman calmly sips a cup of tea. Onis reflects that, at first, he thought this entire situation was nothing more than a setup planned by Helene. He believed she just wanted to show off her massive influence by forcing the absurd enrollment of a Garuda into the institution. However, now that the Garuda has defeated Karina in an official duel, the entire situation has drastically changed shape. He explains that a magicless person overcoming a noble sets a dangerous precedent for the absolute hierarchy, supporting the kingdom's laws. The prince shouts in great fury that what Helene is doing is a real attack against the entire nobility of the country. He casts a stern look toward the others present in the room to gauge their reaction to his outraged words. The purple-haired man gazing out the window thoughtfully whispers the name Van Kruger. He wonders in intrigue where exactly the young Garuda could have learned such refined hand-to-hand combat techniques. The red-haired young woman sets down her cup and says that concern is completely groundless, addressing the prince. The prince turns to her, showing surprise and curiosity upon hearing such a confident statement from the young lady. Amelia states with absolute firm resolve that Van Kruger's techniques pose no real threat to the nobility. She argues that duels are merely individual games, but the nobility needs power to protect the people and crush enemy armies. She questions what a boy without magic could do against magic beasts, saying that at most he would serve as an assassin. Amelia concludes that Van will never manage to replace the nobles who serve as the true pillars supporting the nation. The prince fully agrees with Amelia's, showing he was quite pleased with her answer. He asks if she has a way to make all the academy students aware of this important fact as quickly as possible. Amelia replies calmly that a perfect, excellent opportunity to prove this will present itself very soon. The prince begins to reflect and questions if she is referring to the academy's famous and challenging legion training. The practical combat exercise consists of gathering classes from different years into special units to hunt down terrible magic beasts. She plans to use her authority as an upperclassman to place Van on her squad and definitively expose all his weaknesses and limitations. The prince cracks a wicked smile and fully approves of the cruel plan crafted by his reliable ally. Suddenly, the door opens and young Prince Heinz enters the room, commenting that the conversation sounds quite interesting. Heinz walks calmly toward the large table under the attentive, surprised glare of the members of the 5 Shining Crowns. Onis immediately grows tense and shocked to see his main successional rival entering the room without any prior warning. Amelia adopts a firm stance and addresses him rather coldly, greeting the intruding prince formally. She warns him that the room is exclusive to the 5 Crowns and that not even royalty can enter without permission, prompting Heinz to apologize. He apologizes with a gentle smile, but lets them know there is something extremely important he really needed to tell them. He asks with a mysterious look if he and his companions could also participate in the legion training under her command. The red-haired young woman is quite astonished at the idea of having the crown prince himself in her special unit. Heinz lies, saying he was deeply touched and moved by the unwavering conviction he just heard in Amelia's words. Feeling honored by the praise, Amelia gives a respectful bow and humbly accepts young Prince Heinz's request. In that case, Amelia states she will educate Van in front of the prince to show him that magic power is the absolute force protecting that nation. Suddenly, Van is caught off guard and freezes up completely as he feels someone grabbing his shoulder firmly from behind in the middle of the courtyard. Sitting around a tea table in the garden with his friends and Helene, the young guy asks intrigued about what legion training actually is. Falk is surprised he doesn't know and explains that in this activity, students form combat units and carry out missions together. Ralph gestures excitedly and reveals an important detail, telling him that each participating student leads real soldiers from the kingdom itself. Van eats a cookie thoughtfully and concludes that it's basically military training so they can gain real experience as commanders. Helene clarifies that despite being called training, the missions are real combat that this time will take place in a magical marsh called the Lament Wetlands. She explains that those magic-filled lands are dangerous areas inhabited by terrible beasts, something he should have already learned in class. She details that when the population of these beasts surges too high, they cause devastating stampedes, making their extermination a crucial duty for nobles. Van agrees with a serious, thoughtful look upon hearing that their operational site will indeed be the feared territory known as the Lament Wetlands. Helene asks if something is wrong with him, but the guy quickly denies it with a smile and asks her to continue with the explanation. She explains that the units form a legion where first-year students act as squad leaders, commanding a small handful of soldiers. Meanwhile, the more experienced upperclassmen are in charge of gathering these multiple small squads under the command of a whole company. Falk asks if doing well there brings major recognition, and Helene confirms it, saying everyone on the council achieved notable victories in their first year. Ralph comments thoughtfully that since operations happen at the company level, the commander appointed to lead the group makes all the difference. The upperclassman agrees with the young man's comment and adds that assignments are decided by direct nominations made by the upperclassmen themselves. Hearing about the nomination system, Van takes a sip of his tea anxiously, thinking he'll probably end up stuck with the group's leftovers. However, Helene smiles sweetly and reveals that actually there are many upperclassmen who are quite eager to nominate the guy. Seeing his confusion, she explains with a laugh that it's not out of malice, but because many at the school have come to deeply respect his skills. His friends agree it makes sense, remembering he defeated the Princess of 1,000 Blades and became famous by subduing the beast in the entrance exam. She adds that everyone is curious about Van's techniques, intrigued to see how he shows so much strength even without possessing magic power. The silver-haired guy is left completely speechless and lost in thought as he reflects on the fact that he, a Garuda, is being so respected by that nobility. He silently acknowledges that receiving this kind of treatment and prestige was something completely unthinkable in his harsh past life. Van realizes with resolve that the world around him is finally starting to change bit by bit because of his impactful actions at the academy. However, he notes that some influential people don't seem to be liking this break from order and old traditions one bit. Watching from afar at the window, Prince Onus stands shocked and wonders if the guy actually noticed his fixed stare from that distance. The prince tries to convince himself it's impossible, since without detection magic, no one could feel a presence so far away. He grumbles in anger and tells Van to enjoy his silly little friendship games while he still has time to do so at school. Back at the courtyard table, Helene reassures the guy, saying she doesn't think he'll be treated unfairly in any of the training units. She announces that, using her priority nomination rights as one of the 5 crowns, she plans to put Van, Ralph, and Falk together in her own unit. The friends find the news extremely comforting and comment excitedly that now they're actually looking forward to Legion training starting. Suddenly, Karina appears imposing at the scene and abruptly interrupts the conversation, ordering everyone to stay right where they are. The pink-haired girl approaches the tea table with long strides under the surprised and frightened stares of all the guys gathered there. Van makes a face of disappointment and grumbles to himself, knowing full well that his rival's sudden appearance can only mean more trouble. She points her finger and asserts that supervising Van is her duty, but the guy snaps back instantly, reminding her he already turned down the offer to be her squire. Helene finds the situation amusing and accepts Karina's proposal, causing the guy to protest, asking them not to decide things without him. A few days later, the group walks toward the main courtyard and is impressed to see the massive crowd of students gathered for training. Ralph comments that it's an honor to be nominated by prestigious upperclassmen, while Van observes the people around, noting everyone looks very serious. The silver-haired guy examines the main notice board carefully and mutters confusedly that his name isn't listed where he expected it to be. He focuses his eyes on the official roster for the unit under Helene's command to try and find a trace of his nomination once and for all. To his complete shock and disappointment, the young man confirms his name was indeed not placed on that team's list of recruits. Ralph guesses he might be in the Princess of 1,000 Blades unit, but Falk cuts him off, pointing toward another notice board. Falk extends his index finger toward the official notice sheet located lower down to show the exact location of Van Kruger's name. The document reveals the guy was placed under the command of the 5th Company, which is strictly led by upperclassman Amelia Rosenwald. His friends yell out in disbelief at that unexpected placement and tell Van to immediately look at the other name written right next to his on the sheet. The image focuses on the paper, highlighting that the other warrior summoned to the exact same company as Van is Prince Heinz Farania. Van Kruger stares at that information, completely paralyzed with shock, unable to believe what he just discovered about his new unit. Right at this moment of collective tension, a hand approaches softly and rests very lightly on the surprised silver-haired guy's shoulder. Prince Heinz appears smiling beside Amelia and greets the guy warmly, commenting on the crazy coincidence of them being together. The entire crew of friends turns quickly with expressions of utter astonishment as they recognize the striking, imposing presence of the young royal heir. With a handsome smile on his face, Prince Heinz steps up to Van and remarks cheerfully that this really is quite a huge coincidence. The whole crew of friends stands completely frozen and amazed to see the crowned prince up close in the middle of that crowd of students. The young prince recalls that they hadn't seen each other since the entrance exam, but suggests they work together and give it their all on this new mission. Heinz displays a friendly look and extends his hand toward the silver-haired boy as a sign of partnership and mutual respect. Van hesitates silently for a few moments, but ends up accepting the prince's handshake in a rather contained, serious manner. Amelia takes the floor and remarks quite impractically that he must be the famous Van Kruger, which the guy confirms right away. She officially introduces herself as Amelia Rosenwald, revealing she is a member of the 5 Shining Crowns and the commander of his company. Understanding her position, Van gives a brief, respectful bow and offers sincere apologies for not properly introducing himself earlier. The young woman says she doesn't care about that, and adds calmly that she isn't much of a fan of rigid formal language in daily life either. However, her tone shifts and she harshly demands that, throughout the practical exercise, he know his place as a Garuda and obey her orders. The silver-haired guy is left totally speechless before that prejudiced, harsh attitude displayed by his new commander in front of everyone. Seeing that tense scene, Helene approaches with firm steps and calls out Amelia's name seriously to step into the courtyard conversation. She sternly questions her peer, asking if the words she just directed at the freshman weren't a bit too rude and harsh. Amelia shoots back that Helene is totally mistaken and asserts with conviction that acting this way with the freshman is actually an act of kindness. She argues that if the weak try to act beyond their limits, they end up putting their own lives and the entire integrity of the combat unit at risk. She continues explaining that the role of a Garuda who possesses not a single drop of magic power is already laid out and established by tradition. From her rigid perspective, the only fitting function for people like Van Kruger on the battlefield is to act solely as scouts and sentries. Looking fixedly into her eyes, Van realizes with surprise that the red-haired commander carries not a single drop of malice or contempt. He notes that she truly believes from the bottom of her heart that she is right, concluding that people with this kind of blind mindset are the hardest to deal with. The boy cracks a subtle smile and remarks that fulfilling one's proper role on the battlefield is indeed something very important. He firmly declares that proving the value of his strength in combat was the exact big reason that made him join that prestigious institution. He remembers Helene's encouraging words, saying that defeating mages without using magic also made him worthy of achieving the title of knight. The silver-haired guy forcefully reinforces that he came here precisely to prove what true role a magicless Garuda can perform. He boldly challenges her, telling her to observe with her own eyes whether he will actually be dead weight or not during that important mission. The two lock eyes in an extremely piercing, resolute stare, creating an atmosphere of massive tension and rivalry between commander and subordinate. Amelia begins to slowly walk away from the spot, commenting over her shoulder that she will at least recognize the young freshman has a strong fighting spirit. Friendly Prince Heinz bids the group farewell with a light, warm smile on his face, saying he is also heading off to catch up with the commander. Before leaving, Heinz whispers to Van not to worry about Amelia's harsh words, stating he is sure his skills will prove very useful. Van remains completely quiet in the academy courtyard, watching from afar as the two important figures walk under the golden sunlight. Karina comments to Helene that all that sudden shift in unit assignments must have been direct interference orchestrated by the prince himself. Meanwhile, proud Prince Onus remains with arms folded in the school hallways, wearing an arrogant and quite confident posture. Helene sincerely apologizes to the freshman, confessing that deep down she never imagined the prince would dare go to such an extreme point. The silver-haired youth silently analyzes the situation and concludes that things at this school are getting increasingly complicated on his end. He grits his teeth in irritation upon realizing that specific hunting mission in the marsh is already something extremely dangerous and risky by itself. Van remembers hearing terrifying rumors in his past life about how this magic beast extermination in the marsh caused devastating losses to the kingdom. He recalls that, although the threat was suppressed, all that mass destruction ended up acting as the initial spark for a terrible future civil war. Seeing his friend distracted, Ralph anxiously asks if everything is okay with him, and Van calmly answers that he was just lost in thought. The guy reflects that if that feared new monster species emerges again, his dear friends will be in danger, something he wants to avoid at all costs. He regrets that the original plan to offer quick support using the strength of Helene's or Karina's units has become extremely difficult to pull off now. Karina catches Van's glance and cockily remarks that he seemed to really want to be on her team, leaving her peer Helene quite skeptical about that. Setting the upperclassmen's chatter aside, the silver-haired youth focuses his entire mental attention on the serious threats ahead in the mission. He assumes Amelia is planning to make him look bad in battle, but knows the real danger waiting for them in that marsh is infinitely greater. With an extremely focused look, Van concludes with absolute certainty that this entire military operation will not end peacefully or quietly. The army of students and nobles mounted on imposing horses begins marching out in an organized formation toward the exit of the elite academy's grand gates. From high atop her mount, Amelia shouts to her company that they will advance as the vanguard force of all units heading into the dangerous marsh. She firmly adds that she expects every person there to demonstrate the characteristic pride of a noble and the unwavering resolve of a true soldier. All the soldiers and students on the team yell out in unison in an energetic, respectful tone, accepting their leader's stern orders with complete readiness. Prince Heinz rides with great elegance in the middle of the formation, maintaining a calm, gentle expression under the open sky during the long journey. The other noble members of the 5th Company follow right behind on their mounts, displaying great focus and seriousness before the coming challenge. Heinz wears a subtle, intriguing, and mysterious smile as he advances toward the dangerous land, leaving his true goals there hanging in the air. The soldiers comment excitedly that serving under the Crown Prince's orders is an honor and that if they shine on the mission, they'll bring pride to their villages. Van observes that movement mounted on his horse and notes that the kingdom's soldiers seem extremely motivated for the upcoming battle. However, shifting his gaze to the side, the silver-haired boy notices that not everyone in the troop shares that same initial excitement. A specific group of tired, scowling soldiers marches right behind him, displaying massive discontentment with the situation. They complain disdainfully about having an unarmed Garuda as a leader, whispering that an unarmed, magicless warrior leading the squad is a joke. They complain loudly about whether they're just disposable troops, making Van notice they don't even bother whispering, grumbling openly right in front of him. Annoyed by the lack of discipline, Van decides to halt his march and turns around to lay down the rules clearly for his entire squad at once. He introduces himself out loud again in a firm voice as Van Kruger, reinforcing his official position as the leader of that combat squad. He warns the group that from that exact moment on, he will be the sole person responsible for commanding and guiding all their actions during the exercise. Van orders that, even if they have complaints, they zip it and stay focused on the mission assigned to them as soldiers of the kingdom, asking if they understand. The soldiers look away in irritation and mockingly whisper among themselves, completely ignoring their leader's authority and serious words. The young guy sighs internally as he realizes he ended up in command of a bunch of completely undisciplined, unmotivated troublemakers. As the group marches, Amelia and Prince Heinz ride comfortably right at the vanguard of the soldier column, scanning the surroundings. Amelia watches that indiscipline from afar and mutters that the state of Van's group is pitiful, but that it was a completely expected outcome for her. She explains that soldiers choose where to serve and questions who in their right mind would trust their own life to a Garuda with no magic power. As a result, the most skilled and ambitious soldiers always compete fiercely to serve under high-ranking nobles, leaving unwanted leaders with only those failed veteran soldiers who no longer hold any hope of rising through the ranks in the kingdom. She coldly concludes that these problematic soldiers are dumped on him, and that the quality of the troop directly reflects the leader's competence. Amelia locks her stern glare on the silver-haired guy and thinks to herself that this initial failure represents his limit as a commander. Van rides along on his horse, knowing full well that his name is the target of silent criticism and distrust from his superior. She raises her imposing voice to ask if all units are ready, officially announcing the start of the march toward the hunting grounds. Ralph and the other squad leaders shout back to the command with full energy, confirming they understood the departure instructions. While the others respond with enthusiasm, the soldiers in Van's group keep walking disdainfully, keeping looks of complete boredom on their faces. Van rides in absolute silence ahead of his undisciplined troop, temporarily ignoring the dirty looks and obvious lack of respect. The whole large column of soldiers and students slowly begins winding through a narrow, twisting canyon, paths surrounded by cliffs. Further down the path, Amelia raises her arm to order all units to stop immediately so they can take a quick rest break. Prince Heinz instructs the soldiers to stay hydrated and not neglect the surrounding guard even during the rest, receiving a positive response. Another squad leader orders the warriors to check their gear in pairs to tighten anything loose, which they readily accept. Falk also takes dutiful care of his team, asking if anyone has health issues and directing everyone to report any discomfort. Meanwhile, Van's group flops onto the ground complaining they walk too much, grumbling that for the leader mounted on horseback, all that walking is easy. Van just observes his subordinates' insolent attitude in silence, maintaining a calm but very attentive expression to every murmur of revolt. The slack soldier stares at Van in a very provocative way and sarcastically asks if the unarmed captain has anything important to say to them. The guy initially says he has nothing to state, but the soldier taunts him back, saying he sure looks like he's holding a lot in. The man insists, saying that since they're on a break, he's willing to hear him out, making Van finally agree to express his thoughts. Suddenly, the warrior loses his temper and begins ranting in deep anger and indignation, questioning what kind of joke unit they're supposed to be anyway. He points to his own worn-out weapons and indignantly complains that the gear issued to them is completely ancient and unusable. The soldier adds furiously that, to make their whole situation even worse, the captain put in charge of leading the squad is an unarmed Garuda. He questions if they're really going into a demonic land like this, yelling about whether the academy plans to use them as nothing more than human shields for the nobles. Van calmly answers that he doesn't blame him for thinking that way, as he recognizes that for ordinary soldiers, the choice of who leads them is a matter of life or death. However, the silver-haired guy gracefully dismounts from his horse and flatly states that the soldier is completely mistaken about things. He adjusts his gloves firmly and warns that, since words wouldn't be enough to convince them, he prefers to demonstrate things in practice first. The troublemaking soldier breaks into a cold sweat before that sudden, intimidating posture, nervously asking what the young Garuda is planning to do. Van puffs out his chest and proposes that, if they have complaints, they can all come at him at once so they can settle the issue right here in the yard. The soldier feels his pride wounded before that bold challenge and grits his teeth in deep rage, screaming at the freshman not to mess with them. Overcome by hatred, the man quickly draws his iron sword and charges at the unarmed guy, calling him a lousy Garuda bastard. With extreme agility and precision, Van Kruger dodges his opponent's downward sword stroke with a very light, rapid body shift. In the middle of the quick dodge, the silver-haired guy grabs the adversary's blade directly with his gloved hands and calmly notes that he'll borrow the weapon. With a flawless, brutal leverage movement, Van slams the huge armored warrior straight into the ground with massive impact and total ease. The man hits his back hard against the grassy ground and lets out a loud groan of pain and pure shock at being taken down so humiliatingly. All the other rebellious members of the squad watch that instant defeat frozen in shock, unable to utter another word. Van stands tall in the middle of the woods, holding the iron sword he just disarmed from his own opponent with ease. He locks his extremely serious gaze on the other rebellious soldiers and asks if they aren't going to step up to fight him as well. The entire troop remains in absolute silence, paralyzed with dread upon seeing their comrade fallen on his knees before the young silver-haired leader. Van gestures with the sword in hand and recalls the comment the soldier made earlier about their gear being worn out and old. He executes a downward stroke so incredibly fast and strong that it slices a thick wooden log in half with zero effort. The massive chunk of wood drops heavy onto the forest floor under the watchful, utterly terrified eyes of the men in his squad. The academy soldiers and sentries stand with expressions of absolute amazement as they witness that unbelievable display of raw physical force. The young Garuda relaxes his shoulders calmly, maintaining a completely firm, unwavering stance before his now quiet subordinates. He hands back the sword, saying ironically that the weapon might be a bit old, but its force is more than enough for combat. He explains that he knows how to use weapons, but after studying in detail all the existing combat techniques in the world, he chose his current fist style. Van tells him not to worry, as he will figure out how to use him and won't let him perish in vain, but adds an alternative in case he doesn't want that. He concludes in an extremely cold manner that, if they aren't satisfied, they are free to go become monster chow in the marsh on their own. The rebellious soldier starts breaking into a cold sweat out of pure dread as he feels the immense killer pressure the young silver-haired guy radiates in the woods. Van looks away and decides to consider the argument closed, thinking to himself that that display of power should be enough to keep them in check for now. What they didn't imagine was that Amelia was observing that entire tense interaction from atop her horse at a safe distance in the forest. She shakes her head in disappointment and mutters to herself that the guy was foolish to raise his hand and physically assault his own allied soldiers. She reflects that units must be guided by the heart, because soldiers bound by fear might obey now, but will snap those chains when in danger. The young woman ponders with conviction that, facing the first extreme near-death situation, those exact subordinates will certainly turn against him. Amelia coldly concludes in her thoughts that Van Kruger's unit is doomed to utter failure before the mission even officially begins. She mentally whispers the freshman's name as she pulls her mount's reins and continues the journey along the trail alongside her other loyal soldiers. As the day darkens, night finally falls over the territory, and the entire combat company continues its slow march through the dense, dark forest. The army finally decides to set up camp in a clearing in the woods, stopping right before entering the terrible Marsh of Lament. Inside her main hut, Amelia analyzes the strategic map of the area and the markers in detail under the dim lighting of a magic lantern. Meanwhile, the undisciplined soldiers of Van Kruger's group gather around a campfire in the middle of the trees to rest off their fatigue. One of the men eating near the flames breaks the silence and curiously asks his comrade where their young squad captain might be. The buddy mockingly answers that he has no clue where he went, commenting that he isn't in the tent and that maybe he gave up and chickened out. The warrior who was beaten by Van lets out a sarcastic smirk and says that coming from a freshman at that school that wouldn't be surprising. He reflects seriously that they are just disposable soldiers banished from the kingdom's army, and that having a Garuda captain actually fits them well. Suddenly, Van silently emerges from the forest shadows holding a log, asking sarcastically if they are indeed the outcasts. He joins the group around the fire, tossing his load onto the ground casually and letting them know he just returned after catching something in the brush. The haul turns out to be a bunch of hunted rabbits and a large quantity of fresh wild mushrooms he gathered to serve as a meal. All 5 men in the squad lean forward and stare at that piled-up fresh food, completely paralyzed and intrigued by the leader's gesture. A short while later, a large pot filled with water begins to boil over the heat of the campfire flames, cooking a tasty mushroom soup. In addition to the delicious hot soup, generous pieces of rabbit meat are placed on wooden skewers to roast slowly under the campfire's heat. Van stirs the fire with a wooden branch and calmly lets his hungry subordinates know that the makeshift meal is finally ready. The undisciplined soldiers swallow their saliva eagerly as they smell that delicious aroma of the food, but still hesitate to take a plate from Van. Van extends a hot bowl to the rebel leader and orders him to eat, warning that dry rations alone won't be enough to keep them strong tomorrow. He also hands over some fresh medicinal herbs, instructing them to crush them inside their boots to soothe and treat the blisters caused by the long march. The man reacts very defensively and suspiciously, yelling in annoyance whether the silver-haired guy is suddenly trying to buy them off using just food. Van looks at him with a serene, understanding gaze, sincerely answering that in the past, he also used to be in the exact same tough spot as them. The warrior wears a look of complete shock and lack of understanding upon hearing that honest revelation straight from his young, mysterious leader. The silver-haired youth melancholically recalls the suffering of having to march towards certain death, carrying sore, blistered feet. He recalls the hard times of his past journey, where all they received to eat from the noble generals was a piece of bread hard as a rock, and that if they had the bad luck of catching diarrhea from spoiled bread, they ended up nearly passing out from weakness before even making it into combat. The entire troop of rebels listens to that realistic account in absolute silence, feeling their own past pain and frustrations reflected in those words. The undisciplined leader observes the freshman with massive astonishment on his face, finally realizing that young man perfectly understands their harsh reality. In silence, the men begin accepting the healing herbs brought by Van and start rubbing them carefully on their hurt feet near the campfire. They whisper in surprise about the guy already possessing so much war experience at that young age, agreeing that since he's a Garuda, it wouldn't be strange. The group leader gazes at Van intently and asks if he's acting like this out of pure pity at seeing them in the same miserable state he once lived through. The red-eyed boy looks at him with resolve and firmly answers that it isn't pity by any means, but rather a smart investment. He explains under the starry sky that to achieve his own personal goal, he plans to use every single one of them as pieces and secure the merits. However, Van makes a solemn promise that he will never use them as disposable pawns and firmly guarantees he will bring every single member back alive. He asks them to accept being his pieces for their own survival and very confidently guarantees he won't make them regret it under any circumstances. The huge rebel warrior gazes at his young silver-haired captain with an expression of absolute amazement before such a massive sense of responsibility. The man cracks a subtle ironic smirk and mutters, finding amusement in the fact that the leader is asking them to become his pieces in that game. Van calmly asks if he found that proposal funny, and the soldier looks away, commenting in a friendly tone that maybe, who knows. The warrior takes a sip of the hot soup and remarks in a friendly tone that this is truly the first time he's seen a Garuda talk with so much confidence and authority. To the side, the others wonder if they should really believe that captain's words, arriving at the realistic conclusion that they actually have no other choice. He finishes swallowing the tasty soup and adds an extra detail while wiping his mouth near the cozy heat of the campfire. He concludes that the captain is strong, cooks well, and that maybe he is someone infinitely more trustworthy than any of those arrogant nobles. Van cracks a subtle, satisfied smile upon realizing he finally managed to break the ice and earn the respect and trust of his rebel troop. He silently reflects that he learned very well how to handle the needs and fears of ordinary soldiers during his tough past life. The silver-haired guy ponders that lower-ranking fighters are completely different from noble leaders who live in royal luxury. He knows that ordinary warriors never risk their lives for romantic ideas and noble concepts like fighting for the country's salvation or the people's good. The single true, deep desire shining in the heart of every single one of those warriors is simply managing to return alive to their beloved families. Getting back safely to their homeland and hugging their loved ones is always the single greatest goal driving a fighter's heart. Because of that, he prefers to focus on real things and overwhelming strength that guarantee survival instead of just giving speeches about pretty ideals. He understands very well that this practical, realistic dedication is indeed the single true way to win his troops' unwavering loyalty. The red-eyed boy focuses his thoughts on the next day, staying completely calm and prepared for the grand challenges and dangers of the mission. The following morning, rays of sunlight begin peeking through the tree leaves as the soldiers organize the tents to prepare to march. Amelia Rosenwald directs one of her armored subordinates to fall back strategically and await her signal in the woods, receiving a firm response. Suddenly, she shifts her attention to the side trail and gazes at the horizon with an expression of major surprise and doubt upon seeing something unexpected. Van soldiers approach the camp carrying supplies and report very energetically that the team's retreat setup is finished and ready. Van praises his subordinate's speed and orders them to stand by until receiving new orders, without forgetting to keep a close watch on the march. All members of the rebel troop respond to the command with a unified shout of confirmation, displaying total respect and loyalty to the young leader. Amelia watches that scene completely stunned, unable to believe the silver-haired guy tamed and changed those rebels' attitudes in just one night. Prince Heinz approaches Amelia very calmly in the middle of the clearing, also observing Van's success in winning his troops' trust. The royal heir remarks with a smile that the young Garuda does indeed possess the rare, brilliant qualities required of a true general of war. Heinz cleverly considers that, as a Garuda, the guy manages to lead ordinary fighters in a way completely different from them. The young woman remains quite steady and harshly remarks that this supposed skill of his will be truly tested in practice on the battlefield. Right after, she raises her imposing voice and orders all leaders to gather immediately so she can detail and pass on the operational plan. All 10 squad leaders organize around a large wooden table set up outdoors in the forest to analyze the tactical map together. She explains firmly that beyond the forest lies the terrible Marsh of Lament, most of whose territory consists of low vegetation. The young woman details that the area has small woods scattered around, and that, despite clear visibility, the entire territory has been completely corrupted by darkness. She warns that even the smallest bush in the marsh could be hiding hungry monsters, and lets them know she will begin explaining the company's attack strategy. As the team is the vanguard of the entire elite Academy Legion, their main duty will be to scout the enemy forces present in the area. Amelia explains that to carry out this exploration mission, the entire unit will adopt a coordinated wedge formation to cross the dangerous marsh. One of the squad leaders is quite surprised by the tactic and questions if they are really going to attack head-on and charge straight toward the monsters. Prince Heinz asks if the plan is an armed force reconnaissance, and Amelia confirms the royal heir's guess is spot on. The plan consists of intentionally entering hostile territory and gauging the enemy's power by their resistance. A dangerous but fast tactic to gauge their strength. She explains that because the ground in the Marsh of Lament is solid, horses can enter, making it easier to break through enemy barriers if they avoid small rivers. Amelia Rosenwald wraps up the first part of her strategic explanation and asks out loud if anyone has any doubts or questions about the plan. In the middle of all squad leaders, Van Kruger calmly raises his hand and asks why they should adopt such a direct, dangerous tactic. The young woman turns to him seriously and explains that the local marsh is far too vast a territory and holds many easy hiding spots for monsters. She argues rationally that a small, cautious patrol would never be able to calculate the exact amount of beasts present in that wide area. Therefore, the ideal tactic is to advance with full force to force a reaction from the monsters, gaining crucial info on enemy strength very quickly. The Academy students comment quite impressed that Amelia's tactic is bold, but indeed extremely smart and rational for combat. The red-haired commander coldly brushes off the praise, reminding the guys that they are also nobles and that unnecessary praise doesn't help. She demands that they not just blindly obey orders passed down, but think critically and bring their own strategies during training. She concludes the speech by reminding everyone that this venue functions as a real training environment, so no one there should hesitate or hold back in combat. The other students watch the situation worriedly and in complete silence. Van suggests that, instead of conducting an armed force reconnaissance, they should send out a small group of scouts. He holds his ground firmly before the tactical planning table, drawing everyone's attention in the clearing. Looking at the map, he explains that the marsh has a lot of open land, so if everyone advances together, the monsters will spot their presence first. Amelia agrees with his observation, but argues that this is precisely why they use the armed force reconnaissance tactic. The silver-haired youth fires back, saying that with a single initial ambush, there's a chance their entire unit could be wiped out. Amelia grows irritated at the comment and asks if he genuinely thinks she would be defeated by simple monsters. Van answers seriously that, as the person responsible for his subordinates' lives, it's only natural for him to prepare for the worst-case scenario. She says she understands his concern, even if it's a 1 in a 10,000 chance, and asks what he suggests they do. The young silver-haired guy proposes that his own unit advance up front to draw the enemy's initial strike. He details that if the main force moves in only after confirming that attack, the risk of being caught off guard drops significantly. Amelia praises the guy's courage in voicing his opinion, saying that is the proper attitude for a future officer candidate. The young man waits anxiously, silently wondering if she will accept his strategic proposal. However, she asserts that she finds this tactic far too cowardly and that reconnaissance wouldn't finish before the main force's arrival this way. Van tries to argue back, but the red-haired commander carries on with her explanation without giving him room to interrupt. She explains that if their presence is detected, it will give the enemy time to prepare, which could end up trapping their unit. The young woman points firmly and states that striking the enemy before they prepare is actually the single most effective tactic of all. The silver-haired youth acknowledges in his mind that she is right, but only under normal battle conditions. He grows apprehensive because he is absolutely certain this current operation is doomed to fail. He insists they are merely a temporary training unit and questions their ability to respond to unknown threats. Amelia locks eyes with him and demands concrete proof regarding what this major threat would be, whether in enemy numbers or terrain traps. The young man clicks his tongue and frustratingly admits he doesn't have that specific info to present as proof at this moment. He recalls that in his past life, he was just an ordinary mercenary serving far away from here on the western border. Furthermore, information regarding the monsters that emerged in the Marsh of Lament was sealed by the army and erased from official records. The silver-haired youth considers that Prince Heinz likely knew everything, but that wasn't something he should get involved in. Amelia coldly states that worries without proof are pure cowardice, serving only to lower soldier morale for no reason. The boy attempts to retort once more, but the commander loses her patience and authoritatively yells at him to drop it immediately. She warns that she accepts suggestions, but that any persistence will be considered insubordination, ordering Van Kruger to step back. The red-eyed boy swallows hard and quietly steps back, feeling massive frustration over failing to convince her. The commander turns to the entire group and loudly declares the meeting over and that they will begin the armed force reconnaissance now. She lets them know she will lead the company on the front lines and orders everyone to gear up, receiving a shout of confirmation from the soldiers. Next, she turns to the young silver-haired guy and lets him know that, since he desires such a cautious battle, his unit will stay in the rear. The red-haired young woman walks away while disdainfully asserting that the rear is indeed the safest place of all for him to stay. Van gets annoyed because insubordination is severely punished at the academy, potentially leading to expulsion or, at worst, direct arrest. The other soldiers whisper among themselves that a Garuda usually excels precisely on scouting missions. They get Van's point, but think he spoke way too boldly and now, stuck in the rear empty-handed, won't earn any merit. The silver-haired youth tries to cool off and reflects that he needs to find something to do in the rear, something only possible because he's there. Meanwhile, the red-haired commander rides with resolve alongside her knights through the region's lush green hills. Amelia moves at high speed leading the troop, keeping her gaze completely locked and alert on the path ahead. Suddenly, she and her scouts spot a massive pack of monsters running toward them in the distance, causing instant surprise. The group of wild beasts turns out to be a pack of venomous-fanged wolves known locally by the name Venom Teeth. These small beasts inhabiting the marsh possess low fighting power, but their fangs carry an extremely dangerous magical poison. One of the knights warns of the minor monster pack and asks if they should fall back, but the red-haired leader promptly answers no. The red-eyed commander firmly orders that they will simply ride over and sweep away all those weak enemies. She begins channeling a massive amount of energy, making bright magic circles surface around her massive combat lance. The young woman screams the name of her special technique with all her might, unleashing a powerful storm lance charge toward the beasts. The devastating magical attack strikes the pack of venomous wolves head-on, creating a heavy blast of energy that sends the creatures flying through the air. The monsters are completely subdued and defeated by the immense destructive power of the magic technique unleashed by the vanguard leader. One of the armored soldiers observes the destruction totally blown away by the incredible strength of House Rodovolt's mounted battle magic. The fighters shout to follow her orders, and an archer fires flame arrows using magic circles to support the charge. The fire arrows detonate in the middle of the pack, wiping out the remaining wolves in devastating fashion. The royal soldiers celebrate impressed, saying everything will be easy, deciding to charge into battle as well. Further back in the rear, Van and his men observe the sounds and smoke of distant explosions, realizing combat has begun. A soldier asks if they shouldn't go after them, but Van tells them not to worry about that and focus on something else. He points to an exotic plant on the ground and calmly commands his men to pull up that specific vegetation. His subordinates get pretty confused and comment that strange plant won't work as firewood for the camp. The silver-haired guy answers that he already knows that and promises to explain later, ordering them to gather as much as they can quietly. The men lock eyes silently for a second, but quickly agree and answer that they understand the captain's order. Meanwhile, on the front line, another monster gets sliced in half by a precise, violent stroke. Amelia charges ahead, clearing a path with her lance, and loudly orders her troop to keep moving forward without stopping. The entire cavalry moves at high speed through the brush, while the leader yells to press on with determination. Suddenly, one of the scouts calls the commander's attention, saying there's something strange right ahead in the brush. The group spots a colossal, terrifying silhouette glowing in the middle of the marsh of Lament's thick fog. The knight on the front line cracks a confident smile and praises his comrade for locating the enemy quickly. He asks if they should hunt the beast, and another offers to land the first blow, charging in with everything to attack. Out of nowhere, a powerful beam of purple energy shoots down from the sky and strikes the knights with utterly overwhelming power. The terrible electric blast leaves one of the fighters' bodies completely charred and smoking on the ground. The rest of the troop stops instantly, in a state of complete shock upon witnessing their comrades' instant destruction. One of the knights trembles in terror, while asking himself without understanding anything what just happened to the others. Amelia widens her eyes, extremely shocked by the sudden violence and overwhelming strength of that enemy attack. Underneath the fog, a monstrous flying creature emerges, flapping its wings in the middle of an intense purple lightning storm. The giant monster reveals itself to be a hideous insect surrounded by an extremely dense, intimidating electric aura. The creature hovers menacingly over the vanguard troop, storing up even more electricity to deliver another blow. The soldiers fall into despair and ask themselves what that monster is, and if it was truly responsible for the previous destruction. Prince Heinz analyzes the situation seriously and identifies the monster as the terrible Thunder Fiend insect. A panicked soldier yells that that's impossible and asks why such a high-rank fiend would be in this marsh. That type of high-rank fiend originally inhabits and lives only in the distant northern mountains. Its appearance is compared to a natural disaster, being an emergency requiring a national-scale subjugation force. One of the warriors yells frantically for everyone to prepare, as he realizes the next electric attack is about to strike. Another devastating lightning bolt falls from the sky with a deafening crash, striking the soldiers' defensive formation head-on. The electric shock hits another fighter directly, causing him to scream in agony while puffing smoke from his mouth. Horses and men drop lifeless onto the wet marsh ground, while survivors scream in dread before so much death. Amelia realizes in panic that the lightning is too strong and that they can't fully block it using magic barriers alone. The insect continues hovering above the defenseless troop, calmly preparing to annihilate the rest of the intruders. One of the surviving warriors completely loses composure and screams in despair that it's impossible to defeat that creature. He begs the commander to order an immediate retreat, making it clear general panic has taken over all the soldiers. Prince Heinz maintains his firm posture amidst the chaos and loudly commands everyone to try and stay calm. The panicked soldiers try to contain their spooked mounts and look to their leaders for quick salvation. He warns that running without orders will get everyone shot in the back, ordering them to spread out and seek an opening to counterattack. The subordinates find a ray of hope in the prince's words and promptly answer that they will obey his command. Amelia thanks the prince for his help and asks with deep concern if he has any strategy or plan for the next move. He admits seriously that, from that distance, even for him it would be extremely difficult to pierce the fiend insect's shell. The red-haired young woman agrees and adds that long-range combat is precisely the monster's greatest specialty. She concludes they need to switch to close quarters and lets him know she will advance alone to try and bring the creature down. Heinz warns about the danger of a head-on charge, but she asks not to underestimate the Rotovolt warhorse, which can take a few hits. She orders the rest to take advantage of that opening to reorganize the formation and give full support to the prince right after. The knights around answer with resolve, ready to execute the dangerous order issued by their leader. Amelia draws her weapon and rallies her troop, calling on everyone to show the true pride of the kingdom's soldiers right there. She calculates the lightning recharge time is 5 seconds, concluding that if she rides at max speed, she will take only one blast. The warrior resolves that if she can withstand that single attack, she will be at the ideal distance, charging in with everything. Amelia charges with everything, wielding her lance, and begins charging up her storm strike. Suddenly, A dark vine shoots up from the ground and wraps tightly around her warhorse's leg. The red-haired warrior gets completely caught off guard as she feels her advance brought to a sudden halt. She gasps in alarm upon realizing they are restraint vines, a tree-type fiend that binds its prey's legs. In the same second, several venom wolves begin rushing toward her to block her path. One of the monsters leaps and attacks the horse, preventing her from freeing herself from the vines trapping her. Amelia's warhorse neighs in pain as it gets struck by a violent electric discharge. The red-haired young woman curses in annoyance and tries to calm her mount amidst that attack. But before she could react, a giant purple lightning bolt comes down from the heavens and hits the commander head-on. Amelia screams in pain as the violent blast of electricity surges through her body in devastating fashion. She realizes the monster is sacrificing itself just to keep her trapped, unconcerned with collateral damage. The commander is shocked to realize the monsters are acting in a coordinated manner and using combat tactics. The gigantic fiend insect hovers in the air, storing electricity to land another fatal blow on the young woman. The soldiers panic, seeing their leader defeated, and desperately ask the prince what they should do. At this moment of pure despair, Van suddenly appears, yelling for everyone to follow him this way. The silver-haired youth points to the dense smoke and orders the soldiers to run straight into it. His soldiers are burning what's called smoke weed, a plant that grows naturally in the realm of fiends. When burned, it releases thick black smoke with metal particles that absorb magical elements from the ground. Van explains that the smoke creates a dense barrier that prevents the monster from seeing them, neutralizing its lightning accuracy. He shouts with all his strength for the soldiers to quickly gather up all the wounded from the battlefield. Prince Heinz analyzes the situation and realizes that the plan to cross the smoke and reach the forest behind them is flawless. The prince loudly orders everyone to follow Van's instructions immediately, and the men respond by confirming firmly. The entire troop begins retreating in an organized manner through the marsh, carrying the wounded and keeping them safe. The prince yells Van's name and anxiously warns that Commander Amelia was still left behind in danger. Van sprints past him and lets him know he will rescue her, telling the prince to lead the retreat for the rest of the soldiers. The young blonde prince wears a slight smile of approval and agrees with the silver-haired guy's resolve. Time passes and night begins to fall slowly over the thick canopy of that dangerous forest. Hidden in the woods, the royal soldiers rest exhausted and quite tense after narrowly escaping that trap. The group gathers around a small campfire while sheltered by giant trees, trying to recover from the scare. Amelia sits receiving bandages for her wounds, wearing a thoughtful look of major frustration. Suddenly, the silver-haired youth returns to the makeshift camp and calmly lets everyone know he is back. Prince Heinz looks up and congratulates him on the good work, then asks how the situation looks outside. Van reveals seriously that there is an uncountable number of monsters actively prowling the entire forest area. He realistically concludes that their unit is now completely surrounded by hostile creatures. The soldiers panic and desperately wonder if there is any way for them to break through the enemy encirclement. He explains that leaving there is suicide, as the marsh is open and everyone would be wiped out by the giant insect's lightning. Heinz considers that staying there won't be easy either, and Van agrees, noting that fiends attack under the cover of night. The prince observes with deep concern that the health status of all the wounded in the unit is deteriorating rapidly. He adds that they urgently need to regroup with the main force to get the wounded to a healer right away. Van notes that the wounded are still alive, and Heinz thanks him for quickly pointing out the perfect escape route. The red-eyed boy sharpens his look and silently reflects that they need to find a way to save everyone's life there. Heinz agrees and says the only possible solution for them to get out alive is to defeat the terrible Thunder Fiend insect. Van agrees the creature leads the group, but suddenly pauses and startles himself, asking why they are talking so intimately. The young blonde prince just cracks a friendly smile and calmly asks if there's something wrong with him. Van looks away, feigning disinterest, while the prince playfully tells him not to get so worked up. Van remembers that in the past he saw Heinz as the ideal partner, but that the real prince still seated at the camp. Amelia breaks the silence and firmly declares that she herself will defeat that beast. She stands up, leaning on her lance, and admits before everyone that this tough situation was caused purely by her poor judgment. The young woman owns up to ignoring Van's warning and putting the whole unit in extreme danger, concluding that as commander she has no excuses. Amelia bows her head to the young silver-haired guy and offers a sincere apology for doubting his previous warnings. Heinz and Van watch her in silence, surprised by the commander's sudden display of humility. Amelia firmly lets them know she will fulfill her final duty as leader and asks to borrow Van Kruger's horse. The silver-haired youth glares at her quite seriously and asks what exactly she is planning to do. She answers that she will charge alone against the enemy encirclement to serve as bait, allowing them to escape with the wounded. The soldiers say that move is far too reckless, and the prince asks if she's planning to perish there. Amelia counters, saying this is her way of taking responsibility, and leaves command of the soldiers to the prince. The red-haired young woman then turns to Van Kruger to finish passing on her instructions. Van says he doesn't mind lending his horse to her, but makes an important condition right after. The young silver-haired guy firmly states that such a lame plan where she perishes alone and everything ends there is not allowed. Amelia is left completely speechless and stares at the guy with an expression of major surprise before those words. He says everyone is coming back alive by defeating the fiend insect, smilingly revealing he just came up with a perfect plan for that. The commander stares at him with wide eyes, utterly blown away by the young Garuda's boldness and tremendous confidence. The other soldiers look at each other quite surprised and wonder if it's really possible for everyone to get out alive from there. The entire troop gathers around Van, still doubting if a feat like that would actually be doable in practice. Prince Heinz finds the proposal very interesting and with a friendly smile asks what his plan would be exactly. The other soldiers also pay immediate attention and ask the silver-haired young man to share his idea right away. Everyone sits around the campfire in complete silence, ready to listen closely to Van's strategy. The silver-haired youth clears his throat calmly before beginning to lay out his strategy in detail. He explains that the operation will start right after sunset, at the exact moment the beasts begin entering the dark woods. Amelia questions the choice of that hour, arguing that before sunset would be far more favorable for them. He explains that during the day the monsters are cautious, but right after dark, when they prepare to attack, their guard drops. The young silver-haired guy takes a brief pause, gazes at everyone gathered around the fire, and says he will continue with the explanation. Van details that first one person will act as bait, intentionally releasing strong magic power to draw the monster horde. He explains that if the fiend insect fires a lightning bolt at the bait, they will be able to pinpoint the beast's exact location by the flash. The guy continues the plan, saying that at that exact second, it will be Amelia's turn to move with max possible speed. She must capitalize on the monster's 5-second recharge to advance rapidly and land a surprise, fatal strike. The red-haired young woman listens closely, but points out an obstacle as she recalls the path she will need to traverse. She notes very realistically that along the way there will be a massive number of wolves and tree-type fiends. She worries that if they get delayed like before, those crucial 5 seconds will pass in the blink of an eye. Van agrees with her concern and asserts that this is precisely why he wants her to act differently this time. He explains that right at the start, she must use her maximum charge technique to scatter the monsters and open the shortest path. Amelia refutes, saying that technique is a decisive spell that concentrates all her magic power into a single specific point. She explains that if she spends that power on weak monsters along the way, the technique will weaken and won't pierce the boss's shell. The guy guarantees that as soon as she enters the beast's range, he will buy time for her, making her quite curious as to how. The silver-haired young man firmly reveals he plans to ride on the same horse alongside her during the charge. The royal soldiers around stand completely jaw-dropped and astonished upon hearing such an unusual proposal from the leader. He explains with resolve that while he buys time and protects her, she will have the chance to gather up all her magic power again. Van details that this way she will be able to defeat the monster point blank, and afterward the whole unit will push forward to rescue the two who get isolated. A soldier yells angrily, saying that's crazy and asking how a magic-less Garuda plans to face a fiend like that up close. Another soldier agrees, stating the plan is ridiculous and that this insane attitude will only end up taking Commander Amelia out. Suddenly, Van's rebel warrior yells with all his might, telling the idiot soldiers to shut their mouths immediately. He angrily orders them to stop talking nonsense and respect the moment to listen to their captain's instructions carefully. A royal soldier asks if they really believe in such a crazy plan, and the rebel troop firmly answers yes. He proudly states that everyone there fully believes in Captain Van, leaving the silver-haired guy quite surprised and touched. The soldier firmly recalls the promise made by the leader that none of them there would perish in vain on that dangerous battlefield. He concludes with great determination that, because of that promise, all of them are willing to stake their own lives on those words. The royal soldiers are left completely speechless before such a display of loyalty and trust from that rebel troop. Van gazes at his men with a serene look and feels immense gratitude at seeing he had indeed won the unwavering trust of every single one. Amelia observes that scene admiringly and mentally reflects on how the young Garuda managed to win his men's loyalty to this point. She gazes at the horizon with a composed look, feeling that maybe there truly is real hope for survival in Van's hands. Amelia silently reflects that the silver-haired young man has already proven himself strong in individual combat against powerful opponents. She gazes at the guy thoughtfully and concludes that, in that extreme situation, he is indeed the ideal person to lead. She internally ponders that maybe the red-eyed boy can actually pull off that miracle and save everyone. She accepts the plan, closes her eyes for a brief moment of resignation, and nods in agreement. The red-haired warrior gazes at him with resolve and firmly declares she will trust her back to him. However, she points out that to put that whole strategy into practice, they still need to solve an extra problem. She explains that someone will need to act as the main bait and take the fiend insect's terrible lightning strike directly. The commander warns that if that volunteer's magic protection is too weak, a single hit will leave them incapacitated for battle. She adds with deep seriousness that, in the tactical worst-case scenario, that person will perish instantly from the shock. The soldier from Van's group asks in a serious tone if there is indeed anyone there among them willing to volunteer for the mission. A tense, heavy silence fills the entire camp as the men hesitate before that massive risk. Prince Heinz takes the initiative, cracks a calm smile, and firmly declares he will take on that dangerous role. The royal soldiers fall into absolute panic and beg His Highness to reconsider, as it's far too dangerous for him. He replies that royalty must fight in the most dangerous spots for their people and asks who will do it if he doesn't. Amelia tries to step in, arguing the mistake was hers and that she cannot allow the prince to take on that responsibility. Heinz places his hand on her shoulder and serenely reminds her that her only duty is to defeat the beast using her battle lance. He concludes that supporting her is his duty as platoon leader and smilingly asks if he is wrong in his thinking. Van asks if he is absolutely sure of his decision and guarantees he will try to draw the enemy's attention as much as he can. The prince gazes at the odd-hired silver-haired guy affectionately and says his only mission will be to defeat the beast alongside the commander. The Gerudo guy cracks a determined smirk and states he will do exactly that even without him needing to ask. Heinz explains that without the boss they will be able to escape using full force to break through the encirclement, adding one last important detail. The royal heir gazes at everyone present and reminds them that their true, final goal is to make sure everyone returns alive. Van raises his imposing voice and with absolute firmness reaffirms that under no circumstances will they leave any comrade behind. The royal knights stare at the young leader with expressions filled with pure surprise and great admiration for his words. Before such determination coming from their leaders, a strong sense of hope begins to reignite in the soldiers' hearts. Amelia cracks a subtle smile and admits to herself that that man is capable of turning the impossible into reality. She begins channeling her powerful green mana in the forest and demands immediate attention from all fighters in the unit. The red-haired commander authoritatively declares before the group that this will officially be their final operation. She orders everyone to give it their absolute all and fulfill with honor and pride their sacred duty as brave soldiers of the kingdom. Next, Prince Heinz walks with firm steps toward the open marsh under the dark sky, ready to begin. He smiles and jokes to himself while preparing the magic, saying he won't let only Van shine and stand out under any circumstances. The prince with bright blue eyes focuses his thoughts and resolutely concludes he will need to try really hard this time. He conjures a giant, glowing magic circle on the ground, releasing a massive pillar of energy that illuminates the entire area. Hidden in the thick woods, Van and his companions closely observe the start of their valiant allies' action. Amelia stands stunned at the sheer size of that magic power and notes that all the marsh monsters are running toward the prince. A massive horde of wild beasts lets out a unified, deafening roar upon detecting the presence of that strong mana. High up in the marsh's dark clouds, the glowing red eyes of the giant fiend insect emerge amidst the lightning. The royal heir stays calm and steady in the center of his magic circle, patiently awaiting the inevitable enemy attack. The soldiers scream warnings that the monster is coming and loudly order everyone to get into position to protect the prince. One of the knights commands out loud for them to toss lit torches into the brush and reveal the beast's exact position in the woods. One of the fire torches is hurled hard, spinning through the dark air and lighting up the surroundings with its orange glow. The flaming piece of wood hits the dry ground, brightening the dark path and revealing the danger approaching there. The firelight reveals a scary number of wild monsters and flying creatures rushing hungry in their direction. One of the giant beasts lets out a violent roar showing its sharp fangs, ready to shred the intruders. The armored warriors break into a cold sweat and freak out as they see the vastness of that monster pack emerging in the dark. Facing hundreds of beasts running toward them, the soldiers fear not being able to hold back such a wave of destruction. The platoon leader authoritatively yells for no one to panic and for everyone to hold firm in their positions. He orders them to resist bravely until the lightning strikes, warning that if the prince falls before that, the whole operation will fail. With a war cry, the group leader swings his sword and violently cuts down the wolves trying to break through the defense. Another soldier steps up front with resolve, plunging his blade into a beast and yelling that he will never let them through. The knights wage a bloody battle against the wolves, slicing them down one by one to protect the rear with determination. Heinz gazes at the horizon with a completely composed, serene look, preparing his mind for the big impact. He holds firm in his position while watching the large wall of soldiers fighting bravely against the wave of monsters. Huge dark beasts with glowing eyes emerge in the middle of the darkness, roaring furiously at the men's defensive line. Suddenly, the fiend insect's threatening red eyes begin glowing intensely high up in the cloudy sky. The prince widens his eyes as he realizes the terrible monster's attack is finally about to strike him. He raises his arms and activates his magic defense at maximum output, creating a huge glowing protection barrier. A giant discharge of purple lightning comes down from the sky with extreme violence, hitting Heinz's magic shield directly. The terrible purple bolt completely engulfs the prince's position, lighting up the entire battlefield with its force. The prince screams in agony as he tries to endure the excruciating pain of the massive electrical energy surging through his defense. He drops to his knees in the center of his mana circle, completely exhausted and smoking after withstanding the overwhelming blow. The grand flash of lightning rips through the dark mist and reveals the path and exact location of the fiend insect high in the sky. Van spots the glow and urgently shouts that they finally managed to pinpoint the enemy's location. Amelia answers with a sharp look of resolve, ready to act and execute her crucial part in the strategic plan. She orders them to ride immediately and charges at high speed mounted on the horse, carrying Van Kruger right behind her. The warhorse sprints swiftly through the dense marsh brush, heading straight toward the giant flying beast. Even weak, the prince conjures up a remnant of energy and says he'll offer an extra boost to light up his comrade's path. He raises his hand and fires an orb of holy light into the sky, brightening the entire dark trail for his allies' charge. Amelia and Van widen their eyes, quite surprised as they feel the sudden, massive illumination coming from the prince's spell. The flash exposes the monsters in the path, and Amelia emotionally realizes that bright light was created by the prince himself. She shouts determinedly that she can see the trail perfectly and lets him know she will push straight through the shortest, fastest route. Van holds on tight to her back, keeping his gaze composed and fully focused on the path ahead of them. Relieved from the ultimate effort, Prince Heinz passes out in the arms of his knights, who gently catch him with extreme care. The silver-haired guy observes that dedication from afar and mentally questions why all this is happening. He reflects on the prince's incredible devotion and way of fighting, acting without caring about sacrificing his own life for the group. Van realizes that heroic attitude is exact same as the way Heinz acted in the past, in their previous life. He shakes his head sharply to drive away the memories and commands himself not to think unnecessary things right now. The red-eyed young Garuda fully concentrates on the battle, saying he needs only to look forward at this moment. The charge continues at high speed in the middle of the marsh, leaving now only 4 seconds before the bosses recharge. She begins concentrating all her power into the lance and prepares to execute her strongest storm strike. The warrior unleashes her special technique, releasing a torrent of energy that scatters the wolves, blocking her path. The force of the attack opens a clean route, allowing the commander to fly at high speed toward the massive fiend insect. She spots the enemy right ahead and confidently concludes she will manage to reach it before it can fire the next lightning bolt. With only 3 seconds left, a giant mud golem suddenly emerges from the water, blocking the two warriors' path. The red-haired commander widens her eyes and stands utterly stunned at the sudden emergence of that mud creature. She recognizes in panic the huge mud beast risen from the marsh and realizes it is completely blocking her route. That being is a creature created by pure mana, possessing a viscous body capable of absorbing and dispersing any physical impact. She realizes that with the mud and the horse's slowdown, the force of her charge will be completely neutralized upon colliding with the golem. Amelia hesitates for a second out of pure nervousness and wonders if she should try to veer off to go around the giant monster. At this critical second, Van firmly shouts behind her, ordering her under no circumstances to slow down the horse. With only 2 seconds left, the young silver-haired guy unexpectedly leaps off the horse, leaving the commander utterly shocked. The Garuda guy utilizes all the momentum generated by Amelia's technique to launch himself into the sky toward the mud golem. He flies at the speed of a projectile fired from a massive ballista, advancing relentlessly against the mud monster. He knows the golem's core is at its center of gravity, and that, combining his strength with that incredible speed, it will be possible to destroy it. The silver-haired youth comes down from the sky, delivering a devastating kick, and shouts that right there is where he will strike the mud enemy. He lands an immensely powerful kick surrounded by blue energy, which shatters the shell and strikes the creature's core head-on. The mud golem explodes in spectacular fashion into hundreds of pieces, releasing a massive curtain of debris across the marsh. With only 1 second left, Amelia watches in complete disbelief as Van destroys the golem with just a single physical strike. After landing the devastating aerial blow, the silver-haired guy begins plummeting back down toward Amelia's horse. She catches him firmly and complains that if he was going to do something so crazy, he should have warned her first, and Van smiles, saying he already knew she'd catch him. Amelia continues riding at top speed through the middle of the marsh, while Van holds on tight, right behind her on the mount. With 0 seconds remaining for the enemy's recharge, the two glare at it with an expression filled with extreme seriousness. The fiend insect hovers in the air wrapped in purple lightning bolts, preparing to unleash another powerful electrical blast. The monstrous creature accumulates a massive amount of glowing energy in its chest, ready to fire its attack. Amelia warns in a loud, highly tense voice that the opponent's devastating shot is finally coming their way. Van firmly agrees and loudly declares that from that exact moment on, it will be his turn to act in combat. The silver-haired guy leaps off the horse with agility, throwing himself straight toward the fiend insect amidst the storm. The giant flying monster releases a strong wave of purple electricity to crush both intruders at once. Van flies high, dodging the dangerous lightning bolts spreading through the air climbing relentlessly toward the enemy. He realizes the attack's target is Amelia and passionately shouts that under no circumstances will he let the monster hit her. Amelia watches him leap into the middle of danger and screams Van's name in a state of complete shock and immense concern. The red-eyed guy's goal at that critical moment is by no means just to block the monster's line of fire. He rushes forward upside down and delivers an extremely fast strike straight to the creature's head. The heavy impact of Van's attack redirects the monster's electric shot, making it miss the target and strike the marsh beside them. The Garuda guy uses his special combat technique against fiends known by the name Destructive Ram. This technique concentrates the power of the 3 major muscle groups of the human body straight line for a kick. Although the blow is powerful, it alone is indeed not capable of breaking that dangerous fiend insect's rigid shell. The monster comes to recognize Van as the primary target to be eliminated and reacts terrifyingly fast against him. The Garuda guy glares at the creature with a sharp look of resolve, staying fully focused on the battle despite the danger. He mentally reflects that the monster's reaction speed is by no means faster than Karina's ring technique. The gigantic insect attacks by delivering rapid strikes with its pointed legs, but Van manages to dodge them all in midair. He dives swiftly through the monster's claw strikes, moving his body with extraordinary agility. The silver-haired guy pulls off a spectacular acrobatic maneuver and passes unscathed through another violent charge from the flying creature. With a yell of resolve, Ben finally manages to reach and firmly grab one of the giant insect's long antennae. He yanks the monster's antenna to pull himself even closer and sets up a punch with all the physical strength he possesses in his body. The young Garuda delivers a devastating punch directly to the enemy's face, creating a violent blue shockwave. The brutal physical blow hits the opponent's head dead on with a thunderous sound, shaking the flying creature's structure. After landing the violent punch that thrown off the monster, the silver-haired guy begins falling back down to the marsh. The creature recovers quickly from the blow and lets out a sharp, furious screech of pain glowing with more purple lightning across its body. Seeing that the monster remains standing, Van frustratingly concludes that just his regular physical attacks don't seem to be working, but he resolutely states that it doesn't matter, since his real goal is just not giving the enemy any chance to recharge. The terrible fiend insect charges fiercely with its sharp legs toward the guy, falling defenseless through the marsh air. Van executes fast, precise movements to escape every strike of the claws using his supreme agility in free fall. Mounted on her warhorse, Amelia observes that frantic fight in the sky from afar with an expression of absolute admiration. The commander's massive battle lance glows intensely, concentrating a gigantic amount of green magic power. She admiringly reflects that the scene before her eyes is the true, relentless fight of a warrior without any magic. She recalls being exhausted and on her knees on the ground in her childhood, hearing a firm order to stand up. The little red-haired girl looked up with her sweaty face, hearing her father's severe teachings. Her father used to say that the great magic nobles possess exists purely for the sacred purpose of protecting the weak. He taught that even if her arm broke, she should never let go of her lance, for therein lay the family's true pride. The imposing knight sternly commanded under heavy rain for young Amelia to stand up and keep fighting. The little girl rose from the ground with resolve and asked her father for them to train once more under the light of her magic circles. She ponders that she lived her whole life faithfully following that doctrine and never dared doubt those paternal teachings. However, she thoughtfully reflects that at this exact moment, right before her eyes in the middle of that dangerous marsh, the young Van Kruger, who by noble laws and rules should be considered merely a weak person with no power at all, is the one risking his own life in the sky and fighting bravely against the terrible monster to protect her from danger. The red-haired commander genuinely asks herself if she was completely wrong in her thoughts all this time. She wonders if her pride, which measured a person's worth solely by their amount of magic, was nothing more than pure arrogance. Amelia sharpens her gaze with resolve and reflects that Prince Heinz and Van risked everything to give her one last precious chance. The warrior advances swiftly and firmly declares that with that final blow, she will certainly pierce the enemy's body. Van strikes the top of the fiend insect's head with a violent aerial attack, making the creature shudder in pain. The huge flying monster lets out a sharp, desperate screech as it feels the force of the guy's direct impact. He observes closely with wide eyes, anxiously asking himself if his plan actually worked. Right after, the young Garuda tries to string together a second attack to ensure the opponent can't recover. But in that exact millisecond, the insect's segmented tail unexpectedly lashes out like a whip toward him. The guy is hit head-on by the swift blow and lets out a groan of pain as he feels his defense completely broken through. Amelia screams Van's name in desperation as she sees her comrade injured so violently right before her. The monster's tail segments move independently like a whip, with a speed surpassing any reflex. She realizes in panic that Van was accustomed only to the leg's physical attacks and frustrantly curses the situation. However, she notes that her magic power is finally loaded and lets him know she will save him immediately from that danger. The terrible fiend insect uses its sharp claws to grab and trap the silver-haired guy's body with extreme force. As she approaches to attack, the red-haired commander gets terrified and can't believe what she sees happening right in front of her. The flying creature roars furiously while keeping the young Garuda completely immobilized in its front legs. Amelia stands completely frozen and breaking into a cold sweat as she realizes the terrible, cruel intelligence behind the monster's actions. She recalls when the wolf sacrificed itself to trap her, acting in perfect strategic cooperation with the fiend insect. Then the tail ambush, and now, to make matters worse, the monster is using the silver-haired guy as an authentic human shield. She terrifyingly concludes that that dangerous marsh creature is indeed making extremely complex tactical decisions. The red-haired young woman despairs as she had never heard of a wild monster acting with such intelligence. The insect begins storing purple electricity again, preparing to fire another fatal lightning bolt at Amelia. She knows that if the next shot is fired, she will have no strength left to resist or defend her own body. She gazes at the situation in agony, knowing that if she fires her storm lance at the monster in that exact position, the young Van Kruger, who is being used as a shield by the enemy, will also be struck and wiped out by her own magic blow. Even injured and spitting blood, Van screams with all his might to the commander, saying it's fine and that she must attack. The red-haired commander widens her eyes and stands utterly shocked upon hearing the silver-haired guy's frantic order. He orders her to fire the lance just like that, asserting with conviction that this is the only way to secure their victory. Amelia screams back in desperation that if she does that, he will definitely end up passing away from the impact of the magic attack. The red-eyed guy shouts for her not to hesitate under any circumstances, letting her know they have no more time to waste. He gazes at the young woman with relentless resolve and loudly commands her to fulfill her duty as leader once and for all. Amelia stares into the young Garuda's glowing red eyes and gets completely captivated by his massive willpower. She realizes that attitude is by no means despair, but rather an unwavering trust and absolute certainty in final victory. She closes her eyes for a brief moment of acceptance, internally agreeing with her comrade's unwavering resolve. She remembers that that silver-haired guy had already surpassed and shattered her common sense on several other occasions in the past. Faced with this, she makes her final decision and begins unleashing the max power of her green magic runes through the dark forest. The commander advances mounted on her horse, wrapped in a massive, shimmering storm of magic energy of all colors. She gazes at the enemy with a composed look and mentally declares that this time she will truly believe in Van's words and plan. With a thunderous war cry, the red-haired young woman begins her definitive charge mounted on her fast horse. The warrior moves at top possible speed through the marsh, breaking wind barriers and concentrating her mana into the lance. She screams the name of her special technique with all her might, unleashing a powerful, devastating storm charge. The massive, magic lance hits the top of the fiend insect's head with absurd power, while Van stays clutched to the creature. In the middle of the impact, Van bites down and locks his teeth into the enemy's shell to ensure he won't come loose during the big blast. The young Garuda channels all his physical strength and lands an extremely violent blue energy punch on the monster's neck. He activates his special combined trajectory technique, spinning his own body with overwhelming rotational force in midair. The fiend insect's tail possesses a structure made of multiple joints that move freely and flexibly, but Van's violent spin applies a rotational load far beyond the limit on the tip, overloading the range of the first joint. This phenomenon causes the axes of rotation to overlap on the same plane, canceling freedom of movement and making control impossible. Utilizing raw physical strength, the silver-haired guy managed to cause a fatal structural flaw in that terrible beast's own body. The fiend insect lets out a sharp screech of despair as it feels its joints shatter and lock up completely from the strike. Van spits blood from his mouth due to the effort, but keeps a victorious smile on his face while firmly holding the broken tail. After breaking the monster's joints and deflecting its defense, the young Garuda begins free-falling through the marsh sky. During freefall, the silver-haired guy lets out a deafening yell directed at the red-haired commander. Van desperately shouts for Amelia to pierce the monster with the magic blow while she approaches rapidly with the lance. Amelia lets out a war cry loaded with pure energy and focuses all her willpower into the decisive charge. Mounted on her horse, the commander advances like a green lightning bolt, preparing to the final impact with her lance. The glowing tip of Amelia's lance pierces the terrible fiend insect's head, driving through its armored shell. The violent impact creates a colossal energy blast, lighting up the whole dark area with a deafening flash. The smoke slowly clears, revealing utter destruction in the Marsh of Lament after their devastating combined blow. Amelia dismounts her horse and runs desperately across the battlefield, shouting Van's name with deep concern. She scans the place with eyes full of agony, fearing the worst after the magic blast that struck both head-on. Nearby, the severed tail of the Thunder Fiend insect lies on the muddy ground, spilling smoking purple blood. The warrior finally spots the young Garuda standing, but realizes, shocked, that he is heavily injured and bleeding heavily. Amelia runs and catches Van's body as he collapses, desperately begging him to hold on tight and not pass away. Van gives a light smile and jokes that she went overboard with the blast, confessing that for a moment he really thought he was going to perish there. Amelia lets out a long sigh of relief and complains at him for pulling such a crazy stunt that nearly scared her to death with worry. After helping him sit down, the red-haired commander confusedly asks what actually happened to cause such a massive explosion. She explains that her storm lance would never have the power required to cause such massive damage on its own. The young Garuda begins explaining that, during initial combat, he kept striking the insect's body repeatedly. He reveals he used his crushing blow technique with less power, but higher rotation speed, to find the weak spot. Van sent vibrations inside the enemy's shell and analyzed the return of shockwaves in every part of the monster. With this method, he located a spot below the wings that absorbed vibrations, deducing that the insect's magic core was located there. The silver-haired guy explains he focused on holding the creature precisely to guide the tip of her lance to that spot. He details that, upon piercing the flying monster's central core, all the stored electric magic spiraled out of control and exploded. Amelia stands completely jaw-dropped upon realizing he managed to calculate that entire complex strategy in the middle of combat. Van scratches the back of his neck a bit sheepishly and confesses with a smile that in the end, that whole thing was a huge gamble. Amelia brings her hand to her forehead with a mix of exhaustion and frustration, trying to process her comrade's unbelievable audacity. She starts yelling at him annoyed, complaining that he should have warned her earlier and that he nearly cut her lifespan short from the scare. The guy smiles genuinely and answers that, besides lacking time, he fully trusted she would be able to pull it off. Touched by his words, the commander looks away with a gentle smile and admits he truly is someone extraordinary. The two remain seated side by side in silence for a few moments, enjoying the brief moment of calm in the marsh. Suddenly, the young Garuda lets out a groan of pain and lets her know they unfortunately don't have time to spare resting. He reminds her that the overall situation remains very dangerous, since both are still right in the middle of a terrible monster horde. Amelia agrees and says that, with her mana depleted and him injured, it's best to rejoin Prince Hines in the rear as soon as possible. She gazes at the marsh and considers going around via the west side, but quickly changes her mind upon realizing the route would be too long and dangerous. Then stands up with difficulty and gazes at the terrible creature's carcass fallen on the ground, seeming thoughtful about an intriguing detail. He wonders about the reason for that specific type of fiend insect being there, since they were supposed to inhabit only the north. He deduces that, even if they had migrated, the tactical cooperation they showed with other monsters was far too organized to be coincidental. Then, by his intuition, the silver-haired young man slowly approaches the physical remains of the giant thunder fiend insect. He shoves his hand into one of the felled creature's crevices, rummaging through the shell to look for a physical clue about that anomaly. Van pulls something out from inside and gets intrigued upon coming across a glowing, reddish gem radiating sinister energy. The guy analyzes the artifact with intense focus and concludes with absolute certainty that it is a powerful magic crystal. This type of item hoards mana for years in dangerous lands, functioning as a massive amplifier worth far more than gold. However, he finds it bizarre to locate this inside a monster and suspects someone implanted the crystal to control its actions. The young man concludes that wasn't an accident and that someone deliberately sent a beast like that to attack the Academy group. Van pockets the crystal and reflects that the true target of this planned attack is, most likely, Prince Hines. Amelia calls out to him and lets him know she's already picked out the escape route for them to get out safely before more monsters show up. She reaches out her hand and says that while the prince creates a distraction, they will take advantage of the opening to break through the enemy ring. The guy agrees with the plan and decides to leave the discovery of that strange crystal to be reported to the authorities later. They begin walking side by side through the dark forest, focusing all their attention exclusively on their own survival. But suddenly, the two freeze in place, completely shocked as they hear a mysterious, unknown voice echo near them. A hooded man emerges from the marsh shadows and says he is surprised that mere students managed to defeat his precious monster. Then widens his eyes in complete shock upon recognizing the sinister red emblem stamped on that mysterious figure's robes. Amelia points her weapon at the enemy and immediately recognizes him as one of the survivors of the Purification faction. The hooded man finds it offensive to be called a survivor and mockingly says the kingdom merely cut off a lizard's tail. He proudly reveals they are the true main faction and calls himself one of the guardians of pure blood. As he stares at him, Van feels a familiar chill and realizes it's been a long time since he experienced that terrible sensation. It is the scent of death, an instinctive warning that only the most experienced warriors can feel beyond the logic of magic. The silver-haired youth gazes at his adversary and confirms to himself that that fellow radiates a pure scent of destruction. He recalls that in his past life, he had to fight risking everything he had against true war demons. The guy realizes in horror that the pressure coming from that hooded sorcerer is completely equal to that of those warriors. In fact, Ben notes with a cold sweat that that terrible man's killer aura is even greater than anything he has ever faced. Amelia takes the front line protectively and firmly orders the guy to step back due to the absurd danger of the situation. The villain praises her courage and begins moving his long fingers, stating that his hands are the path to the underworld. He extends his arms to cast his dark spell and commands his beasts to rise from the earth to devour his opponents. Monsters called blade beetles emerge from the ground, known as mid-rank beasts, with shells as tough as steel. These creatures are relentless, extremely dangerous predators, and controlling even two of them would be the limit for a mage. Amelia stands in shock as she sees the puppet mage summon 10 of those giant beetles at the exact same time against them. Van terrifiedly concludes that the crystal he found in the previous insect served as an amplifier for the villain's monstrous magic. The terrible sorcerer commands his beetles to attack all at once, rushing fiercely toward the two young cadets. Amelia shouts for Van to prepare for the worst, aware that they will have to face the beasts even while completely exhausted. The young commander pushes herself to the absolute limit to repel the creature's charges using her lance with resolve. She notices another monster advancing from behind and frantically screams for the young Garuda to be extremely careful with the attacks. Van tries to move and dodge the encirclement of flying beetles, but his body is already severely weakened from his injuries. Suddenly, the deep cut on his stomach bursts open violently, causing him to bleed heavily in the middle of the battlefield. He frustrantly curses as he feels the unbearable pain of his stomach wound, realizing his physical limit has been hit. Amelia despairs and screams her comrade's name as she sees him suffer that terrible damage right in the middle of the enemy ring. She quickly gets in front of the silver-haired guy and uses her heavy weapon to block a lethal blow from one of the beetles. However, the force of the impact is far too overwhelming, and the commander ends up thrown back with extreme violence. Amelia lets out a sharp scream of pain as she crashes onto the ground, feeling her defensive strength completely depleted. The terrible wild beasts capitalize on the opportunity and swarm down from the sky to finish off the fallen, defenseless warrior. Seeing the commander stretched out on the muddy ground, Van screams her name in utter despair, unable to help her in time. The mage smiles maliciously under his hood and declares that it is now time to finish off the magicless boy, whom he calls an ape. He commands all his puppets to surround the silver-haired youth, promising to return his blood to the mud of that swamp. The blade beetles dive at high speed toward the young Garuda, covering every possible escape route he has. Van realizes he has lost too much blood and that his legs will not hold up, fearing he won't be able to withstand the imminent attack. Seeing that end is near, the desperate youth concludes he has no choice but to resort to his last resort. A reddish, mysterious flash consumes his entire mind, transporting the young man to a completely different mental realm. He finds himself facing a gigantic, intimidating wolf silhouette enveloped in bright red flames in the middle of nowhere. Not understanding anything happening there, the silver-haired youth stares at the colossal creature with immense shock. The wolf calls him pathetic and complains about him being on the verge of throwing away the second life he received so easily. Van immediately realizes that overwhelming pressure is real and wonders who could own that terrifying voice. The spirit beast explains that it was the one who rescued the lifeless body of the youth directly from the banks of the stream of time. Shocked to discover the secret of his reincarnation, Van hears the beast say it is not a benevolent god that gives multiple chances. The wolf warns it would be annoying if he died so easily and offers to lend its power just once in exchange for a price. The youth stares at the entity with deep suspicion and asks seriously what the condition would be to get that help. The wolf spirit orders him to slit Amelia's throat as a blood offering to turn the beetles into dust. Van instantly rejects the offer in intense anger, making it clear he would never do that because he considers the young woman his comrade. The creature lets out a sarcastic laugh upon hearing the word comrade, and tells the boy not to make it laugh with such nonsense. The wolf argues that Amelia is one of the mages of the kingdom who stole absolutely everything that belonged to the Garuda people in the past. The beast says this would be the perfect opportunity for the boy to finally avenge the ancient grudges of his ancestors. The spirit warns that if he refuses the bloody deal, both will end up passing away painfully in that forgotten swamp. Finally, the creature argues that surviving would be the rational choice, allowing him to still save the cadets in the rear. Van firmly rejects the entity's offer, stating with every ounce of conviction in his soul that he refuses to make such a cruel deal. He remembers with gratitude that Amelia trusted him fully and placed her own life in his hands throughout the mission. The youth recalls that she set aside all her pride and agreed to follow his reckless plan without hesitating for a single second. He remembers she even tried to protect him from the beast's attack and declares he doesn't care about her origin because she is his comrade. The young Garuda states he knows better than anyone how terrible the pain of being betrayed by someone you trusted so much feels. He guarantees with determination that he will never betray his comrades, adding that having received that second chance was already more than enough. Van orders the huge wolf spirit to just sit down and silently watch what he will do from that moment on. The boy stands on the edge of a spiritual abyss, courageously staring at the gigantic red wolf observing him from the other side. Finding the response quite interesting, the creature smiles sinisterly and dares the youth to show what he is truly capable of. The immense wolf charges forward with a bright grin and challenges him to prove his true worth with that completely broken body. An immense torrent of red and black energy begins channeling directly into the young Garuda's weakened body. In the real world, one of the gigantic blade beetles rapidly approaches and prepares the final blow to take Van's life. The terrifying monsters of the puppet mage attack Van simultaneously, but the boy remains completely still on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the hooded sorcerer turns his back and decides he has wasted too much time there, needing to fulfill his original mission soon. However, the mage senses an abrupt change in the environment and suddenly looks back, seized by deep unease. Suddenly, a fountain of blood gushes violently into the air after one of the giant beetles is split in half by an invisible strike. The hooded sorcerer widens his eyes, completely incredulous as he witnesses what is happening right in front of him. Van appears standing atop the remains of one of the beasts, while several other blade beetles lie destroyed all around. With an extremely cold gaze and eyes glowing an intense shade of red, the young Garuda emanates an overwhelming murderous pressure. The puppet mage watches the massacre of his creatures in total shock, unable to comprehend how that boy did that. He analyzes the situation in a cold sweat, remembering that the shell of those blade beetles is known to be as hard as steel. The sorcerer realizes the boy aimed precisely at the beast's joints and ripped them apart using pure, raw rotational force. He concludes in horror that such a feat should be impossible for an ordinary human being to perform. Even knowing the structure of the joints, the villain knows a human without any magic reinforcement could never achieve such a feat. Van's red eyes glow with wild, relentless fury, focused entirely on the elimination of his opponents. The mage tries to regain his composure and scoffs at the boy, stating that tricks certainly cannot be repeated many times. He furiously orders the remaining beetles to charge without mercy, to tear the youth apart and devour him once and for all. Van lowers his head slightly as an immense, chaotic red energy begins manifesting intensely around him. The gigantic beetles dive from the sky at high speed, surrounding the silver-haired youth from all sides with their claws. The beasts slash through the air extremely fast to finish the fight, concentrating all their lethal attacks toward him. Van clenches his fist with all his strength and channels an absurd amount of dark energy directly into his injured arms. With an absurdly fast and devastating strike, the boy crushes the head of one of the beasts and scatters blood across the area. The puppet mage stands completely paralyzed with panic upon witnessing the unbelievable destructive power of that counterattack. At a speed exceeding human eyesight, Van leaps and destroys the beasts one by one with extremely brutal physical strikes. While the battle takes place in the real world, the wolf spirit observes the boy's fierce determination with immense curiosity. In the exact millisecond time, resumes flowing, Van begins whispering mysterious words continuously. He recites in a low voice, so his heart calms down and the invisible chains limiting his body break. The magicless youth proclaims he will become the very law of the moment the enemy in front of him exists. Those words were not an ordinary magical incantation, but key phrases carved into himself for self-hypnosis. Through this mental induction, Van intentionally shuts down his brain's thinking functions to send all stimuli to his survival reflexes. With this extreme method, reaction time caused by thought is reduced to absolute zero in the middle of combat. Furthermore, by releasing pain-killing substances into his brain, he blocks muscle pain and removes all natural physical limits. Van utilizes 100% of his muscle strength, acting at the exact limit before his fibers begin to tear. This is his secret technique of absolute detachment, which he keeps active to combat threats at maximum capacity. By totally discarding reason, the silver-haired youth transforms into a genuine machine for crushing the enemies in front of him. However, using this forbidden technique with a weakened body causes severe cellular wear, drastically reducing his life expectancy. After pulverizing all of the mage's gigantic beetles, Van remains standing in a hunched, completely exhausted posture. He rises slowly with eyes glowing red, exhaling smoke and a terrifying murderous aura throughout the swamp of lamentation. The hooded sorcerer analyzes the boy's state and notes in horror his discolored skin and the tears of blood trickling down his face. The villain realizes the youth's extreme exertion surpassed all human biological limits, rupturing the blood vessels in his body. The puppet mage stands horrified, unable to believe a Gerudo without any magic is capable of carrying out such a massacre. He recalls an ancient prophecy about the defeated wolf from the age of gods who would hide in tainted blood. Van says this shadow entity would remain hidden, merely waiting patiently for the exact moment of its return. At that moment, the legendary wolf's immense and terrifying red silhouette rises imposingly right behind Van's weakened body. The hooded villain swallows hard and admits to himself that the silver-haired boy's strength truly exceeded all his expectations. He declares the youth is a threat to the pure blood of the kingdom and the Order of Light, calling him a stain that needs to be wiped out. Van listens to the taunts in absolute silence, keeping his red eyes fixed on his opponent with relentless seriousness. The sorcerer mocks that the life-consuming destructive power certainly will not last long. He claims Van will destroy himself, but decides to use a serious spell out of respect for the incredible obsession the boy shows. The mage thrusts a blade into his own arm, letting his blood flow to cast a terrible forbidden tear spell. He channels dark energy from his own blood into the muddy ground, swearing to completely erase even Van's soul. A gigantic red magic circle expands across the swamp as the sorcerer offers his blood as nourishment. Countless monstrous creatures and disgusting insects begin gathering in the area, answering the mage's dark call. Gigantic golems and wolf-like beasts emerge hungry amid the red mist, ready to devour absolutely everything in their path. With a maniacal, insane smile, the sorcerer orders all swamp fiends to turn into blades to cleanse that stain. He raises his hands to the sky and warns that all beasts of the Swamp of Lamentation will gather in that exact spot to hunt them down. The villain laughs like a lunatic and asks whether his magic energy will run out first or if the boy will become monster food first. The sorcerer proposes they play a deadly game where the only valid stake on both sides is the survival of their own lives. Van ignores the provocation and raises his hand, preparing to fight again even with his body completely exhausted. The colossal army of beasts and fiends advances relentlessly, making the swamp ground tremble with the terrifying onslaught. In the rear, surviving soldiers breathe a sigh of relief as they realize the hordes of monsters have retreated into the swamp. One cadet wonders in surprise if the commanders were responsible for making the beasts retreat so suddenly. However, Prince Heinz stands up solemnly and seriously warns the soldiers that the beasts have by no means retreated. He explains the fiends are actually sprinting desperately to assemble at a single specific point in the swamp. The prince stares into the dark forest with concern, anxiously wondering if Van and Amelia are okay amidst all that commotion. Suddenly, a colossal crash echoes across the entire area, startling the young blonde who looks toward the deafening noise. Heinz realizes that terrible sound of destruction could only come from an extremely violent combat occurring further ahead. Further ahead, Van executes brutal attacks and tears through dozens of fiends at once with overwhelming impact power. Utilizing incredible speed, the silver-haired youth dodges the beast's onslaughts, leaving only trails of afterimages in the air. He leaps swiftly and strikes the enemy beetles with powerful kicks. Ignoring the damage he continues to sustain. The silver-haired boy spits even more blood from his mouth, feeling his internal organs protest against the superhuman exertion. With blurred vision fading almost completely, he keeps pushing forward solely on his remaining willpower. Van uses his bare hands to rip apart the steel carapace of one of the blade beetles with extreme violence, drenching himself in blood. He continues his relentless slaughter, crushing the monster's skulls one by one without showing any hesitation. The mage observes the scene and admits his obsession is impressive, but recalls that in the end he is just a magicless shell. The villain points out that even if the boy can block out pain and unlock strength beyond human limits, physical collapse is inevitable. He adds that the silver-haired youth's body will not be able to withstand that destructive strain for much longer. Indeed, the boy's legs begin to give out as his muscles tear and his shattered bones fail to keep him upright. One of the surviving beetles takes advantage of the young Garuda's weakness and delivers a lethal blow to crush him once and for all. The boy takes a direct hit from the beast's violent blow and is thrown brutally onto the muddy swamp ground. The villain lies still in the center of a gigantic circle formed by hundreds of wild monsters awaiting his defeat. The puppet mage watches the scene with boredom and comments dismissively that the outcome of that clash was unexpectedly swift. Wasting no time, the terrible hooded sorcerer points at the boy on the ground and cold-bloodedly orders the beetle to sever his head. The monstrous creature swoops from the heights with sharp claws, ready to decapitate the helpless young Garuda on the ground. The monster's sharp blade descends at high speed toward the neck of Van, who remains lying on his back without moving. However, in the exact millisecond before impact, the boy opens his eyes, which glow an intense shade of red. With terrifying speed, he uses his foot to push off the ground, miraculously dodging the lethal attack. He executes a devastating counterattack that completely destroys the beetle's body with a burst of red energy. This movement is part of the play dead reflex, an instinctive trap used by cornered animals to make predators drop their guard. The puppet mage widens his eyes in complete shock upon realizing he was tricked by the boy he assumed was defeated. Van charges fiercely through the air toward the sorcerer, who completely panics as he sees the silver-haired boy approach. The red-eyed youth stares at the enemy with a wild expression, focusing all his remaining strength into his right fist. Van's devastating punch lands squarely on the hooded sorcerer's face, generating a shock wave of dark energy. The violent impact snaps the mage's head back, tearing part of his hood with the absurd force of the physical blow. After landing the devastating strike, the young Garuda begins falling freely through the swamp air, losing consciousness. He lands on the muddy ground completely covered in blood, collapsing to his knees with hollow eyes and no reaction. The mage wipes blood from his face and reveals that without his protective magic shield, that punch would have meant instant demise. The villain stares at the silver-haired boy with pure apprehension, realizing that enemy is far more dangerous than he imagined. He watches Van lying completely helpless on the muddy swamp ground, surrounded by dozens of beasts under his tactical command. The sorcerer concludes seriously that the silver-haired youth poses a direct threat to his future plans. He admits he underestimated him from his worst enemy and decides to eliminate him right there. The puppet mage orders his beast to deliver the final strike, cursing the boy as a filthy ape while preparing the execution. The gigantic blade beetle raises its sharp steel claws, getting ready to slice the helpless boy in half. Suddenly, a powerful blue spell strikes the monster's claw, shattering it to pieces and startling the hooded sorcerer. Prince Heinz appears imposing atop his horse, leading a massive troop of soldiers arriving at the battlefield. The young prince channels his brilliant blue magic with determination in his hands, preparing to purge the monsters. The large troop of cadets advances with brave war cries, riding at full speed to save their comrades. The warriors push forward fearlessly against the dark horde of fiends, shouting orders to initiate combat immediately. The knights attack the swamp beasts in a coordinated manner, yelling that they must save Commander Amelia and Captain Van. Under command orders, one of the massive demon wolves is completely frozen by its paws by powerful ice magic. An immense blizzard of blue energy sweeps across the battlefield, instantly paralyzing dozens of beasts beneath thick ice. Tutor Helene Steinhardt appears casting her spell with glowing green eyes, announcing she has immobilized the enemy's movements. Helene mentions she will leave the rest of the fight to Karina, who rides past quickly and accepts the challenge with confidence. Karina Ludier channels her brilliant pink wind magic and shouts with determination that she was ready to end this. She unleashes a colossal magic wind slash against the frozen monsters, shattering the swamp beasts all at once. The puppet mage observes the destruction and realizes in irritation that the main force of the military academy has finally arrived. The villain stares at the reinforcements with disdain and mutters that his interest in the battle is fading with so much annoying interference. He resolves to leave capturing Heinz for a future opportunity, but decides he must eliminate Van before escaping. The sorcerer concludes the young Garuda will certainly become a major obstacle to his faction's desire if left alive. He snaps his fingers cold-bloodedly to issue the final command to his last puppet, determined to end the boy's life right there. The final blade beetle charges at high speed toward the helpless boy in the mud, preparing to crush his head. Karina and Helene notice the monster's lethal strike from afar and grow extremely frightened by the imminent danger over Van. The terrible mage smiles coldly under his hood and quietly declares that this is the definitive end of the silver-haired boy. The wild beast dives with its steel claws ready to decapitate the fallen youth lying on his back on the muddy ground. However, an immense impact spell hits the beetle with absurd force mid-path, generating a massive protective explosion. Van remains lying in the same spot, while dense smoke and electric sparks scatter across the area of the terrible impact. A powerful man wearing dark sunglasses appears standing atop the destroyed carapace of the blade beetle, displaying immense arrogance. The mysterious warrior looks at the swamp with contempt and cold-bloodedly declares, "It is time to start exterminating those pests once and for all." The hooded sorcerer recognizes the newcomer and is surprised to note he is an elite warrior from the Clavis family. The man in dark sunglasses remains standing on the slain monster, while the mage cautiously analyzes the situation from a distance. The puppet mage stares at the new opponent and thinks to himself that the military academy indeed possesses more talent than expected. He reflects that destroying so many young talents of the kingdom there would be a waste, and begins reconsidering staying. The villain starts disappearing into purple smoke and announces he will fall back for the future of the kingdom, saying the boy merely cheated death. He grins sinisterly beneath the shadows of his hood and promises the silver-haired boy he will return to take his head soon. The warrior in sunglasses observes the mage's retreat in absolute silence, remaining standing on the monster's remains. With the fight in the gloomy swamp concluded, Karina sprints desperately toward Van, crying out his name in anguish. She kneels beside him and tearfully begs him to stay with them and not give up fighting for his life. Van remains unconscious with a pale face while the pink-haired girl desperately tries to wake him by yelling. Karina holds the boy protectively while tutor Helene approaches with an expression of extreme concern. Helene inspects the young Garuda's physical injuries and widens her eyes in shock as she realizes the true severity of his condition. The cadets stand horrified seeing Van's critical state and begin shouting desperately for the medical team. Karina holds Van's limp body in her arms, in complete denial over the scene, crying that this has to be a lie. Van's face is covered in blood trickling from his eyes and nose while Karina desperately begs him to open his eyes. She cries bitterly and screams that he promised to become her knight, begging him not to pass away in a terrible place like that. The pink-haired girl screams with all her strength that she won't allow him to go like that, while Van shows no signs of life. The medical team casts a large green healing circle around Van, surrounded by Helene, Heinz, Karina, and other anxious cadets. The cadets watch the application of healing magic with extreme apprehension, sweating cold, and praying with all their might for his recovery. Helene places a hand on the inconsolable Karina's shoulder to comfort her, while the young girl anxiously asks the medic about his state. The medic lowers his head in devastation before Prince Heinz, indicating the silver-haired boy's condition is extremely grave. The healer explains that healing magic merely awakens the target's life force, but reveals the boy unfortunately has nothing left. He details with sorrow that Van's body has lost the final spark of life necessary to activate the magical treatment. Karina widens her eyes and freezes completely upon hearing the grim diagnosis that her comrade is practically gone. The girl loses control of her emotions and yells at the medic to heal him immediately, while a cadet tries to calm her down quickly. Heinz steps in with authority and orders the medic to do absolutely everything to the very end, noting Van was the greatest hero of that battle. The healer tremblingly agrees and decides to concentrate fully on the treatment, aware of the enormous responsibility he carries at that moment. From a distance, the elite warrior of the Clavis family silently observes the glowing circle of healing magic applied to the boy. The man in sunglasses stares at the young Garuda's body and reflects thoughtfully on the bizarre aspect of his discolored skin from the strain. He vaguely recalls with his own eyes that he had witnessed that same terrifying phenomenon once before in his past. The warrior remembers a powerful Garuda female warrior from the past who used monstrous physical strength wrapped in a red aura. In his memory, the legendary warrior advanced devastatingly against hordes of enemy soldiers, tearing everything apart in her path. A young man with glasses and black hair watched that trail of destruction with a look full of awe and deep fear of her strength. In the present, Van's inert body suddenly reacts with a violent spasm and lets out a desperate gasp as the healing takes effect. The warrior in sunglasses observes intriguingly, while Prince Heinz and the other cadets shout in extreme surprise at the reaction. Prince realizes in shock that the boy's life force miraculously revived, while Van breathes with great difficulty under the green spell. Karina and Helene celebrate in relief that they arrived in time, and the tutor firmly orders the medic to keep treating him without stopping at all. The healer responds promptly and focuses all his magic power into the green circle under the silver-haired boy's body to stabilize his condition. The man in sunglasses watches the scene from afar and mutters the name Van Kruger thoughtfully under the dark swamp sky. He silently wonders if the young Gerudo was also capable of stepping beyond all laws of human reason with that feat. The sun finally rises over the horizon of the Swamp of Lamentation, illuminating weapons and sloughed remains of defeated monsters on the field. Temporary military camps and tents are pitched on the green hill during the day to shelter and treat all injured cadets. Inside one of the tents, an investigator official writes down details of Amelia's report regarding the appearance of the faction's beast tamer. Amelia confirms seriously that if the main force's rescue had been delayed even a bit, their entire unit would have been wiped out. The purple-haired investigator listens to the testimony very attentively and continues carefully noting every word in his official notebook. The red-haired commander continues explaining that the people who actually broke through that desperate situation in the swamp were the dedicated distraction Prince Heinz pulled off in the rear, and above all other things that occurred in the clash, the extraordinary bravery displayed by Squad Captain Van Kruger throughout the entire confrontation against the terrible demon bug. The official asks in surprise about the boy's name, and Amelia explains Van used himself as bait to expose the Thunderbug's weak point. She adds that she only struck the monster with her Tempest spear at the exact opportunity the silver-haired boy managed to create. One of the soldiers beside them looks at the scene, completely incredulous, finding it impossible that a mere magicless Garuda achieved such a feat. Amelia notices the soldier's prejudice and looks at him with an extremely sharp and intimidating glare, asking if something is suspicious with the report. The soldier immediately gets spooked and stammers an apology, while the kneeling commander prepares to conclude her testimony. Amelia states that even while leading excellent squad captains, putting the military unit in danger was entirely her responsibility. The young red-haired commander takes the blame and firmly announces she is fully prepared to accept any punishment. She kneels and bows humbly before the military investigator, demonstrating her respect for the Academy's rules. The purple-haired official observes the commander's noble and honorable attitude with deep seriousness as she keeps her head down. The man states that those words and Amelia's taking of responsibility will be accurately recorded in the incident's final report. He continues and points out that facing an unprecedented crisis in the forest, she managed to protect the unit without losing a single person. The investigator concludes with a kind look that her feat is an incredible achievement, deserving of high praise from superiors. Amelia widens her eyes in extreme surprise and deeply thanks the official for recognizing her team's entire effort. Amelia and Van sigh in relief. After the long, tiring official interrogation ends, happy to have survived that terrible ordeal, the purple-haired official declares the interrogation closed and instructs all injured cadets to rest. Van comments in relief that he is very happy they received no harsh punishment after the terrible incident in the swamp. Vines rationally explains that despite the danger of nearly being wiped out, securing a lead on the enemy faction was crucial. The young prince points out that just this detail about the puppet mage's shadow group represents a huge victory for the kingdom. Amelia humbly rejects the praise, admitting that without Van's and the prince's help, she certainly would have failed. Van smiles warmly back at her and agrees that the same applies to him, as he wouldn't have survived without their strength either. Karina approaches with crossed arms and an extremely irritated aura, calling Amelia's name with deep fury in her eyes. Amelia thanks her on her knees for the rescue effort, but Karina, annoyed, shifts the topic and questions the reason for a very suspicious attitude. The pink-haired girl points angrily at their hands and demands to know why the commander is holding hands with Van the whole time. Amelia raises their joined hands and responds naturally that their souls bonded in combat, and Van is now her soul comrade. Karina explodes in rage and shouts while pointing her finger, complaining that philosophical answer doesn't explain holding his hand. One cadet mentions to instructor Helene that they were doing that during the report too, but she chose to ignore the situation. Amelia places her other hand on her chest and dramatically explains they understood each other wordlessly as they crossed the line of death together. The commander gets extremely excited about that new feeling of emotion, while Karina yells saying she isn't paying attention. Karina shouts at Van to let go of her hand right away, but the boy explains in a cold sweat that Amelia's magic is wrapping his hand, preventing him. The young Garuda makes a completely comical, terrified face upon realizing he is trapped in the middle of the girls' jealous argument. Amelia smiles, declaring that from that day on, they will be each other's shield and spear, sealing an unbreakable bond that will last forever. Karina draws her weapon furiously to cut that bond by force, leaving Van and Amelia in panic, begging someone to stop her immediately. The next day, soldiers begin packing luggage to leave, and one asks Van if there is any more cargo to carry. The silver-haired youth thanks him for the help and mutters thoughtfully that squad comrades didn't need to worry so much about his condition. The soldier replies that it is the least they can do, reminding the young Garuda that he almost lost his life in the previous night's combat. Another strong warrior takes on the heavy work of carrying supply bags with a smile, wanting to spare the injured boy from strain. Van stares at the blue sky and reflects on the soldier's words, aware that in truth he actually should have passed away yesterday. Sitting on a tree trunk in the sunny forest, he tries to understand how his body managed to recover so miraculously. He stares at the shattered remains of the magic crystal in his hand, knowing he was so bad off even healers had given up on him. The youth concludes the mysterious sheath wolf used that crystal's energy is the price to save him, wondering what that entity really is. Van stares thoughtfully at the horizon, questioning deeply what that dark creature inside him wants from him in the future. Suddenly, veteran Arnold Clavis appears silently behind him amidst the woods, startling the boy who recognizes his savior. The youth thanks him in a friendly tone, commenting, he heard the sunglasses-wearing veteran saved everyone at the critical moment yesterday. Van bows in a deep sign of respect and thanks him immensely for the help, but is surprised by an abrupt move from the warrior. Arnold launches a surprise attack toward the silver-haired boy, sending surrounding leaves flying with the swift impact of his physical charge. The silver-haired youth dodges nimbly and seriously comments that was quite an aggressive welcome from the veteran. He firmly blocks Arnold's fist using his palm and seriously tells the elder to stop. Dangerous Arnold observes their joined hands in guard and immediately recognizes the peculiar defensive move the youth used against him. The veteran in sunglasses grins intriguingly and asks if that block technique happens to be the zero-style catch. Van widens his eyes in utter shock upon realizing the other warrior actually knows that secret combat technique. Arnold turns his back and starts walking back into the forest, leaving the boy in a cold sweat wondering how he knows that. He mentions he wishes to talk to Van once they return to the military academy, noting he has many important questions to ask. The silver-haired boy freezes, questioning in panic if the veteran really knows his secret Garuda shadow-style techniques. Back in the Grand Hall of the military academy, Heinz, Amelia, and Van line up before the kingdom's elderly director for the ceremony. The elderly director with long white hair begins the ceremony by formally calling the young red-haired commander's name. Amelia, Heinz, and Van salute the leader, placing hands on their chests and sink and promptly answer the call with military respect. The director recalls her actions and praises Amelia for leading the front line against the unexpected enemy in the Swamp of Lamentation. He declares before all cadets that her unwavering fighting spirit serves as a true example for the nobility. The academy leader opens the ceremonial box and formally bestows the prestigious Special Merit Award upon the red-haired girl, Amelia. Bows respectfully and sincerely thanks for the honor granted, maintaining a firm posture as squad commander. Cadets applaud enthusiastically while the elderly director prepares to call the next honoree, Prince Heinz. He praises the prince's devotion in becoming the target of magic lightning to protect his unit, proving the true duty of royalty. The director hands the gold medal to the young blonde and formally decorates him with the Academy's Special Merit Award as well. Heinz accepts the honor with a friendly smile and salutes his superior with great respect, humbly thanking him for the generous words. The entire audience of cadets continues applauding enthusiastically and loudly for the awards ceremony taking place on stage. The main hall becomes filled with murmurs and lively conversations among students regarding the great feats of that battle. Two young cadets whisper about the events that occurred while Van awaits his call with a very serious, tense expression. The elderly military academy director finally calls Van Kruger's name, who promptly responds to the command stepping forward. The director highlights that even without magic, the boy used his intelligence and bravery to expose the dangerous demon bug's weak point. The elder proudly states that having such a unique talent in the military academy's history makes him feel extremely honored. Van is completely surprised and places his hand on his chest as the director announces he will decorate him with the Special Merit Award. The silver-haired boy humbly receives the gold medal and thanks his superior, while the entire audience applauds with enthusiasm once more. Some cadets in the crowd whisper in surprise, commenting on the unbelievable fact of a magicless Garuda becoming the pride of the academy. Prince Onus watches the scene with a look of pure discontent, while tutor Helene claps for the boy with a gentle smile. Later, in the sunny garden, Amelia walks alongside her comrades and thoughtfully confesses she still can't accept the award. She stares at the medal and says she acted arrogantly and put everyone in danger, prompting Van to comment with dismay on her persistence. Heinz kindly asks her not to blame herself, pointing out that without her Tempest spear, victory over the monster would have been impossible. The prince modestly comments he actually did almost nothing in battle, limiting himself to being a target for enemy attacks. Van counters that the prince took many risks, and without that necessary distraction, all of them would have ended up dead in the swamp's mud. Prince smiles happily and confesses hearing that sincere compliment from the boy makes him much happier than the gold medal itself. The young Garuda replies with his usual seriousness that he isn't complimenting, just stating concrete facts of that swamp battle. The boy reflects that the academy rewarding a Garuda is very unusual, and Heinz agrees, saying the institution indeed has motives. Heinz explains the military academy needed reasons to cover up failure, and Van asks confused about the meaning of those words. The blonde prince reveals the attack by the Purification faction injured many cadets, representing immense shame for their reputation. Van deduces they created heroes to give the impression of a glorious victory, using his medal to draw attention from the outside public. Heinz rests his arm on Van's shoulder and praises the boy's ability, saying he isn't just skilled but also sees the big picture. The silver-haired youth looks at the prince strangely, not understanding why he is receiving so many compliments all of a sudden. The prince gets straight to the point and formally invites the young Garuda to work directly under his command as soon as he graduates. Van freezes completely at the unexpected proposal, while the blonde prince calmly reveals he possesses a great lifelong dream. Heinz states with determination that he will take the kingdom's throne permanently to make his great dream come true. He holds the silver-haired boy's shoulder and explains he needs the extraordinary power of someone like him who doesn't fit standard molds. The prince looks intensely into his eyes and invites him to change the future of the entire country together, using both their strength. Heinz smiles and asks if that isn't a great offer, leaving the silver-haired youth with eyes wide in surprise and shock. Suddenly, the young Garuda has a dark reaction of pain as he vaguely recalls terrible, bloody memories from his own past. Melancholic images of snow, pain, and the suffering face of a sick little girl arise chaotically in his mind, leaving him dazed. Van suddenly loses his balance and almost collapses onto the garden ground, quickly caught by the prince concerned for his state. The special merit medal the boy was holding slips from his hands and falls, clattering directly onto the stone pavement. The youth holds his head in agony as his body trembles in pain, while Amelia shouts, desperately calling for the blonde prince. Amelia steps in front of Heinz and bravely warns she cannot ignore that absurd proposal, while Van mutters in relief at the intervention. The silver-haired boy reflects he was saved by a hair, thinking Amelia's swift intrusion was perfect to spare him from answering. He mentally agrees with her argument, knowing it would normally be considered impossible for the ninth prince to take the royal throne. He thinks that ambition equals eliminating the older princes, but is interrupted by Amelia shouting he will already go to her territory. Van is left speechless by her declaration, while the red-haired girl turns bright red and flustered by what she just said. The boy starts shouting at her annoyed, demanding Amelia stop deciding his future on her own without asking his opinion first. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerges from behind, asking the reason for all the racket, catching the attention of the three young cadets. It is Karina and Helene who gently approach and congratulate the group after watching their fine award ceremony. Karina proudly pats Van's back and says he acted like her true knight, suggesting he joined the 5 crowns. The young Garuda thanks her for the compliment, but quickly changes the subject, seriously commenting academy leadership seems far from calm. Helene Steinhardt agrees with the observation and reveals the incident in the swamp is being treated with extreme gravity by the royal palace. Karina sarcastically comments the concern is obvious. After all, one of the kingdom's legitimate princes almost passed away yesterday. The green-eyed tutor assumes a serious posture and reveals strong suspicions that military training plans were leaked to enemies. She adds, the military academy will conduct a swift internal investigation to uncover the traitor and send the report to the palace. Van stares at the ground with a focused, thoughtful look, quietly reflecting on the real dangers surrounding the purification faction. Finally, the black-haired tutor smiles in a friendly way at the injured young cadets and concludes that, at least for now, they should celebrate. Helene approaches Van and says the two of them took a big step toward their personal goals. Holding his medal, the youth is slightly surprised and mentally agrees they really are getting closer and closer. He thinks with determination that he will earn knighthood to finally become an elite noble within the kingdom. The silver-haired boy's plan is to forge his own path and use his own hands to change the direction of that country. Van snaps out of his deep thoughts and simply answers with a plain yes to his dear tutor. The two look at each other with deep solidarity and share a slight smile, sealing that silent promise between them. Suddenly, Karina pops up from behind with a sulky face and sarcastically asks what those two goals might be. She grabs the boy, demanding detailed explanations about that serious talk, while Amelia squabbles with Helene right behind them. Later, the scene shifts to the dark night in the outer area, full of stone ravines surrounding the Grand Academy. On the military academy's training grounds, Van walks alone down a stone corridor dimly lit by torches. The youth soon comes across a very muscular, shirtless guy waiting for him in the center of that quiet arena. The MC assumes a serious expression upon spotting that mysterious senior who called him for a late-night meeting. This purple-haired guy with dark sunglasses is Arnold Clavis, one of the most renowned warriors in that institution. Van remembers Amelia told him Arnold is only 17 years old, is part of the 5 crowns, and already leads the prestigious Clavis family. She praised his high magic abilities, but Karina, annoyed, commented she hates the senior because you never know what he's thinking. Recalling that precious heads up from his classmates, the silver-haired boy feels a light, cold sweat trickle down his face. The MC is deeply suspicious of that senior, remembering Arnold was the only man who recognized his Garuda shadow style. Meanwhile, Arnold channels his massive magic energy into the courtyard floor, creating glowing runes around his body. He stops the mana flow and places his hand on his chin with a thoughtful air upon noticing the boy's quiet approach. Arnold notices Van Kruger's presence and quite calmly comments, the youth finally decided to show up for the meeting. Van gives a polite smile and explains he would never fail to answer the call of the senior who saved his life in the swamp. The senior counters he doesn't want to leave him in debt and asks him to speak without filter as he doesn't demand respect for being older. Van gets right to the point and asks what he really wants, leading Arnold to promise to be completely honest in his words. Arnold stares at the boy seriously from behind his dark sunglasses and drops that he actually wants Van for himself. The young Garuda gets huge shock and makes a hilarious disgusted face at that double-meaning declaration from the senior. But Arnold quickly explains the academy launched a secret investigation, and Van sighs in relief, saying he already heard about that. The purple-haired guy reveals the task of investigating suspicious students in the academy ended up becoming his new job. He points his finger firmly toward Van Kruger and announces he is appointing the boy as his official assistant for this mission. The MC stands completely shocked and lets out a shout of surprise, unable to believe what he just heard from his superior. Van scratches his head a bit confused and says he gets the situation but notes he needs to ask a few questions before taking the job. He questions why a simple student would receive a secret mission, and Arnold replies it is because he is the head of the Clavis family. The silver-haired youth deduces the board trusts him due to his heavy responsibility and asks if that's all. The senior takes a brief mysterious pause before continuing his explanation regarding the choice for that search partner. He explains he picked the young Garuda because he is a legitimate member of that race, which lacks any magical affinity. Van merely stares at the guy silently, waiting for the senior to explain that logic better. He guesses he is the least likely traitor since the Purification faction deeply hates him and asks if that's why. Arnold agrees and adds that besides having 0 mana in his body, the boy knows how to fight very well physically and martially. Van reflects that the absence of magic makes him invisible to magic sensors, but mentally concludes the senior is awful at explaining. Despite that terrible, confusing conversation, the MC admits to himself the logic behind it all makes a lot of sense. He notes he has one last thing he would like to ask, and the purple-haired senior encourages him to say whatever he wants. The boy recalls that right after Legion training ended in the swamp, the senior approached him just to make small talk. He emphasizes that initial friendly approach certainly had nothing to do with this secret investigation mission. The MC seriously adds that Arnold only received this detective assignment from the board long after that encounter. The senior gives a slight smirk upon realizing the silver-haired boy is much sharper than he appears. Van then questions him directly about what the real reason was for coming to speak with him specifically that day. Arnold mysteriously confesses there really was something very important he wished to ask the young Garuda. But the senior says that can wait until the investigation is over, making Van complain that he is dodging the question. Arnold shrewdly counters that Van himself also has many stored questions and mysteries he doesn't wish to reveal to anyone. The silver-haired boy clicks his tongue, thoroughly annoyed by the senior's tricky response that backed him into a corner. Arnold shows great confidence with a slight victorious smile on his face as he watches his assistant's utterly frustrated reaction. Arnold proposes that as soon as the secret mission is finished, the two answer each other's questions. Van gets thoughtful while reflecting on the weight of having to participate in an undercover. He knows this work involves doubting and investigating his own classmates, a job nobody likes doing. However, he ponders that a major achievement in this mission will bring him much closer to finally reaching his knighthood. The boy also worries that if the Purification faction is left unchecked, their plans will cause a civil war. Suddenly, he remembers a few tragic events he experienced in his past life. He recalls the civil war and the sudden death of the king caused the struggle for the throne and fears seeing Heinz as king again. The young Garuda knows very well that if nothing is done, all that terrible past nightmare will repeat itself. Decided to avoid tragedy, Van faces the purple-haired senior and formally accepts participating in the search mission. The boy sets the condition that Arnold tell everything he knows at the end, and the senior accepts the deal without hesitation. Arnold gives his word of honor quite seriously, sealing the mutual cooperation pact between the two. The next day, the military academy's normal routine continues quite loudly and lively among students. In the library, a few classmates approach the silver-haired boy and invite him to check out some seminars. He thinks it really is time to decide which special class he will opt for during this study period. The seminars are focused training classes in small, practical groups led exclusively by approved instructors. One of his classmates reveals excitedly that he plans to apply for a spot with Instructor Vargas, the famous magic swordsman. The other friend plans to visit Instructor Maris, a renowned wind mage, leaving Van quite thoughtful about the options. The MC comments in dismay that no instructor would accept someone without magic, but his friend suggests Professor Bartolome. Upon hearing Professor Bartolome's name, the boy gets curious and his classmate explains the teacher is a theory specialist. The friend mentions this. Professor doesn't focus on specific styles and accepts any type of student, even lower nobles. He highlights the teacher's instruction is very solid, making Van realize he didn't know about such a tutor's existence. Van ponders that theory is a great option since he spent his entire previous life focused on theoretical research anyway. The boy finds the idea quite interesting, but warns his friends he has an urgent matter to settle today. He says goodbye, stating he will pay the professor a visit next chance he gets, and his classmates wish him a good rest. Later, The boy goes to the academy's beautiful garden and apologizes for being late upon finding Arnold sitting on a bench. The senior says it's fine and suggests starting the investigation right away, receiving immediate confirmation from his young assistant. Sitting beside him, the silver-haired youth takes the initiative and asks where they should begin the search. Arnold Clavis simply sits in absolute silence, staring at nothing with his usual indecipherable expression. A long, awkward pause settles between the two students as they remain seated side by side on that bench. Not understanding that lack of reaction, Van breaks the silence and asks directly what is wrong with him. With a confused air, Arnold suggests conducting interviews, leaving the MC outraged at his lack of planning. The boy begins to seriously question the true intellectual capacity of that mysterious senior beside him. He despairs, wondering if Arnold is just another idiot focused solely on martial arts and raw strength. The older guy confesses he has no experience with investigations and asks for help with ideas, surprising the young Garuda. Ben finds it weird that the senior wants his advice so fast, remembering that even Amelia took time to accept him. Noticing his assistant's glare, Arnold calmly asks if there is an issue with asking for his help on the mission. The MC decides to focus on work and begins coming up with a logical strategy to uncover the traitor's identity. He explains that in investigations like this, one must focus on 4 pillars: people, goods, money, information, and how they move. Arnold listens attentively and asks his new assistant to continue explaining his logical plan. He states that the Purification faction planned that terrible attack right during the Legion training period. He adds that enemies knew the exact moment the Vanguard would enter the dangerous swamp of Lamentation. The boy concludes the prime suspects in the case must be those who held that crucial information in advance. Because of this, the duo's logical first step should be tracking the flow of information inside the academy in detail. Arnold is impressed and praises the boy for being so well informed, making Van nervous and flustered by the comment. The boy makes up that he read it in books, knowing he could never confess he lived in a world full of military conspiracies. Arnold accepts the justification and agrees with the logic, suggesting the first person they should approach in the case is. The MC fully agrees with the senior, stating seriously that indeed it could only be that specific person. The two go visit Amelia, who receives them very kindly in her room and asks them to make themselves comfortable there. The red-haired girl displays a look of pure surprise upon seeing the duo together in front of her at that moment. She smilingly comments they make a rather unexpected pair, and Van explains they just wanted to ask a few questions. Amelia serves a cup of hot tea and kindly comments to both that despite not being a fancy drink, it's a typical product of her homeland. She explains people from her region usually drink this tea to endure harsh winters on the border as it warms the body well. Van gladly accepts the cup and politely thanks the host for the warm reception she is offering. While everyone settles on the couches in the fancy room, the red-haired girl takes a sip of her tea and asks what the boys would like to know. Suddenly, Arnold says outright that they are there to find a traitor, causing Van to choke in shock and spit out his drink. The silver-haired boy starts coughing desperately due to the sudden shock, leaving Amelia totally startled and worried about him. She widens her eyes in worry and asks her friend if the drink was too hot for him to take a gulp like that. Van recovers quickly from choking, says it was just a minor slip on his part, and thinks he needs to take control of the talk fast. He forces a friendly smile, saying it wasn't her fault, while stomping hard on Arnold's foot under the table as punishment. The boy decides to steer the conversation with a lie, inventing he is in charge of organizing all practical logs from that last exercise. He explains he wishes to store lessons on what worked and failed in combat, and Amelia deduces he is crafting a battle report. The young woman gets extremely delighted by his dedication, praising his mature attitude of actively preparing for the next battle. Embarrassed by her sincere praise, the boy merely replies awkwardly that the previous situation demands that kind of caution. Ben focuses on the main goal and says since she was commander of the Vanguard unit, he'd like to hear her version of how it all went down, showing total trust in her friend. Amelia agrees with a gentle smile and offers to help with whatever is needed for the report. Inside, Ben feels his chest ache and blames himself heavily for using her trust to lie, but knows it's necessary to expose the enemy faction. The boy then starts formal questioning, asking in detail how the decision to execute the operational plan was made. She remembers meeting with other cadets around a large tactical table in the forest to discuss paths to take. Amelia explains seriously that given the circumstances at the time, choosing to deploy a reconnaissance force was the rational choice. The boy agrees, but asks if there was any specific event or external info that ended up influencing the officer group's final call. The red-haired girl sighs deeply in a melancholic way and decides she will be completely honest with her two visitors. She admits her vanguard's main goal was indeed gathering quick intel on the enemy, but confesses there was something extra behind it. Amelia reveals that deep down, she was also anxious and desperate to achieve some glorious accomplishment for herself in that exercise. Van notices the melancholy in his friend's eyes and asks with concern what exactly happened to make her feel that way. She explains it all started during a brief break in the troop march when she overheard a comment from one of the squad captains. In her memory, the captain casually commented to a knight that the Swamp of Lamentation was an extremely vast and hard-to-access region. The other knight replied it would be impossible to complete recon in time, and the safest plan would be to wait for main forces to arrive. However, the captain provoked by saying that with the strong Rosenwald family war cavalry present, picking the safe option felt like a waste. The red-haired warrior recalls that the instant she heard that taunt, something shifted completely inside her mind. Amelia confesses with eyes full of intensity that she felt a sense of pride burn fiercely inside her heart from that conversation. She recalls her family has protected the borders for generations and no relative ever backed down, concluding the comment touched her pride. She sadly admits not fearing a direct attack is a knightly virtue, but recognizes acting like that as a commander was foolish. The girl deeply laments in silence, thinking about how much she wished she had made a far calmer and rational decision that day. Later, while walking down a stone corridor beside Arnold, Van reflects heavily on the identity of that mentioned squad captain. The boy finds out the name of the guy who egged Amelia on to act recklessly and push ahead without main force support is Elvin. The MC comments to Arnold he found out Elvin is part of Bartolomeo's seminar, and the senior asks if that youth worries him. The boy replies, the content of what Elvin said in the courtyard isn't weird or out of the ordinary in itself, but he points out that using those specific words at that exact crucial moment of the march changes things. He realizes Elvin's line seemed perfectly calculated to predict exactly how Amelia would react upon hearing the provocation. Van suspects that if that was truly planned in advance by enemies, the consequences for the Academy could be disastrous. Arnold deduces the traitor actually psychologically manipulated Amelia's decisions and thoughts to make her fall into a trap. Van seriously states they need to confront Elvin immediately and decides they should go straight to Bartolomeo's seminar. The two head to the outer area and arrive before a charming wooden house built into the trunk of a giant tree near a waterfall. The silver-haired boy stares at that magic structure with a look full of expectation and focuses on the mission ahead in that place. He remembers that was the exact theoretical seminar of the professor his classmates had told him about in the library. He knocks softly on the large wooden door, silently reflecting he never imagined he would end up visiting that class like this. Suddenly a calm, friendly voice from inside the room answers right away, inviting them to come in once and for all. Ben opens the door slowly with Arnold's help and politely steps inside the quiet space belonging to the professor. They come across a magnificent, cozy private library filled with immense bookshelves stretching from floor to ceiling. Holding a green book, Professor Bartolome gives a warm smile behind his glasses and comments they are rather unusual visitors. The professor recognizes Arnold of the Five Crowns and the famous Van. While the silver-haired boy apologizes for the visit and says he's gathering combat data, Bartolome adjusts his glasses and shows great interest upon learning the youth came seeking logs and lessons from that last big battle. The professor praises the initiative and says it's rare to see a student go so far, while the MC humbly thanks the tutor for his words. Wasting no time, the young Garuda gets right to the point and asks if student Elvin Feltner is present or if he went to the seminar that day. The teacher regretfully explains the boy hasn't fully recovered yet, which is why he advised him to take time off to avoid worsening his state. Van deduces Elvin really was heavily affected by the Thunderbug's lightning attack during the exercise, justifying that long absence. He thanks him for the answer and laments the situation, wishing recovery to his injured classmate, preparing to leave with his senior. However, Bartolome politely cuts off the pair's exit and asks for a quick word specifically with young Kruger. The professor reveals with a smile he has wanted to talk to him in person for a long time, admitting he's been watching his steps closely in the academy. Van is extremely surprised and confused by that unexpected revelation, not understanding why the teacher would be paying attention to him. Bartolome highlights the incredible fact of a magicless boy dueling on equal footing with the sword princess of Ludier in the combat arena. He adds that the silver-haired youth also played a crucial role so everyone could defeat the terrible magic Thunderbug. The tutor points out with admiration that in the long history of that academy, Van's great feats are considered unimaginable. He looks deeply at the boy and suggests that maybe a unique, focused warrior like him is the true element that will launch a new era. The MC stands completely frozen and surprised, hearing such a grand, Impactful statement coming from that experienced professor. The boy smiles awkwardly and scratches his head, timidly replying the teacher is giving him too much credit and he's not all that. The professor explains in his seminar they deeply value physical ability to compensate for lack of mana, seeing a strong similarity between them. Taking advantage of the pair's surprise visit, Bartolome makes a friendly offer for them to watch the practical training of his class students. Van stealthily looks to the side with cold sweat running down his forehead, trying to read what Arnold's reaction to that proposal might be. The purple-haired senior simply maintains absolute silence, and his face turned profile, giving zero hints about what he's thinking. The silver-haired boy politely accepts the offer, thinking it would be useful to closely observe the class suspect Elvin studies in. The three walk together to a large outdoor training yard where the metallic sound of sparring swords clashing can be heard. The professor reveals there are no elite students in his class, as youths from wealthier noble families prefer glamorous seminars. He gives a proud half-smile while observing his disciples up close, displaying great faith in the potential of everyone there. Bartolome firmly states that even if these youths were born with little mana in their bodies, they can still become very strong warriors. He highlights that all his disciples believe in that possibility of overcoming limits, and because of that, train very hard in that yard every day. Van observes the students' effort with admiration and warmly praises the venue, agreeing that it is indeed an excellent seminar. The teacher takes advantage of Van Kruger's goodwill and kindly notes he'd like to ask a small special favor from him and the senior. He explains the boys' physical techniques would be educational for students and proposes he and Arnold do a brief combat showcase. The MC stands utterly shocked hearing the proposal to fight against the five-crown senior, unable to believe what was suggested. He thinks worriedly that drawing so much attention with a duel is not good for anyone conducting a completely secret investigation. However, Arnold Clavis accepts the challenge on the spot with great firmness and directly tells the professor they will perform the showcase. The guy in dark sunglasses shows an extremely focused, intimidating expression, appearing quite eager to start that match. Van tries to calm his partner down by pulling him aside, but the senior seriously replies a magic barrier was activated around the yard. Arnold guarantees that with the barrier set up, they don't need to worry about collateral damage while other cadets watch the pair with curiosity. Professor Bartolome smiles happily and encourages them to go all out and give their best, making Van even more tense about the situation. More students begin whispering among themselves as they realize a high-level fight is about to unfold right before their eyes. The MC realizes he needs to cooperate to get the professor's help in the search, accepting that fighting is the only option left for now. He accepts the duel and walks alongside his partner to the center of the arena as both take position to start that showcase. The audience of cadets murmurs in surprise at the presence of a Five Crowns member and that famous, magic-less Garuda student. The youths recall rumors that Van beat the Sword Princess of Ludier and also helped defeat the dangerous swamp monster. They comment Arnold is at the top of martial skills in the school and think of the immense uproar if a rookie student managed to win. Cadets whisper that even as a friendly sparring match, a fight between these two giants will cause a huge stir in the academy. Professor Bartolome watches everything with crossed arms and a calm, serene look, eager to see both of their practical performances. Van gets into his physical fighting stance and politely says he will rely on his senior's great experience during that showcase. Suddenly, the silver-haired boy widens his eyes and feels overwhelming pressure surge in the air completely unexpectedly. Arnold Clavis stands still, but his gaze behind the red lenses takes on a terrifying, cold intensity directed at the youth. The senior begins emanating an aura of colossal power that makes the ground tremble, leaving the MC on high alert regarding the threat. Surrounding cadets begin shaking in terror from the absurd pressure, fearfully commenting on the unbelievable level of mana the guy holds. Releasing lightning bolts of magic power around his body, Arnold stares at Van and coldly warns he will attack with intent to kill. Arnold clenches his left fist and firmly advises that the young Garuda should also fight with that same killer mindset. Van feels cold sweat trickle down his face and seriously wonders if his senior is serious about going with intent to kill. The silver-haired boy gives a fierce smile and replies with deep determination that, as far as he's concerned, things being like this is perfect. The yard is taken over by an immense, dense pillar of dust and magic power, underscoring the massive difference in stature and strength between them. Students whisper that among all Five Crowns members, Senior Arnold Clavis is considered the strongest in pure physical combat. They fearfully comment rumors say the guy never lost a single sparring duel in the academy, not even fighting active knights. The seminar cadets, It's no wonder a youth that age is already the supreme head of the entire influential, respected Clavis family. Observing the two warriors gear up in the stone arena, Professor Bartolome gives a light smile behind his reflective glasses. The experienced tutor gives the green light to start the duel and formally requests both to begin that grand physical showcase. Van wastes no time and charges at his opponent at absurd speed, leaving a trail of wind and cracking stone floor tiles in the yard. He focuses his red eyes on the opponent and prepares a full-force blow, determined to test his superior's massive physical resilience. The boy unleashes a devastating right punch directly at Arnold's chest, unloading all his strength into that single impact point. However, the silver-haired boy's solid punch is completely blocked by the senior's stationary chest, which doesn't even budge from the force. The MC realizes his attack dealt no damage at all and seriously concludes his senior is a legitimate magic warrior. He observes Arnold's eyes closely, remembering magic warriors have a combat style very different from standard fighters. He reflects these fighters are totally distinct from standard mages and magic swordsmen, due to how they use their own mana. The MC recalls standard mages focus on releasing their magic energy outward when executing long-range attacks. On the other hand, traditional magic swordsmen usually imbue their respective weapons with magic to deliver clean, destructive slashes. Magic warriors, however, keep all their mana stored inside their own bodies, dedicating it entirely to extreme physical enhancement. Because of this, a magic warrior's magical defense is infinitely superior and incomparably stronger than any other class type. Van knows his crushing strike and other techniques that send heavy shock waves directly inside the opponent's body won't be enough. All that physical impact energy ends up easily blocked by the dense wall of magic energy filling every part of Arnold's body. He realizes not even his air palm technique worked, as the strike shock failed to reach the opponent's inner ear. Still, the silver-haired boy refuses to yield and stares at his opponent with a steady gaze, determined to keep trying to find an opening. He flips upside down in an agile move in the air and launches a new rapid chain of physical strikes, challenging the opponent's defense. Arnold merely watches Van's approach calmly, preparing to intercept the youth's aerial attack precisely and efficiently. The senior extends his arm and manages to block Van's hand with extreme ease, completely neutralizing the momentum of that midair move. Next, Arnold takes advantage of the proximity to set up a quick counterattack loaded with electricity directly at the MC. He fires a devastating sidekick that forces Van to defend hurriedly, causing the boy to retreat while trying to absorb the heavy impact. Sliding backward, the boy realizes he hasn't succeeded yet and sees Arnold advance relentlessly and calmly toward him in the yard. Van analyzes that the two-handed crushing strike takes too long to cast and only works against low-intellect beasts or combat novices. The boy concludes that will never work against an elite warrior. Right at the same instant, Arnold warns it is now his turn to attack. Arnold advances at terrifying speed, unleashing a relentless combo of electric punches that forces Van to dodge continuously. The senior applies a quick, low sweep on the ground, forcing the MC to leap high, agilely, to manage to escape the blow. Van feels the tremendous wind pressure caused by the opponent's movement and irritably complains about the absurd force the senior is using. The MC grits his teeth with difficulty and worriedly notices how heavy the physical blows from that purple-haired guy are. Arnold connects another, violent kick that hurls Van backward, forcing the silver-haired boy to slide across the arena to keep his balance. Out of breath and with trembling hands, the young Garuda seriously concludes that taking attack from that opponent ends the duel. Decided not to back down, he charges shouting with determination to try to create an opening and not let the opponent force him onto defense. He rushes in to land a hit, but Arnold anticipates agilely and strikes squarely in the pit of his stomach with a short, precise punch. Van lets out a groan of pain, feeling the terrible impact of the punch in his gut, left completely winded by the devastating force of that attack. He is thrown backward violently due to the punch's power and ends up rolling across the stone yard floor with immense difficulty. Rising breathless and startled, the silver-haired boy immediately recognizes the nature of that last blow the senior used. He realizes the opponent used a counterattack focused on striking the initial point of his own move, a technique named Karma Retribution. Van quickly regains stance and stares attentively at the sky, seeing Arnold already leaping toward him to continue that attack combo. He firmly clenches his fist and launches himself forward with everything, set on landing a fast counter before the opponent lands on the floor. The two warriors trade rapid blows midair in a violent clash of forces, but Van is blocked and repelled brutally by Senior Clavis. The young Garuda loses control of his body due to the impact and is thrown backward, spinning upside down in midair after taking the heavy block. Van stands shocked, realizing Arnold just used another traditional technique from his own bloodline, known as combined trajectory technique. The MC manages to land on the floor and fearfully asks himself how the senior is capable of not only knowing that physical martial art, but using it. The MC thoughtfully reflects on the martial techniques his Garuda clan used traditionally to oppose the magic race. He stands perplexed, realizing Arnold, who is a legitimate member of the magic race, is executing his own bloodline moves masterfully. Arnold halts his movement for a moment and provocatively asks if the boy's repertoire of techniques boiled down to just that. Teeth clenched, Van mentally counters that obviously his fight isn't over, refusing to accept defeat so easily. The young Garuda pushes off and throws himself forward quickly, trying to use all his physical agility to surprise the opponent. However, even attacking extremely fast and fiercely, the one who ends up cornered against the arena wall is the MC himself. Van realizes his current 15-year-old body heavily limits perfect execution of the full strength and speed techniques he possesses. He recognizes with immense frustration that he is completely unable to break the defensive magic energy barrier protecting Arnold's body. The only real shot at victory would be landing the twin palm-crushing strike, which sends a heavy internal impact wave into the rival. However, the boy admits he can't find any opening in the senior's guard to manage to deliver that decisive attack. He sees himself backed against the wall and despairs, realizing he has no remaining moves available to use in that duel. The silver-haired boy fears that if he loses that match without showing anything useful, his people's reputation will suffer greatly. He knows the prejudiced opinion that Garuda are a weak, limited race will become an absolute truth in the minds of students. At worst, all respect and reputation he worked so hard to build since the academy entrance exam will crumble. Van pushes himself hard to land at least a single clean hit and manages to pierce Arnold's perfect guard at least once. He asks himself in agony and midair how he will achieve that feat against his senior's massive energy barrier. Meanwhile, Arnold prepares to deliver a punch charged with electric mana focused on ending the duel against his young assistant. The senior strikes hard and shatters the stone floor, but the MC manages to dodge at the last second, leaping acrobatically. Even escaping the direct hit, Van is struck by residual energy sparks and groans in pain as he's thrown to the side. While struggling to regain balance, the silver-haired boy focuses his gaze and begins remembering his past. He recalls his childhood when he trained alone in the middle of the forest in front of a large clay pot full of water with a piece of wood. The boy watched closely as the wood floated on the water's surface in the pot, trying to master the impact control technique. With a determined shout, little Van attacked the pot with both hands to try to break the wood using only his internal physical strength. He finally delivered the correct strike that broke the training object in half, scattering water and wood pieces across the ground. The child celebrated his success with great joy, enthusiastically shouting that he had finally managed to perform the tough technique. However, his mentor, Master Lees, appeared behind with crossed arms and mockingly warned the boy not to get so excited over that. The boy complained, saying he tried so hard to pull it off, demanding his tutor value his effort in that long training. Lees praised his grasp of the principle, but warned an attack with so many openings in guard would only work against a complete idiot. Annoyed, he asked the reason for learning it, and the tutor noted the technique was exclusively to face demon beasts. Master Lees gave a side smile and revealed that Impact Style still possessed a secret evolution left to master. She explained the secret consisted of stacking 2 back-to-back impacts, and that it wasn't strictly necessary to use 2 hands for it. Little Van was quite confused and asked how it would be possible to pull off that force buildup without using both hands in the strike. With a mysterious smile on her face, the experienced warrior replied, "It would be a waste of time trying to teach him that right now." Lees gave just one cryptic tip to the boy, revealing the great key to unlocking the technique's secret was time itself. She said goodbye, waving from afar, and told the boy to find out on his own, leaving little Van shouting angrily for his master Lees. Back in the present, the boy realizes he zoned out from the real fight for a moment and scolds himself for foolishly getting distracted. Arnold praises his assistant's combat posture while firmly setting stance to deliver the final strike of that showcase. Van slides across the stone floor to narrowly escape the senior's fast punch, realizing that distraction almost cost him defeat. He reflects on the old memory with his master and finally understands the true meaning behind the riddle that the key was time itself. Decided to bet everything on that master play, the boy takes a deep breath and prepares to attempt the combo technique once and for all. Arnold appears very impressed by the fact that the young Garuda's fighting spirit didn't break, even faced with that huge disadvantage. However, the senior coldly states the fight is over and there are no new techniques he'd like to see the boy showcase. As a final show of respect for Van's effort, Arnold decides he will end the duel decisively with his next attack. Van stares at his opponent with an extremely calm, focused gaze, prepping his physical body to react with surgical precision to his rush. The silver-haired youth assumes a unique combat stance, concentrating a dense aura of red energy around his fist and open palm. Arnold charges at him with destructive speed, releasing a massive wave of magic power across the yard to end the fight once and for all. Surgically and agilely, the MC manages to dodge the power and gently rests his right palm in the center of the senior's chest. The boy perfectly executes the fusion of his counterattack techniques, unleashing the junction of Karma Retribution with Crushing Strike. Delivering direct impact to Arnold's chest, Van finally succeeds in landing the combo technique he learned from his master Lisa. Arnold spits a bit of saliva from the internal impact and surprisingly recognizes the young Garuda still held an absurd amount of stamina and energy. But Arnold confidently states that technique won't work against him. However, Van shouts with determination that the fight isn't over yet. At that moment, the boy plants his foot on the ground to surge forward with everything. He manages to close in and deliver a precise impact against the senior. Arnold stands completely surprised, feeling the force of the attack. Next, a second impact hits the exact same spot on the opponent's chest. The senior grits his teeth, not understanding how that is possible. Arnold wonders what impact that's shaking his whole body from the inside. It all happens because Van hit the same spot twice in a row with the same hand. The shockwave from the first strike traveled directly through the rival's body. After that, the impact was completely reflected by his own skeleton. Van calculated the exact return time of the wave and landed the second strike. The two impact waves overlapped inside the body and hit resonance, while classic Crushing Strike builds up impact spatially. This new technique from the MC works in a very different way. It's the resonant Crushing Strike, which focuses on precise timing. Arnold feels the devastating effects of the technique and begins to falter. In deep pain, the senior ends up falling to his knees on the arena floor. Wasting no time, Van prepares to throw another punch and finish it. Suddenly, a firm voice echoes saying, "That's enough," and stops the fight. Professor Bartolome warns the duel was interesting, but it's just sparring. The professor adds that continuing would only cause severe injuries to both. He then decides the best thing to do is end the combat right there. He says Van took more damage overall and suggests declaring a draw. The silver-haired boy feels a bit awkward and thoughtful about the proposal. However, Van soon agrees that is the best call for the moment. Arnold stands up calmly, and the youth calls him senior with curiosity. Arnold confesses his chest is still vibrating from such a clean hit. The senior admits he probably wouldn't hold up if the duel kept going. He extends his hand to the boy and praises the attack, calling it splendid. The purple-haired guy thanks Van for agreeing to fight him today. The boy accepts the handshake and replies he learned a lot as well. In silence, Van observes his opponent with a very thoughtful expression. He wonders why his rival is so happy, given he almost took his life earlier. Other students comment in shock that Van broke the magic barrier without using magic. Someone starts clapping for the boy for overcoming that ironclad defense. Right after, all the other students around begin clapping as well. The sound of applause and compliments echoes throughout the military academy yard. Professor Bartolome simply observes the scene in silence with a light smile. He stares at the two boys with an extremely analytical, mysterious look. Next, the professor walks over and activates a green magic circle under his feet. Van notices the instructor's movement and gets a bit confused by it. Later, Van walks with Arnold at sunset and asks what all that was about. Van explains a serious fight between a rookie and a Five Crowns member would draw a lot of eyes. He reinforces that drawing attention is something to avoid during an investigation. Arnold then reveals he simply wanted to cross fists with him directly. He says he heard rumors, but others' opinions don't reveal the whole truth. The senior guarantees that despite enjoying the moment, he was genuine in combat. Hearing that reasoning, Van just sighs and says he's a weird guy. Arnold says he hears that a lot, even being the head of a major noble house. Van reflects that come to think of it, maybe high nobles are just very eccentric people. At that moment, the senior notices the boy's silence and asks if something is wrong with him. Arnold stares at the horizon with a very serious, thoughtful face. Then, the purple-haired youth brushes it off and replies, "It's nothing major." The MC keeps walking in silence and just watches him with curiosity. The two keep walking side by side down the stone path under the late afternoon light. However, Arnold thinks to himself that he really cannot go along with that. He begins remembering with deep concern that dark scheme he heard about. In his memory, Arnold recalls when he was called to speak with Prince Leonis. On that occasion, the noble revealed he knew about the mission, and Arnold asked where he heard that. Smirking, the prince told the guy in dark sunglasses not to make that ugly face. He mockingly claimed there is no secret in the military academy he doesn't know about. The warrior deduced he used royal privileges, and Leonis confirmed without any shame. Arnold commented it was dirty work, but someone needed to do it in the academy. Leonis dismissively replied he was sure the guy would complete the mission without issues. However, the prince took the chance to ask for one more favor, while the traitor was exposed. He cold-bloodedly ordered Arnold to frame Van Kruger to get rid of that nuisance. The warrior was deeply shocked by the proposal, and countered that it was absurd. Leonis argued that being a Garuda hated by rebels, any story would stick easily. The noble smiled wickedly, saying it would be very easy to forge evidence and plant it in his room. Arnold remained silent with clenched fists, deeply uncomfortable with the situation. Leonis slowly approached the warrior and asked if he had by chance forgotten. The prince brought up the terrible day the former head of the Clavis family passed away. He pointed out that by right, Arnold's bloodline should have been completely dissolved, and cold-bloodedly reinforced that the boy would have been tossed onto the streets with nowhere to go. The noble warned that early inheritance of the leadership was only accepted due to royal mercy. He threatened that opposing him would mean the complete ruin of the Clavis family. The young purple-haired warrior had to swallow the terrible threat of destruction down. Back in the present, Arnold thinks Van's techniques weren't learned overnight. He noticed every muscle movement, breath, and center of gravity from the boy were polished. Arnold admires the fact that someone without magic built up such unimaginable physical training. As a true martial artist who felt those hits, he respects all that effort. He concludes he could never agree to take down such a warrior with such a cowardly scheme. However, the guy fears disobeying Leonis will bring ultimate ruin to his own family. Trying to focus on current duty, Arnold gets back to the topic of investigating the rebels. The MC notices his senior's hesitation and asks again what is wrong. Hand on chin, Ben seriously reveals he managed to find a new clue. The silver-haired boy states they must thoroughly investigate Instructor Bartolome. Arnold slightly widens his eyes under dark sunglasses, shocked by the suspicion. Meanwhile, in a dark, isolated location, a hooded man appears inside a red magic circle. He announces all preparations are going smoothly, and another voice replies, "Excellent." The white-haired hooded man grins wickedly and says the next opportunity is very close. Next, he informs his mysterious master he has a very interesting story to tell. He reveals someone is acting inside the military academy who will aid their plans. He explains the person doesn't even know it, but their eager drive for achievements makes them a very useful pawn. The master smiles, satisfied, and orders them to let that person act freely for now. He states that an unprecedented storm will soon hit the entire military academy. The rebel leader guarantees that chaos will be the definitive step toward fulfilling their ancient desire. The subordinate silently accepts the orders while the magic circle's energy flickers. Back on the road, Arnold seriously warns that suspecting an instructor is an extremely gravity matter. Arnold asks Van to explain the reasons for suspecting the instructor. Van says the first reason is Elvin, who might have influenced Amelia's actions. The boy explains Elvin is a student in Bartolome's seminar, making it easy to give orders and influence people. The senior listens attentively to the reasoning in silence and asks him to keep going. Van reveals the second reason happened right at the end of their sparring duel. He noticed Bartolome quietly glanced at the barrier magic circle on the ground. That circle was supposed to serve merely as a protective barrier to contain impacts. The MC thought it was very strange for the instructor to stare at the circle after the fight ended. He felt Bartolome's expression at that moment hid something, and Arnold asks if there's more. Van explains the third point involves the student audience watching the duel. He reports he picked up on a few individuals acting quite oddly. The boy noted those suspicious students weren't there just to learn from the fight. Their gaze seemed focused on accurately gauging an enemy's real strength. Arnold is surprised by his battle awareness, and Van says it's just an investigation habit. Arnold ponders with crossed arms that nevertheless, all this is still just circumstantial evidence. The senior questions if these clues aren't too weak to serve as solid proof. Van agrees and says that's exactly why they must keep investigating. The boy asks Arnold to hear him out, warning the rest is pure speculation on his part. He shares that Bartolome teaches everyone and went as far as saying a Garuda would key a new era. Van concludes the instructor is so progressive he must harbor dissatisfaction with the kingdom's system. Arnold begins to get the boy's line of thought and says, it makes sense. What Arnold points out the rebels' doctrine of excluding Garuda is opposite to the instructor's ideals. Van explains the instructor himself might not even realize he's being used as a pawn by rebels. The MC confesses with a distant look that he himself was once in that exact same situation. Van remembers when his sole life goal was changing the country ruled by magic supremacy. Even while wanting only to protect his family, he ended up walking a path stained in blood. With that, the youth ended up becoming one of those who shook the kingdom through pure violence. Van seriously reflects that instructor Bartolomeo's situation might be identical to his own. He says if the instructor truly isn't a traitor, the investigation will serve to clear his name. But if he's involved in something against his will, it's essential they act as soon as possible. Arnold argues his official assignment is limited to investigating students, lacking authority over teachers. The silver-haired boy agrees crestfallen that regulations indeed prevent that. However, the senior admits with crossed arms that this suspicion is too serious to ignore. Arnold decides to go forward with the search, and the MC thanks him very sincerely. Arnold explains Bartolome is an excellent instructor, considered the best in magic theory at the academy. The problem is his family status is too low, keeping him from reaching full professor rank. The senior deeply regrets that such immense talent is wasted because of that. He says in times of war, Bartolome's achievements would have gotten him promoted long ago. Other students comment, he's a great master who truly cares for students in need. Some students about to be expelled improved greatly upon joining Bartolome's seminar. Thanks to that welcoming attitude, the instructor is extremely popular among lower-class students. The young Garuda listens to rumors very attentively and begins connecting facts in his mind. Later, Amelia mentions to Van that Bartolome is one of the instructors she respects most at school. She praises that he judges people by ability rather than status, and Van thoughtfully agrees. Arnold reports almost all academy students praise the instructor in the same positive way. However, Van zeroes in on the issue that his social status is too low for him to rise. Arnold confirms he heard several other instructors commenting on that social injustice. He possesses immense talent and achievements, but isn't properly recognized due to his lineage. Van reflects it's normal to feel dissatisfied with the system, and that injustice affects others too. He deduces all students gathered in that seminar must go through very similar situations. Van reflects that strong unity can form when people sharing the same pain come together. Arnold agrees and explains investigating students falls fully within his duties. He adds he can obtain the seminar student roster so they can follow this new lead. A few days pass, and the search for suspects finally begins in the academy hallways. Van and Arnold walk together through the facility, attentively watching other students' movements. They find several students gathered in the main hall and decide to monitor their behavior from afar. While observing the group, Van starts analyzing the roster with photos and names of each student. The boy notices there are slightly over 10 names on the list, but none look suspicious so far. However, something unexpected catches the silver-haired youth's eye right in the middle of the hallway. An average-looking boy walks quietly holding a book, oblivious to what is about to happen. Suddenly, two students with arrogant smirks approach and decide to corner the boy. One provoker looks down on him with contempt and calls out hostilely. The guy asks annoyed if the boy isn't even going to greet him properly. Feeling intimidated, the youth immediately lowers his head and apologizes for his behavior. The aggressor mocks his attitude, commenting that kind of posture was expected from someone of lower class. Van and Arnold observe that entire scene of humiliation in absolute silence. Van realizes this kind of mistreatment is something those students face daily in the academy. They are constantly reminded they aren't welcome in that place because of their origin. The humiliated youth tries to go his way silently, but ends up stopped from leaving. The aggressor grabs the boy's shoulder roughly and tells him to wait. The bully irritably complains that even the way the boy bows is completely wrong. He displays a mean grin while continuing to intimidate the youth without any mercy. Concerned about the situation, Arnold whispers to Van, asking if they should step into the fight. Van asks the senior to wait a bit longer before taking any hasty action. The cornered boy remains silent, but begins showing an unusual reaction. The aggressor grows even angrier at the defiant look he receives back. He shouts that look deeply irritates him and starts channeling fire magic into his fist. Instead of showing terror, the humiliated youth lets out a mysterious smile, as if planning something. Van notices the sudden shift in expression and stands extremely surprised by the boy's reaction. The bully repeats that smug look, drives him wild, and prepares to throw the strike with full force. He charges with his fist in flames toward the youth, set on hurting him badly. The boy maintains the confident smile on his face, even facing the imminent attack. In the blink of an eye, the youth releases a colossal wind barrier that creates a massive shockwave across the hall. The impact is so devastating it makes the bully scream in pain as they're blasted away. With extreme ease, the boy calmly apologizes and prepares to leave. He sprints away quickly, leaving Van impressed by what he just witnessed. Amid the hurry to escape, a decorated, mysterious handkerchief drops from the boy's pocket onto the floor. Van follows the whole escape with his eyes, paying close attention to the direction the youth ran. Still down on the floor and thoroughly terrified, the aggressor tries to comprehend what just happened. He yells furiously that the kid will bitterly regret it next time they run into each other. The boys comment surprised they didn't even need to step in, but Van feels the word impressive doesn't quite define it. Van gets confused by the comment, and Arnold quickly realizes the boy couldn't see the real magic. The senior explains that student's magic energy amount was very low for an average noble. Even so, he managed to cast wind magic of that scale without any prep or incantation. Arnold concludes instructor Bartolomeus' teaching ability truly is something extraordinary. The MC starts reflecting on the instructor's methods and the situation of those students. He thinks that even among nobles, people are treated very cruelly due to their family status. Van walks to the spot where the boy was and notices the mysterious object glowing on the ground. He picks up the decorated handkerchief and decides the best thing to do now is find the owner to return it. With this new goal in mind, they head toward the cabin serving as Bartolomeus' seminar. Van and Arnold walk silently down the wooden corridor leading inside the seminar. Suddenly, Van hears a few voices coming from a nearby room and decides to stop to listen better. Inside, someone strictly questions Lucas on why he used that immense power in public. Lucas lowers his head and tries to justify, explaining they attacked first and he had no choice. The man says he's not interested in excuses and warns that power must not be revealed to anyone yet. He warns careless actions like that put the safety of everyone present in severe danger. Another student places a hand on Lucas's shoulder and says his anger is fair, but he shouldn't act at the wrong time. Outside, Van grows intrigued hearing about a mysterious power that needs to be kept in absolute secrecy. The young Garuda begins wondering what is really going on behind the doors of that seminar. Before they are spotted, Van and Arnold decide to back away and hurry out of the cabin. Once outside, Arnold asks the MC why he decided to leave so suddenly. Van explains there was a student inside monitoring everything around with extreme focus, without even moving his eyes. Arnold gets it and mentions he also sensed a faint detection spell active, questioning what they could be hiding. Thoughtful, the MC notes he will go after the boy named Lucas to talk directly with him. The senior offers to tag along, but Van refuses immediately and asks to handle it alone. He explains Lucas seems to hate high-class people, so he'd be less guarded talking only to him. Arnold agrees and decides to step away to address another pending matter of extreme importance. Van gets a bit curious, but the senior guarantees his personal task won't take almost any time. With everything set, Arnold says goodbye and begins heading up the academy's stone steps. The silver-haired boy watches his partner walk away and agrees to meet him later. Sometime later, Lucas finally arrives at the designated meeting spot, approaching with calm steps. The youth apologizes for the delay and joins the MC, who was already patiently waiting at the location. Lucas directly asks if Van needed to speak with him about any specific topic. The MC confirms and extends his hand to return the fine golden handkerchief the boy had lost. Seeing the precious object in Van's hand, Lucas stands completely frozen and wide-mouthed in surprise. The youth asks where he found it, and Van replies he saw the handkerchief drop during the earlier chaos. Lucas holds the cloth relieved and thanks him profusely, confessing he wouldn't know how to face his mother if he lost it. Van praises the fine, handmade embroidery, and the boy proudly confirms his mother made it for his entry into the academy. The youth apologizes, thinking he wouldn't care about the topic, but Van says he's happy to help out. Lucas cracks a genuine smile and thanks him from the bottom of his heart for the silver-haired MC's kindness. Van reflects that being in similar situations, the boy displays zero prejudice toward him being a Garuda. Taking advantage of the pleasant moment, the MC asks if he could clear up an important question with him. He reveals with crossed arms that he's still undecided on which academy seminar to choose. Van mentions he's interested in instructor Bartolomeus' seminar, leaving the boy quite surprised by the news. He adds he heard that in that place everyone is taught equally, without distinction of status. The MC notes he thought maybe even a Garuda like him could have some chance of learning there. Lucas stares at the guy in silence for a few moments, with a very worried expression on his face. He hesitates for a brief moment before making a tough call on what to tell the boy. With a serious look, Lucas directly advises the MC to give up on that idea immediately. He makes up that the instructor teaches in high detail, and thus maintains a strict limit of students he can take. Van instantly realizes the boy is lying through his teeth to try to keep him away from there. Elsewhere, an influential blonde noble sitting in a fancy armchair receives a visit from Arnold. The man asks with an intimidating glare if the senior is ready to move forward with their plan. Arnold begins to answer seriously and decisively about what he truly came to do in that hall. The senior faces the imposing man head-on and openly declares he is out of that whole conspiracy. The noble flies into a rage at the unexpected answer and harshly demands to know what he just said. Arnold states he doesn't intend to frame Van Kruger, as he will by no means blame an innocent man. The man threatens him with fury in his eyes, asking if he lost his mind and no longer cares about his family's fate. The senior firmly replies he acts this way precisely because he carries the honor of being his family's head. Arnold says he felt the MC's justice in his fists and accepting the plan would stain his own honor. The blonde noble stares at Arnold with rage in his eyes, shocked by the guy's insolence in refusing his order. Undeterred by the man's deadly glare, the senior simply says a cold, polite farewell. Arnold leaves the grand hall and closes the large wooden doors, leaving the noble alone with his anger. Inside, the blonde man remains seated, visibly tense and irritated by the warrior's betrayal. He slams the armchair and thinks that even without Arnold's help, he still has plenty of other plans in mind. He mutters Van Kruger's name with hatred, promising himself his methods to break him are far from over. Back in the garden, Van pretends to accept the excuse about limited spots and regrets that the seminar is full. Lucas looks away and awkwardly apologizes for being unable to help him join the seminar. The boy then decides to turn his back and tells the MC he is heading out to his quarters. However, Van suddenly cuts the boy off, asking the real reason why he is lying so blatantly. Lucas stops walking immediately, freezing up completely tense at the boy's unexpected questioning. The MC comments he is terrible at lying as his eyes give away all the nervousness he is feeling. Van asks if it's because he doesn't want a Garuda in the seminar, saying he is used to being excluded by people. Lucas quickly turns around in panic and frantically denies it, shouting that things aren't like that at all. The silver-haired youth stares at him seriously and demands to know the real reason for that rejection. Cornered by the question, Lucas starts sweating cold, unsure what to answer the MC. Suddenly, the boy's body begins trembling violently, and a mysterious red energy surges around him. Van realizes something is wrong there and calls Lucas' name with deep concern in his voice. The boy hunches in pain while letting out agonizing groans, appearing to lose total control over his own body. Lucas lets out a terrifying scream of pure agony as the flow of red mana explodes violently from his chest. He displays a wild, monstrous expression with clenched teeth, fighting the pain consuming his senses. A whirlwind of destructive energy forms around the boy, placing the MC on maximum alert regarding the situation. Van watches shocked at the boy's terrible transformation, not understanding the origin of that sudden rage. The out-of-control youth roars fiercely toward the Garuda, eyes glowing a completely vacant shade. After a fraction of a second, he charges at Van and delivers a swift strike the MC barely manages to block. Van is blasted backward by the overwhelming impact and is surprised to note the absurd level of that physical force. The MC quickly recovers midair and touches down, while Lucas continues emanating a destructive aura. The boy cries out in despair that he can no longer control his own power, which keeps burning intensely. Looking closely at the opponent's condition, Van finally grasps the gravity of what is happening. The muscle fibers in Lucas' arm are tearing, causing severe internal bleeding due to the strain. Lucas grinds his teeth, feeling his body self-destruct under the massive physical pressure generated by that hostile energy. The youth rushes in again at superhuman speed, unleashing a relentless sequence of attacks against Van. Van realizes that technique is identical to his own absolute detachment, making him extremely tense. However, the major difference is the boy possesses zero control over the technique's side effects. The MC concludes he will suffer permanent damage if he keeps this up, even running the risk of passing away. Lucas roars wildly and prepares another punch with all the energy left in his weakened body. Determined to save him, Van charges against the strike, mentally asking the boy not to hold a grudge over what's coming. With flawless precision, the MC lands a crushing strike right on Lucas' chest to shut down the energy flow. Lucas instantly spits blood from the precise impact and loses consciousness at the exact same moment. The youth collapses heavily onto the stone floor, knocked out cold after the accurate strike neutralized all his force. Concerned, Van rushes to him and tries to wake him, asking the boy to hang on and stay conscious. Suddenly, angry voices from other students pop up at the scene, demanding to know what the MC is doing there. The students glare at Van with visible hostility, assuming he just brutally assaulted their comrade. The MC curses, frustrated, realizing he fell into an extremely tricky situation that's hard to explain. Meanwhile, Arnold walks down hallways thinking that defying Prince Leonis will bring heavy fallout for him. But the senior reflects that taking part in a dirty scheme to frame an innocent man would stain his family's honor forever. Arnold decides he must find a fair way to protect his family and dignity without betraying his principles. Further ahead, he overhears a few students talking fearfully about someone who was just arrested inside the military academy. One guy mutters dismissively that this is what happens when you let a Garuda enroll in the school. Hearing that unprovoked slur against Van, Arnold stands very surprised and tells both students to stop right there. The two students get spooked seeing the senior and nervously greet him while he asks what they were talking about. One explains the Garuda rookie attacked another student, but guarantees guards already took him into custody. Arnold stands thoroughly shocked and on high alert upon discovering what happened to his partner. Meanwhile, Van finds himself handcuffed in a dark room, about to be officially interrogated in the presence of guards. The official says the MC caused a huge scene and reveals the victim remains unconscious. Van defends himself, explaining he acted only to protect himself and save the boy, who was out of control due to some spell. The interrogator listens to the excuse about the spell with heavy suspicion and reflects in silence. He says that according to healer's exams, no trace of external spellcraft was found in Lucas's body. Van stands completely shocked by the revelation, finding it hard to believe the official medical report. It's impossible, since the boy's body should show severe internal damage after that rampage. The MC deduces someone must have arrived earlier to erase evidence, indicating it was planned in advance. The official asks if it was Van himself who set up the meeting, and the youth replies he only intended to return a lost handkerchief. The interrogator doubts the reasoning and questions if it was really necessary to call him to such a deserted spot just for that. Van hesitates, unsure how to answer, as the situation looks completely stacked against him. Van considers whether he should reveal the secret investigation mission, which would give a valid reason for the meeting. But the silver-haired boy backs off, knowing the investigation is secret and revealing it would put Arnold in deep trouble. He reflects he can't trust the interrogator and that the enemy's influence might be far bigger than he imagines. Van decides to stay calm and concludes the best call right now is fully trusting Arnold's capabilities. Though he still knows very little about the senior and knows he hides secrets, he believes in his integrity. The boy recalls the duel they had and knows the warrior is an extremely direct man of his word. Determined, Van locks his gaze onto the interrogator, ready to bear the immediate consequences of his choice. The official warns him seriously, saying his silence in the face of accusations equals a confession of guilt. Van firmly repeats he already said everything he had to say and reaffirms he is completely innocent. The interrogator lets out a dismissive sigh and coldly tells the boy to await his trial. Next, he orders guards to take the silver-haired MC straight to the dungeon. Van lets himself be led away silently, trusting Arnold will handle guards while he does what needs doing. The MC stays steady and focused, set on playing his own part in the middle of that whole conspiracy. Outside, night falls over the Grand Military Academy as mystery around the incident begins to spread. In the library, Helene is interrupted by a frantic student and calmly asks the reason for such panic. The youth reports recent events in a rush, leaving the senior visibly surprised by the news. Shocked by what she just heard, Helene ends up knocking over her bottle of black ink directly onto paper. Wasting no time, she stands up and hurries out to locate the whereabouts of her silver-haired protege. In another room, Karina is approached by her roommate while calmly wiping her practice sword down. Hearing rumors about Van's arrest, the pink-haired swordsman grows furious and demands details on what happened. In another part of the castle, Amelia drags a student by his collar impatiently while he tries to break free. The red-haired girl angrily yells at him to keep explaining details of the incident along the way. In the royal quarters, a kneeling messenger finishes delivering his detailed report to Prince Heinz. Heinz thanks him for the intel with a serious look and closes his book, understanding the gravity of Van's situation. The long-haired blonde prince looks thoughtfully out the window, worried about the direction things are taking. Under the full moon's glow, a mysterious man reflects in the dark that the biggest obstacle to his plans has been removed. He dismissively regrets that the MC's great talent had to be wasted so prematurely. The man concludes the boy would never agree to coexist with the Purification faction, making his removal necessary. He calmly rises from the table with a wicked smile plastered on his face, ready to take the next step. The traitor's secret plan moves forward smoothly into its next phase, exactly as planned. In the yard, Arnold is surrounded by Karina, who wields her sword and aggressively demands the senior answer. She glares at him furiously under the watchful eyes of Helene and Amelia, who also await an explanation. The pink-haired girl asks what he did to Van, while Arnold stays motionless and in absolute silence. She steps up annoyed and menacingly asks if she'll need to use force to make him speak the truth. Helene places a hand on her friend's shoulder to calm her, asking her not to take any hasty actions. The senior tutor then questions Arnold directly, saying she heard from Amelia he was with Van before the event. Helene presses the senior, saying he can't simply claim he doesn't know what happened to the boy. Seeing Arnold stall, Amelia closes her eyes and asks everyone to stop beating around the bush and tell the truth. She directly asks if Arnold took orders from Prince Leonis to falsely blame and frame Van. Amelia confesses she also received orders from the prince to publicly humiliate the MC during military training, but she reveals that after fighting alongside Van, she realized he is a far more honorable warrior than anyone else. She emphatically argues framing a worthy man for a fabricated crime would be a terrible moral failure. Arnold listens closely to the words and, with head lowered, ends up admitting everything she said is true. The senior confesses he really received direct orders from Prince Leonis, confirming Karina's suspicions. However, he reveals he turned down the prince's order, finding it unfair, and that whole incident happened right after. Karina gets confused by the revelation and wonders if that entire setup against Van wasn't the prince's own doing. Arnold agrees he suspected that initially, but points out events moved far too fast to be the prince. He seriously concludes Prince Leonis isn't behind this, and there is another shadow force acting in the academy. Karina repeats intriguingly about this mysterious force and demands to know what's really going on behind the scenes. Helene steps in firmly and tells Arnold he doesn't need to answer that tough question. Next, she asks directly if he and Van were secretly investigating the feared purification faction. Helene's words leave Karina and Amelia totally stunned, while Arnold stares at her deeply surprised. Helene reveals she learned from Amelia they were looking into who leaked training intel to the rebels. She concludes that if that's the case, whoever framed Van is definitely an infiltrated traitor working for the rebel faction. Helene explains the purification faction wanted to remove Van from the school as soon as possible to clear the path. She deduces they intended to take the boy out of play before launching an even bigger scheme inside the Yi Academy. Arnold stays completely silent in the face of the black-haired girl's spot-on deduction. Helene demands quiet from the other girls, keeping her sharp gaze locked on the warrior's reaction. Arnold's tense silence acts as an indirect confirmation that all of the seniors' suspicions are correct. Other students eavesdropping on the talk freak out and yell that this is a massive problem. They suggest informing instructors right away, but Helene warns the enemy might have already infiltrated school superiors. Karina suggested using their family's influence to notify the palace, but Helene notes that would take over a week. Arnold finally speaks up and states he knows someone of utmost trust they can report the case to, but he warns they need solid proof before acting, and Amelia agrees that for now, they only have speculation. Amelia reinforces that if they want swift official action, they must first strengthen case evidence. Seeing no other way, Helene decisively suggests they themselves begin gathering the necessary proof. A student warns moving the 5 crowns might draw eyes, but Helene says protecting the school is their duty. She firmly reminds everyone that the safety of the entire military academy rests in the hands of the shining 5 crowns. Karina flashes a smile and fully agrees with the plan, while Amelia accepts that it is the only option available. Arnold joins the search group as well, determined to do everything in his power to save his comrade. The other 2 students raise their hands and insist on helping too, claiming they owe a big debt of gratitude to Van. Helene feels satisfied with everyone's resolve and declares the search plan officially set. She guides the group to hunt for leads using their own connections and share any discovery immediately. Later, in the infirmary, the healer feels reluctant and says allowing that secret visit breaks the rules. Helene pulls back the curtain protecting Lucas' bed and promises there will be no trouble as long as she keeps quiet. She approaches the bed where young Lucas remains fast asleep, totally oblivious to what's happening around. Amelia inspects Lucas and notes Van knocked him out with precision to save him, but knows that's still weak proof. However, using her magic to analyze the boy's body, Helene discovers in shock a shadow spell carved into his core. The nurse panics upon learning of the discovery, and Helene uses her family name to enforce her authority on the spot. She strictly orders that nobody approach the boy without her explicit permission, not even other instructors. Terrified by the direct order, the healer bows and agrees to keep Lucas' security under absolute secrecy. Meanwhile, at the site of the previous fight, a metal sign hanging from chains indicates entry is forbidden. Karina and Amelia arrive together at the isolated clash location and inspect the scene very attentively. The 2 girls crouch on the destroyed stone floor to meticulously examine traces left behind by the fight. Amelia points to marks and begins mentally reconstructing the moment Lucas struck at Van. She details that Van blocked the impact, was pushed back by the attack's massive force, and managed to cushion his fall. Amelia continues the breakdown, explaining Lucas quickly closed the distance separating him from the MC. She adds that right after, the out-of-control youth delivered a second attack packed with heavy physical force. The red-haired girl points to the ground and deduces that was the exact moment Lucas left those deep footprints. Karina says those footprints are far from normal, and Amelia agrees he used some method to surpass his limits. With a very serious look, the pink-haired swordsman wonders what secret method the guy could have used. In the middle of searching through ashes, Karina finds a half-charred piece of paper lying in the dirt and gets intrigued. Amelia analyzes the mysterious charred paper scrap and states she can still feel faint traces of magic on it. She decides to send the item to a trusted person for examination, while Karina offers to interrogate witnesses. Karina gives a side smile and comments on the meticulous work, but Amelia says small actions turn the tide of battle. Amelia smiles back and concludes it's these simple, common details that usually make all the difference in the end. Meanwhile, the dark, quiet hallway of the military academy dungeons gives off a very cold, gloomy vibe. Locked in one of the stone cells, Van sits cross-legged on the floor, keeping his mind fully focused and calm. The young Garuda slowly closes his eyes and begins breathing deeply to initiate a secret meditation process. He opens his eyes with resolve and prepares to launch his special mental technique inside that dark cell. The boy thinks relieved that the process worked, successfully activating his advanced deep dive technique. This is a secret assassin art used to isolate outer senses and dive into one's own inner world to train. On the mental grid plane, Van suddenly comes face to face with projections of the strongest warriors he ever fought. He locks his gaze on the silhouettes and begins listing opponents he will visualize for his combat simulation. He visualizes first the mighty Lightninghausen, who begins emanating high-voltage electric sparks around himself. Next, he projects the fearsome Lord Executioner, Morden, who wields his blade wrapped in a terrifying red mist. Lastly, Van notices with a serious look that the projection of Earth Eldon is not present in his mental training plane. The MC smiles with confidence and declares to the projections that they will begin their combat training immediately. Outside, Arnold presents himself to the Academy director and notes he hasn't identified the traitor with total, absolute certainty yet. However, the senior seriously warns that the entire military academy might be running the risk of facing a major crisis. The light purple-haired director listens to the warning very attentively, keeping a thoughtful, deeply serious expression. He asks Arnold to explain all details of that alarming situation so he can grasp the gravity of the case. Arnold says his allies uncovered different leads and suggests the director listen to information directly from each of them. The purple-haired man agrees and suggests they move to another private location, asking to gather the whole group. All allies assemble in the instructor's conference room, which features a large circular space with a central table. The director explains the location is protected by a sealed barrier, eliminating any risk of information leaks. With security guaranteed, he asks the 5 crowns to begin their reports on the investigation's findings. Helene takes the floor first and reveals she uncovered a mysterious spell carved deep inside Lucas's body. She details that after carefully inspecting the spell, she concluded it is advanced mind control magic. The light purple-haired director stands quite surprised and repeats her words regarding the use of mind control magic. The black-haired senior explains that once this type of dark spell is triggered on a target, fallout is severe. She adds the magic takes complete control of the victim's body, acting violently regardless of their will. Helene concludes Lucas was out of his mind, and Van acted only to restrain him, saving the boy's life in the end. The director ponders surprise that controlling an intelligent human with magic is an extremely advanced, complex spell to pull off. Karina speaks up next and displays the half-charred paper scrap she managed to salvage at the fight location. She reports item analysis revealed the paper served as an inscribed magic talisman used to trigger the spell on Lucas. The purple-haired man stands amazed hearing about the use of inscribed talisman magic around the military academy. He comments that carving high-level mind control magic onto a talisman demands skills exceeding those of an average mage. Amelia takes the floor and says the group also thoroughly reviewed all statements provided by witnesses. She summarizes that no witness claimed Van attacked Lucas without reason, having only seen direct combat between them. Arnold steps forward with crossed arms to wrap up all information gathered by the search team. The senior summarizes that Lucas was controlled by an advanced magic talisman, attacked the MC, and was ultimately defeated by him. He concludes the culprit must be a top-tier mage who had direct access to the boy to plant the talisman. Arnold adds the culprit also had motives to sabotage the secret investigation he and Van were running in the school. Given all evidence presented by the group, the purple-haired director asks if the culprit would be Instructor Bartolome. The man covers his face with his hand, visibly shaken and worried upon realizing the severity of that grave accusation. The director admits suspicion against the instructor is reasonable, as carving advanced magic onto talismans is his research field. Karina stands up agitated, seeing her doubts confirmed, but the director asks the young girl to stay calm in the room. The girl angrily yells, asking how she could stay calm, and insists they must report everything to superiors right away. The director casts a stern, intimidating glare toward Karina, ordering her once again to control herself. Spooked by the man's reaction, she sits down quietly while he explains the danger if the instructor truly is a traitor. The purple-haired man warns the situation is desperate, leading Helene to question the real meaning of his words. He explains that, like the meeting room, the entire military academy is protected by various types of magic barriers. He details that the largest is an immense high-level protective barrier encompassing and defending the whole school territory. The director points out this barrier defends noble students and the royal family, maintained directly by instructors. Helene begins to grasp the terrible danger behind that info and grows visibly frightened. The director confirms her fears and reveals Bartolome is one of the few people with direct access to barrier controls. Arnold realizes the gravity and says an invasion like the swamp could repeat inside the academy if the barrier were broken. The director fully agrees and warns the group's suspicion must never be discovered by the enemy before the right time. Karina asks what they should do next, and the man promises to act in secret to ensure leadership takes action. He warns the official process will take time and orders them to keep absolute secrecy while awaiting the ideal moment. Helene seriously agrees with the director's call to keep facts under total wraps for now. Amelia also states she has no objections to the waiting plan. Under the tense gazes of the other two students present, Karina sighs annoyed and accepts that while it's a frustrating situation, they have no choice but to wait. Arnold thanks the director for his great consideration with the case and the trust placed in the Five Crowns group. Later, Karina walks through the dark academy dungeons accompanied by her roommate, who worriedly warns about the danger there. The roommate reminds her they were supposed to be waiting quietly, but Karina insists she just came to see Van's face for a moment. The pink-haired girl guarantees it's fine and that she already spoke with the guards responsible for location security. Karina observes the dark cell from afar and laments seeing the MC locked up in a filthy place for a crime he didn't commit. She imagines the boy must be feeling extremely sad and depressed being locked up unfairly in the dungeon. With a mischievous smile and flushed cheeks, the girl decides this is the perfect chance to cheer the boy up for good. Karina fantasizes about the MC kneeling before her, grateful for her help, promising to become her personal knight. Suddenly, she stops walking abruptly as she senses a strange, intimidating vibration coming from the direction of the cell. Both girls back up, spooked as they feel an overwhelming presence that begins spreading through the entire stone corridor. An immense amount of heavy red energy leaks through the iron bars, placing Karina on high alert. Van stays in his meditation stance, focused with head down, while his aura continues emanating without pause. He remains seated cross-legged in the center of the cell, wrapped in dense, terrifying energy that makes the floor shake. Karina breaks into cold sweat and amazed wonders if that terrible, crushing presence really belongs to the young Garuda. The roommate cowers in terror behind Karina, unable to handle the immense, magical pressure dominating the dark area. Suddenly, the aura vanishes and Van opens his eyes with a friendly smile, calmly asking if she came to visit him. Karina tries to catch her breath and tremblingly asks what he was doing. Stressing, she felt an overwhelming presence. Karina's roommate continues shaking in terror, visibly shaken by the mysterious force she witnessed moments ago. Van replies completely naturally that he was just sharpening himself to keep his skills combat ready. Seeing the girl's confusion, he smilingly explains he was merely doing simple mental training in his cell. Karina lets out an awkward laugh and comments it seems she worried over nothing, while the MC looks at her confused. Next, the pink-haired girl regains her seriousness and asks the young Garuda to pay close attention to what she says. She reveals superiors are already aware of the case. Evidence is being gathered, and he will be freed very soon. The young swordsman asks with a determined look for him to be patient and wait just a little longer inside the cell. Van smiles relieved and deeply thanks her for her effort, promising he will trust the 5 crowns and wait patiently. Karina blushes slightly at the sincere thanks and closes her eyes, feeling quite proud of her action. She cockily points her finger and tells him not to forget to show all his gratitude when he gets out of there. Karina leaves with her roommate, leaving the MC alone and thoughtful again in the quiet stone cell. The boy wonders if the group's plans will work, fearing the rebels are already prepping their next strike. He decides he needs to make the most of free time in the dungeon to restore his physical strength as much as possible. Ben focuses his red eyes and remembers a strange sensation that began manifesting during his training. He intriguingly reflects that he felt a mysterious dormant force pulse inside him, questioning the origin of that power. Back in the prince's quarters, the hooded spy reports that 5 Crowns members and instructor Ehrenfeld are making moves. The informant reveals the secret target of the group's investigation seems to be instructor Bartolome himself. Prince Leonis stands surprised and wonders if they really suspect that mild-mannered, study-focused instructor. The blonde noble reflects on Arnold being picked to find the traitor. Noting now even instructors are involved, he analyzes the scenario and confirms the group really suspects Bartolome is the Academy's traitor. Leonis lets out a wicked laugh, thinking he finally found a big fish swimming freely through the school. The kneeling spy intriguingly asks what the prince intends to do, given that discovery regarding the instructor. The blonde prince orders his forces summoned to drag the criminal threatening the kingdom before others act. The informant stammers, surprised by the prince's call, noting they hold zero proof against Bartolome. Leonis replies they will get proof easily as soon as they bring their men and drag the truth out of the teacher by force. With no choice but to obey the plan, the hooded spy bows and agrees to follow the blonde princes. The blonde prince displays a greedy grin and mentally thanks Arnold, set on stealing that prey all for himself. He proudly thinks that by capturing the traitor, his father and older brothers can never treat him with disdain again. Under the cloak of night, the prince's soldiers surround Bartolome's cabin, and a mage prepares to cast a shockwave. The heavy spell explodes against the cabin, shattering wood and blasting the instructor's residence entrance open violently. Leonis invades the location with firm steps while letting out an arrogant, victorious laugh over the raid's success. He shouts demanding Bartolome show himself immediately to answer for all crimes committed against the military academy. The prince arrogantly points and aloud declares the instructor's crimes finally came to an end tonight. However, he finds Bartolome sitting calmly at his desk, simply asking quietly the reason for his visit. The instructor looks at him with a confident smile and welcomes Prince Leonis, showing he was already expecting his visit. Bartolome mockingly asks the reason for his visit and welcomes Prince Leonis. The prince stands completely in shock, not understanding what is happening there. Leonis looks up and realizes the library ceiling is covered in dozens of glowing talismans. Magic papers cover the entire structure, revealing the location was prepped as a trap. Bartolome adjusts his glasses with a dark smile and activates the inscribed talisman named Crimson Bee. The spell is unleashed, summoning feared crimson bees in the form of energy projectiles. A literal rain of red bolts falls on the group, attacking soldiers like a swarm. The prince tries to dodge spells and lets out a groan of pure frustration at the surprise attack. Soldiers accompanying the noble scream in pain as they're struck repeatedly by magic. The injured man's blood starts dripping and spreading across the room's stone floor. Leonis falls to his knees on the ground, unable to believe he was defeated so easily. He indignantly asks himself how a mere scholar with little magic can hold so much power. The instructor walks calmly toward the noble while looking down on him with contempt. Bartolome comments he only survived the attack thanks to his royal blood's magic protection. The prince grinds his teeth in rage and stares at his opponent with a look full of pure hatred. Set on fighting back, Leonis starts channeling his magic and calls on the power of thunder. Undeterred, the instructor activates another inscribed talisman named Binding Vine. The spell spreads across the floor, ready to entangle anyone in the path. Magic vines quickly rise and begin wrapping and trapping the blonde prince's body. The noble tries to speak, but desperately realizes he can't cast spells due to being gagged. His subordinates also end up trapped by magic vines and lie collapsed on the floor. Leonis is pinned face down on the ground while the instructor looks at him victoriously. He says the prince underestimated him, simply thinking his magic power was too weak. Trapped and humiliated, the blonde noble can only glare at the enemy with clenched teeth. Bartolome confesses he gets it since he was born into a low-ranking, prestigious family. However, he explains everything changes when he prepares a head and carves spells onto paper. He states that with proper prep, his technique becomes stronger than anyone else's. The prince watches in horror at those writings while the instructor keeps talking. Bartolome says despite everything, he needs to thank the prince for a crucial detail. He explains activating the modified Grand Barrier required an immense amount of energy. Bartolome reveals only a royal family member's power could fulfill that feat. He smiles and mocks the fact that the prince walked right into the trap on his own. The prince panics, realizing he walked straight into the enemy's plans. The instructor states he was merely a very convenient piece that served his purposes. Leonis falls into absolute despair, realizing he was used merely as a chess pawn. As a small sign of thanks, the villain decides to give the noble some good news. He guarantees he won't take his life since his demise would cut the magic energy flow. Because of that, he warns the prince will keep serving the kingdom for a while longer. Leonis groans in pain, feeling his magic energy forcibly drained by purple bindings. An immense pillar of energy rises in the library, siphoning magic power from the prisoners. He explains, satisfied that all drained magic will be used as fuel for the barrier. With his plan successfully completed, the treacherous instructor calmly steps away. Elsewhere in the academy, an instructor is writing on paper when he feels something strange. He notices the atmosphere shifted and senses something is very wrong at the facility. Sensing the energy flow shifted, he stands up and shouts, calling for guards. One armored guard staggers into the room, leaving the director quite concerned. The soldier apologizes and reports he suddenly started feeling intense dizziness out of nowhere. The director glares at him seriously, noticing the weakened state the soldier is in. He fearfully observes purple energy smoke being drained from the guard's body toward the ceiling. The man analyzes his own hand and confirms everyone's magic power is being drained. Director Ehrenfeld realizes the gravity of the situation and laments they are already too late to act. He turns to the soldier and orders him to notify the commander immediately, declaring a state of emergency at the academy. The guard gets quite spooked and confusedly asks what is happening around there. Ehrenfeld seriously reveals the entire school's protective barrier has been compromised. The instructor orders all guards and teachers capable of fighting to assemble quickly to contain the threat. He explains the barrier's core is located in the clock tower and notes he is heading straight there. An urgent alert spreads down hallways, informing a terrible anomaly has arisen in the school barrier. Helene hears emergency alarms echo and immediately goes on high alert. Soldiers yell for all students to immediately begin emergency protocol. The guard instructs 5 Crowns members to go defend their respective dorms. Amelia firmly clenches her fist and says they have no choice but to fight. Karina sprints hurriedly down hallways and asks others to clear out so they don't delay her. Meanwhile, locked in the dungeon, Ven listens to the commotion and realizes an emergency has started. The boy focuses his attention on outside shouts mentioning trouble with the protective barrier. The young Garuda thoughtfully concludes the rebels' terrible plans have finally begun to unfold. In the academy's clock tower, immense purple smoke begins wrapping the entire structure under the dark sky. Inside the tower, dozens of fallen, defeated soldiers are scattered along the stone steps. The defeated men lie stretched on the floor, while mysterious magic energy emanates from them. The tower's main hall displays marks of destruction and smoke everywhere after a violent clash. Bartolome walks calmly and praises Director Ehrenfeld, calling him the famous rebel exterminator. He recognizes the director's noble blood and says facing someone so powerful and experienced was tough. With a slight cut on his face, the instructor mockingly admits fighting him was terrifying. He lowers his head thoughtfully for a moment before continuing to speak about his real motives. The villain analyzes his own hand and confesses he'd been reflecting on this situation for a long time. He asks himself how people who have nothing can finally face those who possess everything in life. Director Ehrenfeld lies defeated and severely injured on the floor, surrounded by a puddle of his own blood. Bartolome displays a look of pure satisfaction and declares the moment has arrived to proceed. With the entire area glowing red, he mockingly asks if they should launch Act 2 of the plan.